Am I breaking through? Will you feel me too? I still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through? Will you feel me too? I still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through? Will you feel me too? Still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through? Am I breaking through? Am I breaking through? Am I breaking through? Am I breaking through?
Alrighty, hello, hello, all of you wonderful, wonderful people. It's your boy Rylion here, and as you guys can clearly tell, we have another one of the greatest casters of all time. His name is Pike, and he's going to be here live with me tonight on the stream. Pike, how you doing tonight, my friend?
Pleasure to see you guys. Get to see me in the flesh. Not
Yay!
all that much, but yeah,
Oh,
I
get out of here.
guess I could not help myself from getting into this best of five. Well, I honestly can't wait.
Oh,
And
dude.
to be honest, my pride as a pick'em man lies in this game. I'm like falling behind Mr. Monster. This man's got a 15-point gap, and I'm getting gapped hardcore right now. And I don't know if I can take any more humiliation.
Well, he's head of the whole tournament, so he had to write the script. He already knows what the ending's gonna be. You know what I mean? So like, it's hard to go against the mastermind himself. But I mean, still, congratulations on that. So outside of the pick'ems, though, without any bias in that regards, I think tonight is going to be a very, very good matchup. It is the finals bracket here for the losers. It's the final matchup before they go against the actual finals, which is C22, waiting in the wings right now against the victor of this best of five series here tonight between BigBacks and Yummis Doms. And if I'm not mistaken, BigBacks was the first seed coming in, right? And then Yummis Doms was number 4 or number 5? I keep on forgetting that one.
Number.
They were number 5. Oh, I just saw it right here. They were
Yeah.
number 5, and yet BigBacks was number 1. So C22, which was the second seed, is still, like I said, waiting in that final victor spot here in the finals, which is another best of 5 series, and it's going to determine tonight's matchups winner. And we already have the draft that is starting here. So again, without the pick'ems, and who did you say you needed for these pick'ems to be completed?
I need big backs
You
like
need
hardcore.
like hardcore,
Like
100%. They got to draft perfectly.
yeah, they gotta bail. They gotta bail me out of my own poor decisions. Okay, I missed around. Like a life hit. I was sniffing the Waldo's Weirdos hopium, and then they failed me epically a few days ago. Like I'm just hurt right now,
No.
bro.
I
I'm hurt.
understand completely. And I didn't get all, I think I lost in my first round of pick'ems anyways. Like I got like 50% of them, and then everything else, it just didn't even matter. But,
Yeah.
still, Big Backs, I think, have looked really, really good, of course, coming into tonight. They unfortunately lost in order to make it into tonight's matchup. They lost against C22. And then Yummis Doms, they had lost, I believe it was against Big Backs back in the second round. So this is actually a rematch between these two. And Big Backs hopefully, hoping to obviously be the victors again. But Yummis Doms wants that revenge, obviously. But I don't know. Yummis Doms has climbed through the trenches that is this losers bracket here, and they've looked really, really strong last series against Soup Kitchen here. And
Oh yeah,
it
it's
did go to the
gross.
3-game series, but it was insane that third matchup there.
Yeah. In fact, they just won me points, and then I stabbed them in the back by picking big back.
You're like,
Not
I'll
gonna
take that and then bet on the other
Yeah,
guy.
thank you for your service. You got me the 38% dub, and then I've
Understandable.
completely turned my back on you. But no, they look gross that game.
Oh, yeah.
They were really good. So I'm really excited to see what they pick. Pretty interesting bands. Lulu and Bard immediately taken out. A lot of respect going to the support side.
Mm.
Interested in seeing if they are aiming for like a counter pick support here to really play around that bot lane, or if they're going to try and snatch something up before potential R4, R5 bans come in. As we see Viego ban, um, middle division seems like the Viego decision. We've seen a lot of Viego
Oh, yeah.
play. I think we've seen him in higher division like once, maybe not too many times. Lower division, I don't remember seeing him at all, but he is a very mechanically intensive champ to play. Requires a large champ pool, and he's a build around. If you don't play properly around him, Viego gets nothing and loses. Jinx.
Oof. Love
Jinx
that.
picked by Big Backs. This is a so if you're first picking Jinx, the only scary part is if Yumi's Doms saves their support for R5, or if they manage to tease out the support from Big Backs, they can make the lane super miserable for Jinx because you can pick an aggressive, proactive ADC, and then you pick a good support to go with that counters what the enemy support's doing, and Jinx will feel quite homeless. Ashe Seraphine potentially a pick. Yeah, there goes Seraphine, and I would not be too surprised to see Ashe. It puts a ton of pressure onto big backs, but if you pick Ashe Seraphine right away, and if that Seraphine's guaranteed a support, you give the support counter pick back to big backs, which gives them an opportunity to buy some breathing room
And the
for the
J4.
Jinx. And you, yeah, you're seeing when a Jinx is picked, the draft changes. Joe Mama and Hjalt were talking about this in the last drafting masterclass. When you pick something like Jinx or Kale, the game now revolves around how is Jinx doing and how is Kale doing, and everyone's playing to stifle the Jinx and Kale. And if you stifle them, you probably win the game. If you don't, you probably lose because their scaling is just too much to overcome. In like a 40-minute game, Jinx almost always wins. Her win rate's got to be crazy outside of like misplays.
I feel like
Graves pick
Smolder
is a
also
chunky
fits that
here.
bucket as well that you were
Yeah,
just describing.
yeah. There's a couple in the bucket that are just super weak. The only problem with Smolder is he really doesn't want to just Q scale. He actually likes having like a kill or two to get the items to really leap over the edge. There was a time when people were building like what was it? Spear Sojin,
Yep.
Essence Reaver, Tank Smolder, where it was literally just Q sacks in a dream.
Yep.
Not really possible anymore. When he builds crits, he really wants kills. We see the Rel pick come out. Very interesting because Graves is like a massive farmer. His gank's not as good. J4 is more of an early game ganker. But Rel kind of provides that go-in opportunity. Super interested to see what Yumi's Dom's picks here. Do they round out their bot lane? No, they pick up Xerath. Xerath is really good because he can chunk Jinx from like 2 miles away. But picking Xerath raw is dangerous. But
Yeah.
when you pick him R3, you are able to ban his worst counters. So
Zed.
if you're picking Xerath here, you take something like Fizz Zed off the table. Do not let that happen. If not, whatever happens in that mid lane, that's on you. You have to ban his counters. You have to ban the good assassins.
Absolutely.
But if he like if he's able to play, he makes the game really hard. And Graves does not have a great time ganking Xerath. His engages are so predictable, and he really has to save E to dodge the Xerath stun. And the slow is pretty brutal to him. Seeing ADC bans out of big backs, kind of picking things that would pressure. I'd love to see something like a Corki ban or Lucian or anything else that be played up. But Kai'Sa is pretty good too because if you land naked, if you land a naked W onto Jinx, you could potentially ult in and blow her up.
Yep.
So I understand it a lot. Interesting bans we're seeing. Okay, we've picked Xerath. He's very dangerous blind. We'll be banning that. We picked Jinx. We want to build around the Jinx. We want to run around the Jinx. We're going to ban stuff that hurts her. Orianna, the second ban, not as big of a fan as Orianna. Maybe they've scouted big backs better than I have. I don't know if they have Zed players on that team, but there's still a lot of scary stuff available mid for big backs here. So it's really up to
LeBlanc.
them how they want to play it. Yep, Blanc, Zed, Talon,
Syndrome.
all that stuff here. Ash ban is great because
Yeah,
you really
absolutely.
don't playing as Ash Seraphine is hell. It's not fun at all.
No, I play Ashe all the time, and I just versed in Ashe Seraphine, Caitlyn Seraphine. It doesn't really anybody blank Seraphine is like a problem, and I do think a lot of enchanters right now are very good in the bot lane. Karma, Seraphine, Lulu, as we saw, as that was being banned out in the beginning as well. But I don't know. I really do like the Rel and the Jinx matchup into Seraphine, whomever it might be. I
Yeah.
just think Rel's able to close that gap. And ooh, Misfortune. That's
Kind of
a
the second
very
best thing. Because
okay.
just like how Ash passive is really easy slows for Seraphine to shoot her pulses onto, Misfortune E does the exact same thing. If you see your
Absolutely.
Seraphine's walking up to trade, you drop the rain, the bullet rain, right onto them, and they're unable to play. Malphite blind when Silas is not off the board is extremely crazy.
Well, they have a
I
Xerath though.
I know, but it gets scary because I've seen Silas Top get picked into Malphite at least once this tournament. Now, will it
Okay, I can't even
happen?
argue that.
Maybe, maybe not. But it's so dangerous when you leave Silas up. And there's no way you're picking Silas into Xerath. I mean, maybe there is. But that's a terrible lane for Silas early because he
Yeah.
just gets harassed. Um,
They're gonna have to go some assassin, like you said, just to permanently get rid of the Zareth and ooh,
Echo.
Echo.
Yep.
Okay, so the rolls are
Okay.
gonna be pretty good. The collapses will be nice.
Silas actually, like, low key looks actually kind of great. You have a suite of great ults to steal. Echo ult for Silas is disgusting. It's great. He
Mm,
loves it. Malphite ult's great for him, and Rel ult is surprisingly dangerous. The AP scaling on Rel ult is not zero, and you basically treat it like a discount Diana ult. It's definitely not as good. The other two are kind of mid.
Garen
Garen. Wow.
into the Malphite. I
Sir,
mean,
pull out your finest Elmers. We have Garen on the Rift. Wow.
yep, this is a
That is
very interesting draft, I think, all the way around from Doms. They don't really have like a whole lot of frontline to work with personally. Like they are just, I mean, Garen, I guess, could technically go tank. But I do think he's just going to go straight damage. I think all of them are going to go damage. They're going to target the high priority target, obviously Jinx and Graves. Rel and Malphite are going to, of course, be last. It's like, don't even mess with the tanks. Echo's going to get some really nice flanks off as well. But once you get rid of that Jinx and Graves or Jinx and Echo, Jinx just has to be part of the people that you focus, obviously, 100% every single time. BigBack just kind of just falls off once two of their members are gone. You know what I mean? If two of their high dealing damage members. So that's the only thing I think that Doms has working for them in game number one. If they're able to get ahead early, snowball, take their lead, and get picks, focus all their attention on Jinx in these team fights every single time, they might be able to overcome big backs. But if big backs can go ahead and play safe early, scale appropriately to where it's just protect the Jinx comp, have Malphite, have Rel always be playing around. Graves, he'll be able to two-shot if you get to late game as well. You've seen that a billion, million, trillion times from Graves. And then Echo just does whatever the hell Echo wants. Like, he just goes in, he flanks from the side, he looks for the Zareth who's ulting onto the back line. Like, that's exactly what Echo's going to do. I just think Big Backs has this later on. If it gets to like a 40-minute game, like you said, I think Big Backs has it 100%. Doms has it if they're able to get that early snowball lead specifically, and then shut it down before like 25 minutes.
the only thing I really don't like about Big Back's comp is what happens when you pick this Jinx and J4 ults onto her. He EQ R's onto her.
It
And Jinx's splash is down. Rel
exactly.
can't do anything there. She can jump in, but what is she gonna do? I really was hoping to see something like Xin Shao on Big Back side.
Ooh,
Xin Shao, one, he has early pressure alongside, he has very good, clean ganks. And you have an Ashe Seraphine lane against Jinx. You want to be active in these early. Um, you want to be active in preventing this J4 from diving because your bot lane is under a ton of pressure. Range supports like Seraphine, she's in there to like with MF, they're there to pressure, push in this Rel Jinx, and potentially force a dive with J4, who can easily do it level 3. When you're playing Graves, you have no counter threat. Like Graves early is like a sack of potatoes. Like he is
yeah.
really good at right clicking jungle minions, and in the later game he will one tap an MF. But he is like he got what smoke bomb for
His
stopping
CC.
that dive. Yeah, it's just tough. And then the other interesting pick is Garen. Garen is a lane you want to win. You want to like, bam, slam your face onto the keyboard and
Good point.
roll over it, and then the enemy top laner dies, and then you get a bunch of move speed items, and they can't catch you, and you're just running around having a great time all game. Issue. You're into Malphite. Malphite is the king of neutralizing lanes. He literally sits there, throw boogers at minions and you, and just sits there and does nothing. It is
Absolutely.
straight tragic. Now, he is under a lot more pressure than he's under a lot more pressure against Garen than stuff like Darius, because Garen has a percent max health true damage nuke, which is very hurtful for poor Malphite.
True.
But at the same time, it's just it's very dangerous, very dangerous. But Malphite, if he plays it correctly, should be able to neutralize the lane. And Garen has to cut through the granite armor before he's truly able to like make that work. So interesting picks out of both sides for sure.
like I said, I think early on, if Doms they have a lot of damage and they're able to crack through that shell early and get the snowball going on a couple of those key champions, the J4, the Zareth, like you said, later on in the game, he just ulties, bing, 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 Jinx is dead, right? You know, she's
Yeah.
gonna have to do something. And then J4 obviously is focused on the back line. He's gonna be jumping back there. Like they have a lot of damage, especially if they snowball. But big backs, if they just play patient and they just wait to get to that late game, that Malphite is just going to be a tank that they cannot deal with. Graves will be two-tapping everybody. Jinx is just going to go ahead and do Jinx things in the hyper carry state, you know what I mean? So it just a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, and we're not really going to know for another minute and a half here while we get ready for the spectator delay. So we are going to cut it to a short little intermission, but do not go anywhere. Your boy Pike and Rylion will be right back.
Yep, see you in a bit.
Alrighty, welcome back, all of you wonderful, wonderful people. It's your boy Rylion and Pike, and do not worry, it's not your internet, it's not anybody, it's not us. They paused in game, and we are going to go ahead and take advantage of this pause, though, real quick. Introduce the players and their champions. Starting on the blue side, we do have BigBacks. We have Urinbot in the top lane with Malphite, Conover with the Graves in the jungle, Pokemon Go PvPer in the Echo mid, Panaman in the Jinx ADC role, and then Rel is playing Rel, of course. And Pike, my good friend, break down red side for us, please.
For the red side, we have Greater in the top lane on Garen. Got Trans Prime on J4. Level 3 ganker, I hate you. We got the Drizzler on Xerath. Dominant Yumi. Yumi's Doms. Dominant Yumi as MF in the bot lane. And we have Kazakura on Seraphine. Going to be a very interesting game we've got here. So you already see some early trades in the mid lane.
Yes, sir. And we were doing a lot of breakdown because there was a slight pause in the beginning. We were discussing a lot, and I kind of want to go back and rediscuss this, with the people watching and everything. And you were mentioning a lot of things about the summoner spells, your opinion about some of the matchups and some of the timings here.
Might see an early invade out of Graves. Look at the top of your minimap.
Yes, indeed.
This could get very deadly. Yeah, Graves has made his way. I think J4 sees him. We have Garen coming down for a crunch.
Yep, he is actually going to kind of get a steal off. He does hit the level 2 as well. Oh, and they're just constantly going for it. We have the collapse coming in from Echo as well. PvPer is there. It's a 2v2v1 as Malphite also made his way down here as well. Greater having to force the flash early. Flash forward also coming through from the Graves. Both of them are super low. And what a sneaky little invade. You were mentioning like Graves has to wait till later on. Not really much of a threat. He said, hold my beer. I'll show you how much of a threat I can be. And he's already a little active little monster. Look at him.
Dangerous in 1v1s, but his gank pressure is extremely poo-poo. So when you're J4, you need to be... Ooh. Oh, well, any pausers? Yep.
Oh. Unfortunate.
Drake's extremely dangerous in 1v1s if he connects all shells with you. And as your J4, if you want to defend yourself, you need to melee him, so you will be eating 15 grave shells and having a not great time. So you need to be cognizant of that, but Graves' ganks are terrible. He has almost no CC. He has the smoke bomb, which is cool. It's very pretty. Thank God Riot put the tech where it blocks everything out of it, but it's not really making a gank happen. So he's instead saying, I'm just going to make this J4 the most miserable guy in the world. And the real issue here is Garen is level 1. I don't believe he has E yet. And if Garen doesn't have E, he has a massive wave crashing in. If you you in the chat, look at the mass of minions you see in that top wave that's going to crash into Garen's tower. He is bound to miss some minions, and it went from Malphite having to give up a lot of minions to just not give Garen early play to Garen is half health, and his regen's not good enough for Malphite boogers yet. He doesn't have a good enough passive. And J4 is in his jungle with like Graves round 2 incoming. You can see Graves is walking in.
Oh my God.
And it's a real tragedy because I think we're about to I think all of you in chat might be prophets of the future because this Graves might kill this J4 within the next 20 seconds of this pause ending. It's pretty decent for Xerath mid. He's low on mana, but Xerath passive, you go whack a minion or something, you're fine. The real tragedy is bot lane. And I was talking about how when you see Seraphine as a player against your Jinx, you see the Seraphine MF play, you know they have one job. It is to not let Jinx play the game at all. It's very hard.
Right.
For Jinx to play. There's so much harass coming out from Misfortune double ups, from Seraphine, from the Seraphine waves, and Q as well. There's just a ton of harassing. Look at the CS bot lane. It is 6-18. It is absolute tragedy in terms of Jinx's early farm here, which is expected. Which is why if J4 was playing a normal game, he actually walks. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. J4 probably walks down bot lane and forces this dive on this weakened Jinx, and Rel, by the way, Jinx has no barrier to defend herself from J4 just waltzing on in and doing things. She has a cleanse because she doesn't want to be Ash food, not Ash food, doesn't want to be Seraphine food. Um, it's really tough for them to survive that. Really tough for her to survive that dive. But
Absolutely.
J4 will not be making his way down. I can promise you. If he does a level 3 gank means J4 gets here without getting killed by Graves, and he is 1/4 HP and Graves is walking into his jungle. So the best defense from an early J4 gank is offense, me walking into his jungle and killing him. And I do not believe Yumi's Doms has a single ward catching that Graves walking in. And even if they did, look where your bot lane is. They are way too far away. In this case, they're actually pushed so far up. You usually want to invade when your lane's pushing. But in this case, your lane's getting kicked in so hard that it will take. Graves is going to kill the guy and leave before your bot lane can answer. Okay, please reconnect for real. Can we get into this game? Can we see if I'm true or full of Bologna? Like, I can't wait, but this is actually going quite horribly for J4. And not only that, there's this mental aspect to it too. It just sucks when you're homeless as a jungler. In fact, I was playing earlier today at Zach, and a Zed came in, killed me, stole my blue, like took my women and children and left. It's just a really deflating experience as a jungler. And it makes you really hesitant to get good ganks off because you're like, how can I afford to gank when I'm already so far behind and every minion XP and every piece of jungle gold is so important to me. So it has a really chilling effect on you as a jungler. It's very unfortunate. Um,
With it being 2 minutes into the game only, and it's 4-6 in terms of CS for the junglers. I mean, both junglers are already extremely far behind at this point, are they not?
yeah,
So even if
yeah.
Graves were to get that kill on J4 here shortly, which it's foreshadowing at the moment, like it's definitely looking like J4's got a
Foreshadowing
sliver.
is a literary device.
Yeah, like it's right there. It's looking like it's going to happen here in just a moment. I mean, J4 still does have flash, unlike Graves, so he might be able to get over the wall like the moment that he comes into the vision of Fog of War there. But even if he gets the kill, he's still going to be majorly behind at this point in terms of his clear, his timing, and then, of course, his gank potential for the lanes as well. So that's the only thing I'm kind of thinking is like, is all of this what he's doing even worth it, or is it just as harmful to himself as it is to the J4?
Well, it might be harmful to Conniver in the short term, for sure, because he as you said, he'll also be behind. But the question I pose to you is it more important that both you and J4 are useless, so J4 cannot gank your bot lane and kill your Jinx, who is
Facts.
so freaking important to this game, or that you get ahead so you have a secondary dimension of consistent damage? And
Absolutely.
Conniver has made his choice. He's basically said, we're both going to be worthless this game. And to be fair, in Yumi's Dom's favor, Cataclysm is coming one way or another. There's not a single way that J4 does not press a single Cataclysm before the game ends.
No,
For
I
sure.
mean, we're going to be seeing Cataclysms galore here. And then
Yeah.
we're going to see the MF-J4 combo as it's foretold, been 1,000 times already with those two champions. And then, of course, some Encore. Like, they have a good Wombo on the side of Doms. It's just, again, if they get to that later game, that Mal fight, that
Yeah.
Jinx, that Graves, is it going to even be worth it? And at the rate that we're already going in the first 2 minutes, Doms is already going to be behind. So we'll see if they're able to capitalize with all the damage that they have set up for. But I don't know. Right now, it's not looking too hot for them. But
Yeah.
I am just trying to also figure out, like,
just
what is happening as well. Slight technical issues currently. So we can go ahead and do a short little intermission. So we're just going to go to a short little pause while hopefully they get that resolved here. But right as soon as we hear back and the game is live, we will go ahead and bring it back to us. But give us just a couple of moments. We will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, all of you wonderful, wonderful people. It's your boy Rye Lion and Pike, and guess what? We just added a third person here. His name's Pino. He was supposed to be here a little bit ago, but that's all right. Some things happen, and doesn't matter. He's here now, so we're gonna cut it to a lovely little TriCast, and as you guys can see on screen, Conover is trying to run down Trans Prime there in his jungle, but he does manage to escape. It looks like he was
He's
privy
running
of it.
into a pinch.
Oh my
He's
god.
running into a pinch.
Yes, he is. It is a 4v2 potential. And no, the first blood actually gets picked up, and he dashes over the wall, hits level 2. Flashes from Dominant Yumi comes in as well. And now we have 2 kills up on the board. 1 for MF, 1 for Graves. Graves picking up the first blood here. And damn, I mean, it was bound to happen. They just chased too deep at that point.
That's such a crazy set of plays. Both junglers are so far behind now. Look at the CS on your junglers at 6-6. Look at the rest of the map. If your name's not Malphite, it is a terrible loss.
And we did have the flash engage there from Rel and the exhaust also being burned, but unfortunately no follow-up mana, or I'm sorry, no follow-up from Panaman because he had no mana there. So did get the sums though from Dominant Yumi, so can't argue with that. And we did say earlier that he did use flash, but now that barrier's been popped. And here's J4 also looking in the jungle.
I'm looking at this and I'm like, wow, this is already starting to turn out into a really, really good game. And sorry, I'm a little late.
No, you're good, dude. You are good. It's a lot of setup happened here, definitely early on. I mean, Pike was talking about all the runes, all the masteries and everything along those lines. Panaman having cleanse. We were talking about just like, you know, early versus late game potential, and I don't know. It's been great. It's been a lot.
Well, and the last time these two played each other, I know Uranbot was not facing Greater, so I'm excited to see how this matchup goes. Game 1 through 5, because last time without Greater, they were a little bit behind. Now we also got Pokemon PvPer. Mid lane, last time he filled in for jungle, if you do remember that. So it is interesting.
Very interesting. And Greater actually has not been losing his health because he was getting beaten by Malphite. He was actually answering an invade by Graves and lost a massive amount of health. As we see a dive from Echo.
Oh my god, Greater is going for it. The Echo, I'm sorry, I kind of looked away for just a moment just to produce something. And yes, nice dive. Trade 1 for 1, so not the best case scenario here for BigBacks, but still getting up on the board and completely keeping it even. If they're at an even matchup, you know, 1 for 1, who do you think wins at the 20-minute mark, just based off of what we were discussing earlier there, Pike?
Between Greater and Urine, it's Urine. Because
okay.
Garen plays from the assumption you're ahead. If you're ahead, you're having a great time because you're a massive split push threat. Malphite's constantly forced to answer you, and he's in this catch-22. He really wants to team fight, really wants to make use of the unstoppable force to slam in and just cause all this havoc, but he's forced to instead be stuck up there with Garen in a terrible situation. So it's kind of like Mundo. If you're Mundo and you're not like 4 kills down in lane, you're actually pretty happy as Malphite most of the time because you're trying to flatten the lane into nothing and then press your dopamine button when the team fights come around. So Greater did, you know, we say it's a calling your own number in sports. Greater called his own number here and he needs to get ahead.
No, and I agree that's exactly correct way to explain how this top lane matchup goes. Garen's looking for any lead that he can go get and push it to his advantage, whereas Malphite, what he wants to do is he wants to neutralize the lane for as long as possible.
We are seeing dragon action as J4 is walking down. It's gotta be a concede, right?
Yeah, no, at this point you have to concede unless you're looking for a steal, but the timing's not there for the steal. Just not enough vision, not enough anything there.
On the bright side, if you're Greater, you're now getting that much vaunted CS lead you were looking for. Very hard for Malphite to play in the lane. Yes, he neutralizes and that he's not going to give up kills, but it's very hard for him to secure CS. On the other side, the jungle CS numbers have stabilized a little bit, like post early game, you know, shenanigans. And we are seeing the beginning of a quite sizable CS lead for Xerath. All the good that Grader is doing, the Drizzler is doing as well. And this is kind of losing lanes in all 3 lanes, which can be very dangerous when you're a team. You want one team that's kind of winning because it makes your jungler not homeless.
I agree, and with that mid lane matchup, that Drizzler versus Pokemon PvPer, it's hard with that range.
It's quite hard. That is for sure. Echo wants to all in, and we were talking about this earlier. Echo has to play around, a lot around his chrono zone, for sure. But how do you play around the chrono zone when Xerath is just being chilling?
Oh, and hold on. Speaking of chilling, there is a lack of chill happening in the jungle here, but a nice combo comes through from Conover. The Drizzler had a ultimate, but unfortunately was not able to get anything from that. And Grader, I don't know how he did it, but he just dodged Urinbot's ulti there and just gets out alive. And they only gave up 1 kill, fortunately. And Conover's already really strong. That Graves is already a huge issue early on for Yummis Doms.
Well, that Rel perfect timing rotation for that Rift or for the Grubs, and I really think that their invade there was perfectly timed. They didn't have the damage to be able to do what they wanted to do.
How do we have a team fight around the Void Grubs already at 8.5 minutes? This is not your typical League of Legends games. I don't know what is going on, but the flow is all over the place. We have a 4v5, it seems like, in the top side here. Jinx is going to keep on pushing outside the bot lane there, trying to catch back up in experience in CS. I mean, I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm going to be honest with you. They have a 1-kill lead, but completely even in gold. They were able to get that first Drake as well on the side of BigBacks. And it looks like 2 of the grubbies, so I can't complain. They're getting results, but they are definitely just playing so oddly.
The real problem is you gave so much up to Jinx there. You gave everything. Now, if J4 comes down and kills her, it's kind of worth, but it looks like Rel wards them off. You threw your CS lead. Look at the MF. She's now up maybe half a wave to a little under a wave. She was up earlier, like 20 CS. And again, when you're playing a Jinx game, it is, if Jinx gets late game and gets fed, it's game over. Jinx probably wins. You need to keep her down for as long as humanly possible. And I understand wanting to get the grubs, but in the end, Conniver got the lion's share of the grubs, and Jinx just free farm bot.
Yeah, no, not only that, she did end up also getting plates, which will impact solo plates on the Jinx. Will impact that lead a little bit more than you actually think.
Oh, yeah.
That extra gold is gonna definitely give her a small lead that she needs.
And it does, yeah. She is caught up by about 100 right now over the MF. Oh, and Grader taking a little bit too much damage there in a tower. And again, a 3-man roam happening into the jungle now. Ooh, super mega death rocket, barely whiffing. But I'm liking the communication from both these teams. They're moving as squads. It is like you have at least minimum 2 people at all times around your jungler, around your mid lane. Like, I'm loving it. It's very taboo, very non-traditional, but this is very exciting.
I know.
Well, it looks like Yummi's Dom is also just looking for all the skirmishes they can, because they do know that they win a lot of more skirmishes than team fights, especially when Jinx is not in those skirmishes, getting those resets. All Jinx is trying to do is scale and play the safest game that she can early on, and she's doing it perfectly. But if they're able to get any sort of advantage in any of these skirmishes, Yummi's Dom can literally look to take over the game.
Absolutely true. Garen doing a little bit of proxying, and this is what you want to see out of Garen. You need to make the Malphite miserable. Again, you called your own number here. You said, I'm going to pick Garen, I'm going to dominate / dumpster this poor guy, and I'm going to punish him for making this early Malphite pick. And, I mean, look how deep this Garen is, and Graves is on the opposite side of the freaking map. He cannot help Malphite at all.
God, he is completely
Well, he's also going for this dragon, and, I mean...
It's Garen TP.
Yes.
Is that back or it's
No,
Yeah.
that's a back. He's just
Yeah.
backing right now. Nice engage from Rel, though, and that is just going to be a Rocket who's just free firing from afar. A double kill actually being picked up here from Conover. And if it's not one threat, it's the other. Great job here from BigBack's Greater. Now teleports to the bot lane. He gets an E combo off, but that is just a 3v1 that he doesn't want to do. Never mind the Sword of Justice from afar and the Cataclysm Conover. He has the damage. He gets the bounce back. That's going to be a 1, and he's alive still. Panaman got excited, is able to go ahead and keep on berating them with the rockets. One more auto's all you need. Dodges it with the flash. Nice from the Xerath E there. And now the fight is over. Great job from Conover. I was worried for a moment, but the kiting and the damage definitely comes through for him.
Well, I mean, Garen is only losing one wave of minions for that double proxy or that deep proxy that he did. He ended up also resetting and teleporting to that fight instead of just directly going to that fight. And if you know anything about proxying, what you want to do is you want to proxy when you're planning on doing something across the map. And that was perfectly executed from that Garen.
The only worrying thing for me is Jinx is picking up assist gold, she's picking up plate gold, and she's not too far behind in terms of the minions, and this is getting very dangerous and stifling the Jinx's ability to carry this game. It's already finished an item. She bought a BF for another one. Yeah, it's a pretty sad Malphite up there, but it's a 5-1 Graves who can certainly like carry you into this mid and late game, because the Fed Graves is very proactive. When you give Graves 5 kills, he's actually really able to dictate how the map works for some reason. So it's a little dangerous for Yummi's Dons here. That their grasp on this game is tenuous.
Oh, and now they start the Mountain Dragon as well for the side of BigBacks. They are completely aware of it, but there's not much they can do to rotate. Yep, Kazakura and MF both need to get out of dodge, which they do. And J4 is going to take advantage of that slightly by trying to invade and get some of his CS back, but with a 30 CS deficit and 5 kills, which is about 15 CS apiece right there, that's looking about like, 70, almost 100 CS difference right now between the two?
Yeah, absolutely. And Echo's farm lead, very importantly, has kind of died at 20, which is really nice. He was facing a growing CS gap earlier. He's been able to keep it kind of equal. Just super important for remaining threatening later in this game.
Gotcha.
Well, it was wonderful to watch how Yumi's Dom ended up beating.
Stepping up, wanting to get one auto, wanting to get the mana back, but what did it cost you? It cost you your life. Conover, 6-1. He timed it so perfectly. I know you're gonna step up. You greedy little Xerath player. I know you're gonna want to get that auto. You're low on mana, bink, and we're gonna take advantage. And you said the smoke screen wasn't enough CC.
It is when you're 6-1. A lot of Graves issues, they just disappear. It's like, oh, my character's bad at this. But I am 6-1 with lethality, so I will be one-shotting your whole team.
Just enough of a slow.
Yeah.
I will say this too. On the side of BigBacks, Graves is Conover's main.
Yes, it is. And hold on, but we do have dominant Yumi and 3 members. I mean, oh my god, they're just so dominant in the jungle. Never mind. Rift has been taken.
Again, we talked about what did Graves sacrifice in terms of all that early game nonsense. The answer is nothing. He got 6 kills. He got everything he wanted. He went in, committed a home invasion, took everything and won. It's so unfortunate for the poor J4 here. I'd be a little tilted.
Oh no, and Urin's not even using the tower to his advantage. Just took a full E-spin. Sorry, go ahead, Pino.
Oh no, you're fine. I was just thinking over here, like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is Conover with his main. This is him taking full control of the jungle. This is him showing what it means to take control of the game. And I bet you anything, if we were able to listen to the comms right now, you'd be hearing, hey, play safe top. I'm looking to play on bot side. I'm looking to play mid. I'm trying to get these lanes ahead, because if we get them ahead, we're able to win this game. If you play safe and are able to neutralize top lane, then it's winning for us. If you're doing this and this and this, like, he is a worker, and he works you to the bone. I mean, I've seen this multiple times when I was playing with him.
This Echo shit
Yeah, PvP, or he's trying to get a cheeky little bush strat going on Kazakura, but, you know, has the heals, has the shields. Caught him by surprise maybe for a moment, but he does make it out.
Yeah. You watch Malphite undergo another spin cycle and silencing.
Oh, here we go. Conover makes his way to the top side. The Ghost Blade gets popped here, and he is fast, but we do have a flash. We have a Q combo coming in from Greater. There goes the Graves ulti. Ooh! Super Mega Death Rocket wasn't going to kill him anyways, but still would be nice just to see the explosion.
That was a friendly Super Mega Death Rocket.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
But Conniver said, you know what, bro? I got it. It's no problem. And Yurenbot's like, you know what, bro? You don't got it. I got it. Because he kills Garen. Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Now Malphite got his lick back at least, so.
Yeah.
And here's the scary part about this matchup between both teams. It is very heavy a jungle diff right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like Conover literally just took the reins and has full control of the enemy jungle. He has full control of the lanes. He's telling everybody where the enemy's at 24/7, and he's properly playing for these objectives.
It's so true. And, like, look at Transparent right now. The dude's trying to make him think.
Yeah, Rel, you're in a world of hurt. Nice encore just to go ahead and hold Conover there, and Misfortune gets the double kill, and the shutdown going on over to her as well. PvPer, though, trying to get a lick back, does get Kazakura, and we do have Panaman sitting here on the south side of the mid lane here, just freely firing those rockets with absolutely no regard for human life, taking 2 down with her. So it's a 3-for-2 overall. I would still say in favor of BigBacks, but that was a very nice shutdown that at least went on over to the MF.
Yeah, it is very sad when you're Graves side. Look at the TP, by the way. Garen is not safe by any means.
No, and where the hell did that TP come from? Oh, she has Spellbook. I was like, okay, Rel makes her way to the top side here. Greater, he's not going to be able to escape more than likely. But do they have enough damage? They do. At least now he does. So, come on. Any second now. Okay, I was going to say, like, great. Like, is Garen really going to escape with 1 health and just live? He does not. So, there we go. Finally ends up dying. 2-0 on Yurenbot here in the top side. But overall, how much gold was it? Was it a 700 gold shutdown that was just picked up for MF? Like, that definitely catapulted her forward there.
Oh, very true. Very, very true. And it's dangerous now. MF is 100% blowing up your Jinx if she's caught in the J4 ult. We saw if Conover can blow up in a J4 ult, Jinx can definitely blow up in a J4 ult, and she has no flash for a little bit. So it's pretty dangerous for her in the rest of these fights.
Yes, it is. And Red Side actually going to go ahead and secure their first dragon, but I don't know what that's going to cost them. Never mind. Yes, I do. It's going to cost them at least 2 members right there. Nice Fog War ulti from Yurenbot, and then the ultimate from Conover to go ahead and take him out 3-for-0. And that's going to be a free Baron here picked up for BigBacks and a double kill in the back pocket of Conover.
Now I'm looking at this, and I think Yumi Doms is just, if you're Yumi's Dom here, you're thinking, okay, we either gotta figure out what we can do to win this game, or we just gotta concede this game and think of what we're gonna do next game. We gotta reset our mentals, and now we know who the main issue in this team is gonna be, which is gonna be that Conover, that jungler. He has just so much impact, and if we give him any of his picks, it's gonna definitely work against us.
But who do you focus mainly in this team fight? We'll start with Pyke, and then we'll see who you focus afterwards, Pino. The Jinx or the Graves, is that the primary target right now for the side of Yumi's Doms?
It's kind of Sophie's choice here, because we saw it last time. They blew up Graves and Jinx just got hyper and destroyed their team. So I'd be really wanting to say Jinx, but you know, as we're saying that, fight starts.
Yep, Rel's gonna go ahead and get blown up immediately, just solo in a 1v3, and you know they did have to use a lot of resources, so Encore is down. So that is going to be kind of impactful for their team Wombo fight, but still a 4v5, not a good look for this team fight.
Yeah, I think Rel just tried to force there a little too much. That was saying, like, I think you gotta try Jinx, because at least you're not seeing resets out of Graves.
Oh my god! One auto, it looked like from Conover, just took J4 to about 30% health, or 30% of his health. But yeah, Echo trying to find a sneaky little flank off. Unfortunately, gets picked off immediately. So now that it's down 3-2. I'm sorry, 2 down, and it's a 3v5. Grader's going to engage immediately onto Urinbot. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage, just trying to back him off and push the wave here. But still, they're losing their Baron stacks and just giving a little bit more gold on over. It's a 6k deficit, but still, you don't want that to turn into 3.
Yeah, you really don't. On the bright side, though, if you are playing, you know, got a Jinx, so late game, I probably win, right? Right? Right, everybody? So you're not feeling too bad about it. But the worst thing that you can do is be up all this money and have this 9-2 Graves, who's like Jungle Grand Canyon so far this game, and to lose it all. It's really tilting. So you need to stay focused on the path. You need to ask yourself, and I'll ask Tino this: if you currently are BigBacks, how do you win this game?
I'm literally looking at this, and I would be just thinking, okay, we need to push all the waves, and then group mid and try and force them to either focus on those side waves or use the numbers advantage mid lane to get a pick with Malphite ult. Because right now you got to use your advantage the best way possible. And how do you do that? You use your tools to your advantage. Right now, that biggest tool is that Malphite.
That's very fair. We do see the Echo pushing the wave. Malphite's about to. Hopefully we'll see a good rotation, but it just looks like BigBacks is a little discombobulated right now. Just a little. Kind of roaming around, doing invading while some guy's somewhere. Hopefully they get a little more together.
I don't know. Yummis Doms also has like a good wave clear. You know, that Xerath, that MF, and oh my god, Conover has a wave clear too. It's called this shotgun right to the face as Seraphine does get picked off. They do have to use a lot of their resources though to go ahead and get Conover in return. So Seraphine for a Graves definitely in favor of Yummis Doms. Urinbot with the teleport, and they're going to go ahead and lock him down immediately with the Cataclysm. Meanwhile, Panaman on the backside is going to go ahead and get a nice amount of rockets off. Shutdown being picked up though from Grader. It's going to be 3 for 2, slightly in favor of BigBacks. The Dizzler and Dominant Yumi are the 2 remaining members here for Red Side. So they're able to clear, they're able to push, and make sure that they can't get any more. But damn, this is it. And the gold lead is now down to 5k. Like they're starting to come back a little bit, but surely here for Yumi's Doms.
Well, and that Jinx didn't end up getting the resets that she needed for that fight to play out the way she needed it. Like she didn't end up auto attacking that J4, so she didn't get a reset. Or that Seraphine, so she didn't get a reset. And then same thing with that J4, she wasn't able to get a reset.
Ow, she just crit that MF for like a third of her health. That was so gorgeous.
That's what Conover's been doing. That's what Panaman's been doing. They just one rocket, one auto, and just blink. And that's going to be their 3rd Drake as well, picked up here for BigBacks. Dear God.
I was just really confused by the J4 ult on the Malphite. If I'm J4, I think I'd probably want to ult literally anyone else on the team. Maybe not Rel either, maybe not Echo, but like it feels like if you're J4, you're 100% dying. Also, don't like the Merc Treads. I really wish he went Ninja Tabs when there's 2 auto-attacking hyperscalers.
All 5 of those, all 5 of those from the Dizzler just hit Panaman and just killed him. That slow from MF or any kind of combo to allow those ultis to come through, the Dizzler is going to be knocking him out every time. That's crazy.
That's where you just type in ADC 2026 into all chat, and you just go through your gray screen, you wake up, and you go hit a side wave so you feel better. But I didn't like the ult on the Malphite there. You need to be ulting either Graves or Jinx. And you killed Graves, you need to be, if you're J4, you need to be really judicious with your ulti usage there, because if you're not ulting Jinx and she's not getting blown up, you're gonna lose these fights. We saw her go hyper. We saw the amount of damage she does with just naked rockets. You gotta be careful. Very, very careful. It's the game kind of gets into a waiting, holding pattern here as the Baron spawns.
Now here's the question. How are we gonna play this out? If I was there,
Oh,
that'd be
Tiebreaker.
well, that's what they're deciding to do. Grader decided to hop right into the right into the pit there, and they collapsed on him.
Yeah.
Perfect call
Oh
out.
yeah, they did.
And Grader, he shouldn't be there. He needs to be on the opposite side of the map, split pushing and forcing someone to answer him. Unfortunately, it is not him there. You don't say it happens again.
Yep, the Dizzler's going to go ahead and pop the ultimate from the backside. Doesn't get all of his procs off, unfortunately, and a nice ultimate lands here from Urinbot. Enough time for Panda to set up with his rockets. Gets the excited proc. Dominant Yumi has to flash, has to barrier, but I don't think that that's going to matter. But never mind. Yes, it is. Hops right into the tower range. Has to pop his own ulti, Chrono Breaker, and reset back to the front there. But still, they ran down. 3 members dead. Currently here for Yumi's Doms as they siege down the mid now. Tier 2 gets taken out with ease. They're going to move on to this Tier 3, probably get the inhib, and then turn their attention to this Baron. That's what I would be doing. Rel trying to force Dominant Yumi off. They do get the tower. They don't stay, though, for the inhib. Never mind. They turn right back around as Grader is going to be the bait, though, for the Cataclysm bullet time setup. They do actually end up getting Garen and the inhib anyways, plus J4. 1, 2, 3, and a double kill actually picked up for Conover. Dizzler is back. Doesn't have the ultimate, but he will be able to go ahead and stop that minion advancement, and a whole lot happened, and a whole lot was gained here from BigBacks.
This is looking
Yeah,
a little cooked. This is looking actually a little is a bit of an understatement. This is looking a lot cooked. If you're Yumi's Doms, 100%, you need to go to the drawing board and say, how do I stop Conniver from dumpstering my jungle and ruining his game? Because it felt like as soon as that started happening, we just kept going, oh my god, Graves damage for the rest of the game. Like, you cannot let this man get that far ahead. That's just unacceptable if you want to try and win these games.
Well, and here's the other thing, right? So the play that they did was so perfect. Like they baited. Okay, we're getting all this vision. We're gonna wait in this bush, and if we get a pick, we'll start the Baron. Well, they started the Baron, but they pulled off of it very quickly and rotated on them. After they rotated on those kills, they all rotated mid and pushed that as hard as they could because they had the numbers advantage. They did everything to literally stop them from being able to push or do anything. And it looks like they're probably going to be going for another play here at this Baron. So they're going to either look for a pick, they're going to look for a play, and if they're not careful, they can lose this. What are your opinions, Mike?
Look where J4 is. He's on the wrong side of the map. He had this flank angle, but it was Dragon by flank angle. Baron's up. Oh my god, look, Jesus, oh, she almost got Xerath again. Thank god that didn't happen. I'd be tilted if it happened to me a second time.
If
but,
all 5 don't hit, he's
beginnings
not
of a
taking them out.
chase. Yeah, beginning of a chase here, or is this just the push to end all pushes? I don't see how they hold here.
I'm hoping it is. I'm hoping it's defended by Yumi's Doms, but this does look like the beginning of the push. They do have the inhib, they do have the supers and the Baron, of course. Dragon's going to be up in 1 second, so they might just want to get the soul and then make that last-ditch effort. It's going to be a Hex Tech. If they are able to secure it, I don't see any way that J4 is going to be able to make his way into this pit without giving up his life, even if he does get the Baron and the Dragon. Is it worth it? No, it's not. They get the soul anyways. Grader tried to find a sneaky little flank onto the back line, gets punished for it immediately. Urinbot engaged with an ultimate of his own, gets a nice 3-man knock-up, and that's going to be 2 members down, 3 members down, a triple kill being picked up by Pentaman, and 1 more for good health. Conover is going to get that one. Boom, collateral damage. See you later. 5 for 0. Pack your bags. Game 2 is in hand now. BigBacks leads the series 1-0. Started chaotic, ended chaotic.
That super mega death rocket out of Jinx, bro. I don't think she's ever landed one. She shoots it at people Conniver is shooting at, and Conniver just blows them up before Jinx can do anything. And that feels like the story of this game. It wasn't really it was a build around Jinx comp, but it didn't matter. Graves got so fed, it just felt like the game was cooked either way.
Yeah, that was a very, very interesting game from start to finish here, I think, from both teams. Very, very chaotic, very untraditional. It was just like a whole lot was happening from start to finish there. And Conover, high risk, high reward play, and it definitely panned out in his favor. You know, if he wouldn't have gotten that first blood onto J4, I think the whole thing would have fallen apart right then and there.
Yep, I 100% agree. If that didn't work out for him, I think that game was cooked on his side because J4 would have made that Jinx's life hell. But when you know what they say, like if it works, nobody cares how bad it would have been if it didn't, right? We can talk about in theoreticals, but the cold hard truth of the matter is he ganked your jungler, killed him, and made your jungler a non-factor and turned the game into a 4v5. And you could see the pressure on Greater there. Greater is making these in almost every team fight. Greater just feels so pressured to make something happen because he's just like the only guy on the team that can walk in and do anything. And you're getting these really disjointed team fights. The Jarvan is so weak he can't even do his job. You know what I mean? He's so far behind. So that was just tough. That was very, very tough.
Yes,
I mean, BigBack played it properly. They got the jungler out of the game. I mean, it reminds me of this one game that I played yesterday, where I literally had the enemy Janna following the Tryndamere jungle all over the map, getting my jungler completely out of the game, where he couldn't even farm his own jungle. Like it felt that oppressive.
Yeah, the jungle is definitely, I think, one of the biggest impactors when it comes to just competitive games in general. Like how Pike had mentioned earlier, it's a very starve or feast type of role, and it feels bad whenever you are pushed out as the jungler because it is just impossible to make your way back into it, especially when you have someone as dominant as like a Graves that you're, counter-facing there. But, still a lot of League of Legends left to be played. We are going to get ready for game number 2 draft, though, between BigBacks and Yummis Doms here. BigBacks leads the series currently 1-0. They're looking to get this 2-0, or can Doms comes back and even it up 1-1? We're going to find out in just a couple minutes, though. It's the tri-cast between Pike, Pino, and your boy Ryline, and we will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, all of you wonderful, wonderful people. It's the TriCast special here. We got Pike, we got Pino, and we got your boy Rylion, of course. Game number 2 between Yummis, Doms, and BigBacks. And they did switch sides, so I will get that score corrected, and I will get the things corrected here. I didn't notice that till right now. But right now, BigBacks leads the series 1-0. Doms will be on blue. What kind of changes would you like to see in just the draft overall, starting in with Yumi's Doms, of course?
Smaller band's very interesting. If I were you, I'd be looking at the junglers. If I'm Yumi's Doms and saying, what does this conniver play that could potentially do the same thing to me a second time and get it off the board? Secondly, I'm saying, what can we do to pick a lane that we can guarantee is going to win so that my jungler has something to do? So if you need to pinch bot and pinch away the best supports so that your bot lane is open for opportunity, that's one way. We see Wukong get picked. If the other way is to kind of pick aggressive things off the bat and then see where you're going from there. What do you think, Pino?
In my opinion, I think if I'm Yumi's Dom, I'm thinking, okay, we're gonna prioritize picking a strong jungler so that way they have to respond. From there, we build around our jungler, and whether that be a split pusher top lane, whether that be a CC or mid lane, whether that be tank your support, you want to build around that jungle in this game because this jungle is gonna hugely impact how Big Backs is gonna be playing.
Lilia? Lilia.
I was like, well, there's your jungler pick. There's the Lilia, and the Wukong already being locked in here from Yumi's Doms. I like the traditional junglers that they have been picking. The J4 in game number 1, the Wukong now in game number 2. You had mentioned Xin Zhao, of course, earlier there, Pike. Let's see if BigBacks hears it. I still think Xin Zhao. Oh, never mind. Obviously, they picked Lilia here. I don't know why. I guess Lilia top could also be a thing, technically. That's where I usually put Lilia. Not in the jungle anymore. She's just too good of a duelist. But, with that being said, how do you feel about this Lilia Wukong matchup already out the gate as the first picks?
It's a bit of dichotomy because last game you saw a very weak bot lane, very weak and like kind of weak side reactive bot lane in terms of Jinx, with a very proactive jungle play out of Graves. This time we see Lilia, who's really not doing a whole lot of much until she's 6. But on the other side, we see Jin, who is the bot laner who wants to make a lot of plays early, be proactive. He's got W, he's got traps. And we see a Kaisa on the other side. She kind of signs herself up for the Jin treatment, which is a little tough. A little tough. What do you think, Pino?
I mean, they're both really, really good. In the side of Lilia, she has very good clears. She has a very good proactive clear speed that rivals almost anybody. And if you're able to do the clear properly, it is a very scary thing. On the side of Doms, we have a Wukong who in this early game, you can actually pressure the lanes a lot more proactively and not get punished too hard unless that Lilia has that clear speed so down to the point where she can punish you in your own jungle. So it's going to be very interesting. Now, on the side of bot lane and mid lane, both ADCs are very good. Both ADCs are looking for one thing or another. For instance, Kaisa's looking to engage and do these team fights and try and get into the back line. Whereas we have Jin who's trying to be in that back line and poke and do a lot of damage from far away. We have Orianna who has a great ultimate to follow up that Wukong, where we have Veigar who has that baby cage that is very, very good at keeping anybody from really doing anything.
Do you think Lilia has the same hyper carry potential as Graves had last game for Big Bex, or do you think we're going to see a type of different playstyle here from Conover? Or
I think a lot.
You said a conniver? I keep on saying it
Conniver.
differently.
To connive. A man who connives.
A conniver. My apologies.
Conniver. So Lilia's threat when she clears really fast is her counter ganks are actually pretty good. She kind of has the Graves problem in that early game though, where her CC is nothing basically early. I believe if you eat a bowling ball, you get slowed. You can check me on that if you want to scream at me in Twitch chat.
That is true.
Yes, thank you. I don't remember. Thank you. Pino's got my back. Fellow jungler here.
Absolutely.
In big backs, you see three space takers, three champs with big bombastic abilities that are trying to eat up a lot of the space you want to team fight in. On the opposite side, on Yumi's Doms, what do you see? Three divers, or at least a dive and a dive support, because Ori will ball up Wukong. Wukong will go in, slap people around, do a ton of damage. So we kind of have these space takers, kind of spacing kind of players versus this very heavy, we want to dive, we want to go in. On the bright side, Lilia can her early game invade is a little more suicidal than Graves is. It's very dangerous to do. It can go wrong if you don't land things. So hopefully, fingers crossed that if you're J4, you don't get wrecked in your own jungle earlier. But yeah, very, very interesting, different pick. Big Bag did not, in my opinion, Big Bags did not try to dig in the same well that they had the previous game. Um,
I agree.
Urgot,
And
Urgot
so
pick.
we also have the bands of the Croc and Milio on Big Back side. So those are two champions that could really help out that Kaisa, Wukong, and Ori get ahead.
Mhm.
And that Gragas Poppy is perfect to get rid of on the Big Back side because a good Gragas can instigate a fight from wherever, and with all that space taking team that you have, it is so deadly. Same thing with Poppy, sending somebody on the wall or putting somebody out of the fight that tries to go in is very scary. And it looks like it's going to be a Nocturne jungle Wukong
Ooh.
top lane. So
Yes.
I am thinking incorrectly there too. And we got Urgot
Wow.
for top lane. What are your thoughts, Rylon?
No, no, no. We were working with the information that we had at the time, so we all thought it was Wukong Jungle until that Nocturne popped up. I'm personally worried for big backs right now. They have a lot of AP, the Lilia, the Viger. I don't think the Jhin is enough consistent DPS to really, in those team fights, be as effective as we saw last game between the MF and the Jinx or your other traditional, ADCs along those lines. So I'm kind of leaning towards Big Doms a little bit. I know they're not called Big Doms. It's Yummi's Doms. I like to call them Big Doms. Just for a little bit here in game number 2. But yeah, how do you guys feel about this so far between the two now that the draft is complete?
As Pino said, the Poppy Gragas ban was really good. Like incredibly good. Poppy,
Absolutely.
if you want to pick Nocturne Jungle with Wukong top, Poppy stops you cold. She craps on your engage so hard, and even worse, if you are doing a proper buffer where Nocturne goes in, you press the R early on Oriana, which actually ends up the person gets shot behind the Nocturne for the fear to push the player back into your team. Poppy screws you out of it. She completely stops you cold and she ruins the whole thing. So you need to ban Poppy in that case when you're trying this ball delivery system. The only thing I don't like is one, you bamboozled me and that hurts greatly. Two, you picked yourself into a ranged top matchup, Wukong versus Urgot, which is not particularly fun for Wukong early. The shotgun knees hurt almost as much as my betrayal here. As SpongeBob said, we've been Speckledorfed, but I'm interested to hear Pino's thoughts on this kind of new Nocturne Wukong engage that we're going to see.
So what's interesting is I actually have a friend who plays Wukong top. He's an OTP Wukong at the time that I met him, and he's one of my IRL friends. So he's played Wukong versus every matchup top lane. And in this matchup, he actually wins versus Urgot
Mm-hmm.
early game. But Urgot wins after he hits level 9 because he can infinitely have his turret going, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So any advantages early that Wukong can get is going to be beneficial. Not only that, Wukong's clone can actually take the hit of Urgot's ult and completely mitigate it. So there's a lot of tools that Wukong has to be able to win this matchup top lane, and it's really just going to come down to who's the better top laner.
Fair. That's fair. Um, it is if it is that case, it is Greater kind of calling his own number again. He called it as Garen. He said, "I'm going to pick Garen to beat Malphite." So I'm really interested in seeing kind of what Greater does here. What do you think, Rylan?
Well, it's going to be difficult for the Wukong, as you had already mentioned, because the range in the top side there, and it's going to make it a little bit more difficult because Nocturne's not really going to be effective or showing up until level 6, right? They both really don't turn on until level 6. Lilia, though, on the other hand, all she has to do is just show up. She hits an E, that's a guaranteed slow. Urgot's going to throw you backwards, even if you have the clone popped, unless you pop the clone first and then get hit by the snowball or something, right? There's just a lot of slow setup and a lot of gank potential early on for BigBacks that Doms doesn't have until level 6. But after level 6, that's when we're going to start seeing, I think, those ganks in the top side consistently, or that setup. Maybe we could even see some level 5 roams from Wukong. If Orianna hits 6 first, which I think she should be okay against Vigar, I can see a potential roam coming in for Wukong, getting a clone off, getting the ball on him, and then boom, shockwave. Vigar doesn't even know what happened to him. That's just, a sneaky little play that I'm thinking of early. If Wukong can get ahead anywhere or can just be a little bit present, try to collapse on the grubs early, get the assists if you can, because laning phase is going to be rough. CS will be rough, and of course, just going against that Urgot's going to not be a fun time.
Very true. I'm going to drop a truth bomb here. A lot of people think Viger is basically Nasus, the Nasus of the mid lane, where he only hits minions with Q, right? To farm up the phenomenal evil to get all the AP and do his thing. Here's the truth bomb: if you slap Orianna with that Q, you did the same thing as killing a minion.
Exactly.
So
Yep.
Viger is very far from being completely helpless in this lane. Now, can he push as hard as Ori? Not until he gets the meatball. But Viger can 100%. He has a lot of avenues of play here. It's not completely helpless for him. In fact, I think Viger's actually at his weakest when Ori hits 6. Because then the shockwave puts you under a ton of pressure of getting killed by those junglers. And Nocturne can buffer W and walk right through your cage. You actually need to double cage him. If you're a 5-head player, you can put the cage around yourself, and between you and the Nocturne, he will spell shield the first edge of your cage and hit the second, which is extremely funny. But does not happen very often when you're desperate and paranoid.
That is true.
But it is the threat of the Nocturne Ori is actually when Viger is very scared for this game because his self peel is not enough. But in the early game, it's quite playable for Viger because he can poke back with Q. The only thing is who will better take care of their mana issues here. Both of them are very mana intensive early.
Got you. And I only need a one-word answer before we get to break here real quick. Pino, we'll start with you. Who do you got for game number 2? Yummis Doms or BigBacks?
We'll go with Yumi's Dom game 2.
Game 2, even it up. How about you, Pike?
BigBacks.
BigBacks moving on to the 2-0. I'm going to go in Doms with this one as well. 1-1. Keep it even. Get me to that game 5, hopefully. But we're going to cut it to a short little intermission while we get ready for the in-game everything setup. Do not go anywhere. Your boy, Rye Lion, Pike, and Pino. We'll be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, all of you wonderful, wonderful people. It's your boy, Rye Lion, and we have Pino and Pike. Pino stepped away for just a quick moment here, but he will be back. And while we get ready for him and everything, let's go ahead and break down the teams and their champions real quick. Starting on blue side, we do have Yummis Doms. We have Greater in the top lane with Wukong, Trans Prime with Nocturne in the jungle, the Dizzler 98 with Orianna in the mid lane, Dominant Yumi, of course, with Kaisa in the ADC, and Kazakura on the Karma support. And Pike, who do we got for red side?
On the red side, we have Urian Bot with, gotta be kidding me. We have the Speed Deer with Conniver, who recently got warded. We have Pokemon Go PvPer with Viger. We have Panaman on Jin, hopefully going to have a lot more fun when they were sitting there and praying as Jinx. And we have...
Janna.
I think I've been briefed. We've got Janna on Janna. Thank you, Riot. I was checking my own client to make sure I was not just getting griefed, but no, it's certainly Janna. We got Janna on Janna.
It certainly is.
Pulls out the streamer mode once the lights go big, but yeah, super interesting game.
Anything
Yumi Stomps did a 5-point there. They did a 5-point where they had one person at each entrance to make sure that there was no conniver shenanigans this game.
Oh, but speaking of shenanigans, Dominant Yumi gets all of the procs off, including a nice little W hit there onto Janna, taking the full brunt force of that combo. And down to about 10% health there. I was going to say, Dominant Yumi opting in for the Ghost this round. Interesting little maneuver there.
Yeah. Understand it. You are kind of get bullied, so having the...
I was going to say, Urine Bot, I don't know why he's going for the dive at level 3, but gets 2 tower shots and has to back on out of there.
And that's the problem. When you're not an OTP Wukong, Urgot is a really rough lane because you have to play the space really well because you're going to eat shotgun knees trying to get stuff done. And you felt the poor pain. No.
And Trans Prime is about to feel the pain right here. We have his sneaky little invade following up with a bush strat. Janna has to burn the flash, and the flash waiting patiently from Trans Prime to go ahead and get the first blood, but they will probably look like get the return kill. Conniver does get the Q sweep and the double buff action. Pokemon PvP here shows up as well, misses the cage, but nice W lands from Panaman here. And that looks like to the end of that trade overall. 1-1, and the first blood being picked up this time by Yummis Doms.
Okay. Trans Prime actually initiating that one. You're seeing, how does the shoe feel on the other foot, Mr. Conniver? I'm invading this time. Unfortunately, he died, so it's not as pretty as it was the first time, and it's not game over or anything, but able to successfully force onto Janna and make it work out.
No, I agree, definitely. And talking about that Vigar, he is also able to stack off of his baby cage and his W. Can't remember the name for the life of me, his W. But
it is
something Starfall, right?
Dark Matter. Dark Matter.
Of course it is.
I call it the meatball.
But he's able to stack also off of those on Orianna, so he is not completely helpless in stacking just only his Q on that Orianna.
Yeah, absolutely true. We see kind of some more Nocturne gameplay in the bot. I don't know if they're actually going for gank or if he's just taking the crab and leaving, as it's 29-20 already in jungle farm, and look where Conniver is. He's like, oh, Nocturne, you have some beautiful farm for me. As we see the farm get taken away, and I'm really worried, Pino. I'm really worried that we're going to see a homeless Nocturne all over again.
Well, and that's the thing about splitting the map, right? You want Nocturne to split the map and get that blue side from Conniver. Because you know Conniver's going to be in your blue side, taking all your camps as much as possible. And it looks like he's ganking mid lane right now.
Oh, and Greater actually getting the Cyclone off. He's not going to be, he flashes forward, gets the double knock up, and does trade his life. So I don't know if it was 100% worth it, but he did get the level 6 start over him. But I don't know if giving up your life in that 1-for-1 trade without, now you have no flash, now you have no ulti in return, and he's not even level 6 yet. So I think that leaves Urgot with a little room for getting his lick back.
Yeah, absolutely. And Urgot is also, one, he TP back along with Viger, so TPs are down. 2, we have a Cole on Urgot and a Cole on Kaisa. Very important to look at the Coles, as they're going to be trying to get spikes off it. And is Janna dead again? No, she can't be.
Just takes a lot of damage, that's all.
No, just takes a quarter of their health to harass. As it's just oh my goodness. I did not notice this. There is a massive CS gap mid. What do you think about it?
Oh. We might have lost him for just a moment, but that's okay.
Yes.
30 double CS lead currently on the Orianna, and he, how many phenomenal evil stacks does he have? Let's find out. No, we won't. Never mind. We won't find out at all. Get over here, you little bastard. There you go. 26. So, a little bit of a rough start here at 6.5 minutes. I think you usually want to hit, about 10 a minute, right? If you want to be on, on par.
Yep.
So he's actually stacking pretty good. What you want to do is you want to have at least, I think it's 5 per minute with Veigar. With Acel, it's 10 per minute.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Really? 5 a minute?
Yeah.
Dang, then I must be challenger at Vigar. Let's go.
BigBack could really use you right now. Poor Viger he's just not having a good time. Here's the difference. One person went back and bought a tome, which means they get to dictate how the lane's going, because the Lost Chapter is going to be able to allow them to regenerate all that mana. Viger bought a tier, which means, yes, he has more mana to start out with, but look at the mana numbers. Viger is just struggling to just keep this wave playable, and he's starting to feel a little constrained by Orianna right now.
Uh-oh, and yep, Conover did unfortunately get caught out here by Greater. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we do see Transprime also being caught out by his team here. Transprime actually gets the kill off onto Janna, but not before being taken out by Panaman here. So trading 1-for-1, and Conover didn't get taken out himself. Has a sliver of health in the top side of the map here, but still, I like how both teams are very aware of their junglers and what they're trying to accomplish.
Very true. Very true. The only thing is, this mid CS gap's getting worse, and I think we might see a dead Viger here. He is very lucky Command Shockwave was not up. Oh no, another fight. Is Wukong dead?
Nah, he's got the clone.
But whenever Urgot is a 30, I think it's 25% execute.
Ooh,
so you have less.
3 men inside the mid lane here. The combos come through, and Pokemon PvPer had to just wait patiently, but ends up getting the kill there. So he got a little bit back.
And that Janna's starting to do what happened to me in that one game, rotating with the jungler everywhere. And I'm telling you, it's a strat that's been happening recently, and it's disgusting because Janna can just keep you going over and over. It's scary.
You're kind of seeing over rotates too. Yummis Doms is whenever Janna goes, you see Panaman sit bot, take free waves and plates. You see dominant Yumi and Kazakura walk up to try and follow Janna all by herself. So just a bit of a struggle here, as Jin, who was kind of actually in a disadvantageous situation there, manages to claw 2 plates and lots of CS there. I think he's pretty happy with himself. If you're Transprime here, you're Nocturne, you have ults, where are you going next, Pino?
If I'm going anywhere right now, what I want to do is I want to try and get this Ori any sort of lead that she can, because the longer the game goes, the longer this Veigar is going to be more and more relevant. So you want to try and shut that down early as possible.
Yeah,
I do
can
think.
argue with that.
Yeah, I do think a lot of Nocturnes have problems where they don't ult for too long, and I was actually getting chewed out by the ult for that. Man's like, oh, is that just? I'm on the map.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I think he's just like, hey, hey, hey.
I am Nocturne. Hear me roar. Oral.
I don't know. That might have just been. He might have been trying to type something and accidentally hit R on that one. Not 1,000%, but that kind of sucks because that dragon's up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, and it feels like it might have been bailing his bot lane out. Oh no!
Oh,
No
he did
blue for
steal the
Conniver.
blue.
That's
Very
actually
nice.
Tragic.
But Conniver's gonna get stuck there. No, he's not. He's gonna get pulled back. Very nice. Shockwave's gonna come through here from the Dizzler, and Dominant Yummi's gonna get that kill. We have Jen who's gonna pop the ultimate just to go ahead and give a little bit of health to the Panaman and the rest of the team. Trans Prime though, wasting absolutely no time, has the fear, forces the flash, and all three members here from BigBack's forced into their tier 1. Are they looking for a potential dive, or are they going to try to get that dragon? It looks like they're wasting a lot of health, a lot of resources trying to do something, but they're not. They're just waiting for that death timer to come back up here for Conniver, which he is now. They now make their way to the dragon. Let's see if they can burst it down.
Yeah, no, and it's devastating to watch a little bit because in this game, it looks like Yumi's Dom is taking control of the map early on. They're making plays around the map. They're trying to get as much picks and kills wherever they can. Try and push Conniver out of the game as soon as possible. But Nocturne is getting a little bit behind due to the fact that he is one level down right now.
It's very true. And the other thing is, whenever you take an objective on the map, if the other jungler is playing properly, they're taking your camp. Look, Nocturne trying to do stuff on bot side of the map. Conniver, ooh, I'm going to slide in. Is that ground buff? Yes, sir. Give me. He's going to take it every single time. So when Nocturne does the Herald, does the Grubbins, does any dragon, you will almost always see Lilia say, okay, I'm going to take all your shit, and then you're going to be homeless on the next clear. And you see it happen again. Nocturne just lost Wolves and Krugs, though Conniver needs to get the heck out of Dodge.
And he's going to make out like a bandit. Look at him.
Yep. Nocturne will back up. Pino, which lane do we go to? I'm going to keep asking because he needs to be using it. No more Aura ult.
I'm going to be using... I'm going to that top lane, trying to get that Urgot, so that way we can secure this Rift Herald here in 3 minutes.
See the TP. Do we see a Paranoia?
Let's find out. He might be a little bit delayed on it. There goes the Paranoia. The dash forward, and the first Cyclone pop does get through, and the second one just to hold him there for good measure. And Greater gets the kill. Couldn't ask for anything better. Dwayne Wade assist to LeBron James.
Yes, sir. Pino the Prophet.
Literally.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, like, if I'm Nocturne here, I'm looking for a play top lane. I'm trying to see what I can do to get this Wukong ahead. He has Trinity Force. Urgot has that Black Cleaver. We got to try and get this Wukong ahead so that way he can impact the map a lot more than just sitting top lane. This is one of those games where you want to have Wukong affecting the map.
Okay, so interesting. Good point. So you want Wukong to be a part of these team fights rather than split pushing?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
I think part of it is Cyclone is devastating in team fights. It's basically a mini Malphite ult that you can do twice. Very true. Not the full unstoppable force, but you get a little knockup. Urgot in a team fight can't do a lot of damage, but he puts himself at a lot more risk, and he doesn't have nearly as much CC. He's only got the subjugate, right? Not the throw over. No, disdain, not subjugate. Subjugate is Trundle. He's got the disdain to throw you over, and he's got the hook that can fear you, but that means someone's already dead, right? He's got to reel you in, and then he gets the tasty fear off. So Wukong is just a lot more consistent, and we might see the death of Conniver here.
Yep, he is unfortunately stuck between a rock and a hard place. And Janna, again, getting about to half health in the beginning of this team fight. But nice two-man sleep here from Lilia. And the Dizzler's able to pick up the kill onto Janna, though. And now they are on the back foot trying to retreat as quickly as possible. And they only give up one, fortunately. But still, Conniver very close to death. Has to back on out of there. Nope, the current call is going to be called upon here from Panaman, and in the top side we have another 1v1 happening, and Cyclone is popped twice now from Greater, and he is not shy to this 1v1. As you had mentioned, that Trinity Force with those Sheen procs, a little bit too much now for Urgot to handle.
I agree, and until Urgot gets a second item, he's going to be having a hard time here. You need Lilia to come top lane to oppress this Wukong a little bit more, or else this Wukong's just going to start taking over the game. He is one of those champions that can take over the game too.
And he built Cole. That's the issue here. The Cole did pay for itself already.
Ooh.
And he builds Omnivamp boots. He built the Omni boots. Cannot remember off the top of my head. You're building boots that need 10 kills to reach their full Omnivamp potential. You're 1 in 3. I really wish there was like a Ninja Tabs there, man. I'm not buying Omnivamp boots for Urgot right now. I don't know what you think, Pino. It seems kind of crazy to me.
I think that the Urgot boots are definitely troll. I play Urgot, and I know a lot about Wukong and this matchup, Urgot versus Wukong. So I'm over here looking at this, and I'm like, you're in bot. You need a lot more damage, and you need sustain in a different way versus this Wukong.
So what,
Because,
steel plate
yeah,
caps
like I
is the
said-
preferred one in this matchup?
Yeah, so plated caps actually doesn't. It's not going to help you as much as you think. You want actually anti-CC versus Wukong because they do have more than enough CC, and it's something that's devastating to see.
And this time, oh, how the turns have tabled. Conniver is losing his CS while he takes the grubbins. But unfortunately for him, it looks like Yumi says, okay, we'll take Soul Point.
Yeah, 16-minute soul point is pretty big. That's going to be a 20-minute, hopefully, soul for Yumi's Doms here. I mean, they did give up the Grubs, and they did give up the Rift Herald. So, you know, top side jungle versus bottom side jungle objective control. I personally like Dragons a little bit more. They're forever, you know?
And Chaos talks about it a lot. He says, as a bot laner, I hate when we trade things off for Grubs. Grubs are great if they're cake. Where, you know, you want to fight and then you get Grubs after. But when you overcommit for Grubs, they can actually be one of the worst objectives in the game. I really hate giving up Soul Point for a Grub. If it was second Dragon, I'm a little bit happier about it. But when you're giving up Soul Point, you put yourself so much pressure.
Very nice shockwave, but it was countered by that Zhonya's, or at least the first part of the Zhonya's, not exactly the whole thing built yet from Conover, but had to pop that early to avoid being killed there. I mean, they're setting up really nicely for Yumi's Doms, I think. Like, I think the transitionings are very well. Pino, now that we have like a 3-in-1 Wukong, right? And he can match Urgot anytime that he wants. When do we start to see the rums? Like, does he have to match the Urgot every single time now? You know, just to avoid Urgot from coming back? Or when should we hop into the 5v4s?
So right now, what you're doing is perfectly fine. Your team has an advantage. So right now, your only objective as Wukong is to oppress this Urgot as much as possible. Let him go down in farm. Let him go down in plates. And as you're seeing right now, it is very deadly for them.
Absolutely. Someone wants to see
Absolutely.
the Urgot Runes and Masteries. I'll see if I can show them for all you wonderful folks. We have Press the Attack. It looks like Triumph, Bloodline, Last Stand, and then he has the Cosmic Insight Inspiration tree on the second one. So I wasn't even privy to that. Now that you know that it's a Press the Attack and Inspiration, is this traditional or should we have gone Conqueror here?
In this particular game, I would have gone Conquer because they do have a lot of champions that are going to be in your face, and you are essentially the solo front line for your team.
How about you, Pike? You agree with that?
PGA is usually the standard, but I am not in disagreement. When I look at the rest of your team, as Urgot, you have a very heavy burden of like trying to make these team fight works as the only tank. Now, to be fair, Wukong's kind of the only tank. You do have Nocturne too, but he's probably dead if the team fight's going right. He's diving and trying to make it work and probably getting traded off for a much more important target. But yeah, oh no,
We have the
Cyclone,
re-engage.
Paranoia.
Yep, from Greater, and that Paranoia coming in from Trans Prime, but we do have Conover waiting on the back lines, and it doesn't really matter as Urinbot just gets blown up instantly and then forces the flash coming out of Conover. Everyone else trying to push where they can. Wagner's going to push out mid, but still that trade overall in favor of Yumi's Doms.
I agree. And here's the interesting part, right? With Jin, this is a favorable game for you because you don't really have a traditional front line that you have to worry about and try and kill. You have a whole bunch of squishy targets, and if you're able to get that Jin ahead, you're able to actually start dominating the game because he'll start doing a lot of damage, and it's so hard for them to really do anything against that. They do have the Wukong and Nocturne to be able to jump on you, but like I said, you want this Wukong out of top lane and start impacting the map. And it looks like he is rotating bot lane. We'll see if he's able to do anything with that.
And I think Viger needs a pair of replacement ankles there because they just got a little broken. Basically caged Ori under tower and didn't get anything out of it. By the way, I think you're stuck on Urgot as the camera. Seeing a
Oh,
TP,
yep, you're
Viger
right.
bot TP, Urgot bot TP, it's actually going to work out.
Yep, everyone's coming to the bot lane here as Greater made his way. They do trap the clone, but that's not going to do them any good here. It's a 5v4, and BigBack has the numbers advantage, but they don't have the damage advantage, it looks like. Orianna's not even going to be a part of it right now, and I think that would be pretty impactful if they do want to try to win this fight overall, but oh my god. PvPer gets caught out. Here comes the paranoia. Do they decide to go in? Yes, they do. Down goes Conover and pops the Zonias there onto the Vigar, only to delay the inevitable as he gets taken down. The shutdown being picked up there from Urinbot. So down goes Wukong 1 for 3. And I think that might be the only kill that they get. There goes the 4th one, and Urinbot is trying to do what he can, but a triple being picked up by Dominant Yumi here. And they want this 1v1. Oh, and they at least get the other kill. Doesn't manage to get the reverse ace, unfortunately. Great look, and he was like Wyatt as well. I'm all the way here. I'm going to go balls to the walls deep. And that trade definitely in favor of Yumi's Doms. And they're making a really good case right now for evening up this series 1-for-1 as they go and take the 22-minute Dragon Soul. That is this Hex. Or Chemtech, sorry.
And we were talking about how both teams kind of have fake tanks. What makes a fake tank about 1,000,000 times better? Damage reduction, tenacity. And now he has extra damage reduction on this Wukong. He's going to be tankier than he looks off of this Chemtech Soul. So it's actually a great take and nice mid-tower pressure back from Conniver there. Able to get a tower and crack it open. But if I am Yumi's Dobbs, I am being chilling right now. I'm quite happy. What do you think, Tina?
I think I'm happy with the results right now. We're at an advantage everywhere. This bot lane rotations have been wonderful everywhere on the map. Yes, it gave Jin a little bit of, free farm, but that Jin has such a slow clear speed. So he's not able to actually do much with when it comes to getting towers and getting that CS.
Absolutely true. And Kaisa has a 650 gold bounty, which means she is way up on Jin. She's got 5 kills. She's basically the Conniver of game 2. Just up a massive amount of kills. And Kaisa's going to be a massive threat here in a lane where, again, against all expectations, she's actually thriving as we might see a dead mid. Oh, dead!
Yep, no, I was gonna let you do your thing, and I was like, yep, nope, just keep on doing your thing. And Orianna did unfortunately fall there. They do take the tier 1 in the bot lane though, and I don't know if that was technically worth it overall. I mean, any kind of gold right now that goes on over to BigBack is just getting them back into the game, making them more relevant. Right now, what's the focus, do you think, currently for BigBack? Like, where do you want them to be funneling all their gold?
Ooh, that's
Oh, hold on one second. You're in bot. I mean, he's trying to find some kind of salvation. He's like, if I hide in this bush, maybe he'll go away. And that is not the case, unfortunately, as Dominant Yumi just killer instincts right on in and takes that kill. Meanwhile, in the jungle around the Drake, we do have Transprime and Kazakuro who find themselves in a 3v2 situation. I don't know how they always find themselves in these precarious spots, but they need to stop doing that. They're trying to ward, they're trying to get any kind of information that they can, but sometimes they're not dying, thankfully, but they get themselves into sticky situations quite often.
Oh, it's when your team is making a play on the other side of the map, you can't be pushing up like that because we sent 2 people up there, and that means we're now underpowered mid. So it's just super important you don't let that happen. Kind of a reconfiguring of the lanes and we see the dance around Baron commence, if you're BigBack, what are you doing here? You know?
If I'm big backs, I really want to try and get that Urgot a little bit more
Mhm.
back into the game. We got Vigar, who's been stacking wonderfully, right? And we'll
Mhm.
be able to see the stacks here in just a moment. But it, you want as much gold to that top lane and mid lane to try and impact this game as much as possible. Because the longer the game goes on, the more this Vagar is going to be impacting the game. And if I'm Yumi's Dom, yes, we have an advantage. Yes, we got all the dragons. Yes, we have Dragon Soul. But there is still the potential to lose this game if we do not properly
Oh my.
close this out.
Oh,
Dude, this AP Kaisa, you
Janda.
guys watching this? Dear God.
Yeah.
Ow!
These W's are colliding, and she is a problem. Dear Lord. 6-0-2? Two of them. She just hit two of them, and both of them are down to half health. How do you deal with that on top of everything else
I'm
that they got
getting-
going on?
I'm getting Vietnam flashbacks of that obnoxious ass AP Kaisa build that you play in ARAM and just shoot W after W down the lane. Oh, she just hit another one.
Oh, this is
Look
rough.
at Jin's health. Ow. Oh God, it's just a disaster, man.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Oh, it's an AP Kaisa. We're gonna get poked out. We gotta figure out some way to either lock her down and kill her fast, or we're gonna be sustaining heavy damage.
It's really tough because you picked a space control kind of team. You don't actually have a lot of picking ability. It's basically like bowling ball YOLO into follow up. Like, who's catching that Kaisa this game? Really?
And in
good
all
question.
actuality, the only one
Oh!
that can really do anything is that Lilia. But Lilia is starting to.
Oh! Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that. He walked right into it by accident. Damn. Damn. What? That sucks. That sucks a whole lot.
Yeah, no, that's the hard part. But like I was saying, Lilia is your only champion that really goes in, and if she can't go in with any follow up, she's just gonna be irrelevant.
Oh man, and with them getting picked off early, they're looking for a potential Baron here, but they're getting collapsed on by BigBacks here. Paranoia is going to get started in this team fight right onto the Urgot, and oh my god, they said, forget this Urgot, we're going after the Lilia first, and then the Urgot will be the entree on that menu here. Pokemon PvPer getting a Kaisa W. I thought there was going to be a Killer Instinct follow-up, but no, definitely want to stick with the team. Don't want to accidentally give up a kill when you don't have to, and I think this is going to be a free Baron essentially picked up here from Yummis Doms.
Yeah, no, I mean they're playing it perfectly. They're turning on the right people, but this is the hardest Baron to be caught up in because it does max percent health damage.
I thought he stole
And
that
if
for
you're
a
able
second.
to get that damage onto them,
Oh!
Yeah, and then the Killer Instinct. That was disgusting. Sorry, go ahead, Pino. Finish your thought out. My apologies.
No, no,
I
you're
thought
good.
he was going
I'm
for
over
the.
here,
I was like, damn.
yeah, and it goes straight from Baron to Elder. And if you're big backs, you're like, okay, we got to regroup. We got to think of how we're going to play out this next game because now they don't have Wukong, they don't have Nocturne, they don't have Graves. So from here on forward, we're definitely going to see at least 4 games.
Yeah, minimum.
And the real
Minimum.
tragedy of that Baron fight is that actually the fight you want. That is the fight you want as big backs. The fight that can get you back into the game. One major issue. Your Jin was dead.
he got picked off by that Kaisa.
He got picked off by that Kaisa W.
Hmm.
So what did it cost me walking back into that Kaisa W and dying? Everything. Because now Baron Elder's down, and I think this goose is cooked as he eats them. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it.
Bro, this is actually insane. And with the Elder proc, I mean, that's like 30% of your health that's getting chunked every single time that you eat one of these W's here. And 2 of them on top of that gets the proc off, that's 100% of your health. Like, oh, it's a mini game inside the game.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Well, you don't have any tanks to really eat that up either.
No.
Yeah, you don't.
Urgot's got nothing, dude. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate watching this. My heart goes out to BigBack here watching this shit happen to them. I hate it.
It's definitely giving me PTSD from my own personal games. It's like this has happened to me so many different times. And oh, nice move from Urimbot actually to go ahead and throw Greater underneath the tower. Even though he has the Elder, he does get it, but I mean, there was just a sliver, a moment there that I thought Urgot was going to be able to get his ulti off, and oh my god, a point-blank W, straight pit of dome, down goes Janna, and we do have that, oh my lordy, everyone's just getting blown up on the side of BigBacks right now, like, they are not on the side of, they are the ones that are, oh, no, they are getting blown up. They switch sides again. Yummi's Doms are just absolutely unreal, and with Baron in hand, they have 3 cannons that are just beating down the Nexus towers currently. And I don't know why the rest of the team is trying to get these tier 3s. They can go ahead and finish the game if they want to. 2 death timers of about 20 seconds each. The curtain call is going to go ahead and get popped. And oh my god, 1 W in return is all Kai'Sa needed to do to stop that. There goes the second Nexus tower. And the Nexus is going to follow suit. So we will see a even 1-1 series so far between Yummi's Doms and BigBacks, as Yummi's Doms in commanding fashion takes game number 2 there.
Yeesh. That prediction of Yumi's Dom winning was spot on for me and you, Rylan.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can see why you picked BigBacks. Don't get me wrong, but like 100%. But yeah, Yummi's Doms, they just showed up in game number 2. Mental reset, and they were like, we're taking this.
I really think the issue is, if you decide that you are gonna play, you cannot afford to put Conniver on a passive jungler. You've learned your lesson. Do not do it. It has never worked out for you, ever. Stop doing it. So you've learned your lesson. Okay, we tried to play with Conniver on aggressive jungler. He crapped on the enemy jungler and won the game for us. We put him on a passive jungler. The other jungler, after using the Aura ult, he did Aura ult, but after the Aura ult, he spent the rest of the game 1 by 1 ruining your lanes. Straight up. 1 by 1, he ruined your lanes.
I love that. The Aura ulti was, I mean, that was just like, hey, I'm level 6. I'm just letting it be known.
It's incredibly based. And I kind of look back at the replay there. It feels like he was using it to try and bail his bot lane out of a potentially dangerous river push that they were doing.
Got you.
But I couldn't tell you for sure, if anything, or ult. But he ruined each one of the lanes, and there was nothing, absolutely nothing Lilia could do. And then you ran into the issue that Kai'Sa's just free shooting harass over to your side. You have nothing that outranges her, and you have no engage. So what do? There's nothing for you to do as BigBacks. There's no pick ability, no nothing. You over-indexed just a little bit, too much, into trying to control space. Controlling space is great. It's awesome when you're the first one at the objective and they have to run into you.
Absolutely.
But when you're on the defensive and you're getting pushed in and sieged, it's not nearly as fun.
Well, and if I was BigBacks this game, I would have definitely invested a little bit more on that Urgot, because that Urgot could have easily taken over the game. I mean, you saw that Dragon fight right before Dragon Soul where Urgot was outputting damage and he was doing good. It really was devastating to see. But now you actually know Wukong beats Urgot, and it's because of that armor shred that Wukong does that Wukong makes it so oppressive to be played against in the top lane. I mean, I even have trouble against it a lot of times whenever I'm playing versus Wukong top. And in this next game, I'm resetting my mindset. We got first pick this time. What are we going to prioritize? What are we going to pick? Are we going to pick a flex pick, try and bamboozle them? Or what are we doing? But that is my final thoughts before we go into game 3 draft.
Absolutely. We're going to cut it to a short little intermission, though, while we get ready for the draft. I know the players are itching to get ready, so we're going to cut it. It's going to be a very short one. So give us just a little bit. Your boy Pike, Pino, and Ryline with the TriCast. We'll be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, all of you wonderful, wonderful people. It's your boy Rylion here, and we got the TriCast with Pike and Pino. And you know what? We have another extra little surprise here on screen for you all. I'm gonna have my boy Tiger come on just for a moment to say hello. He's live in person here. If you guys never seen him, it's alright. He's ugly. You don't have to look at him. Anyways, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend himself. That's Tiger.
What's up, guys? What's up?
Ew, he's ugly. Get out of here. No one wants to see you anyways. Thanks. That was his cameo special. But let's go ahead and get ready for game number 3 as the draft has started here. Big backs and doms. I mean, you were saying, Pike, right before the ending of game number 2, that jungler transition, that was my biggest worry, I think, for big backs, was going from the Graves to the Lilia, not having that hyper carry. I made a little comment of it beforehand. I know Lilia has the potential to do a lot of damage, just not the same as Graves. And I think they do need to go back to a kind of like that hyper carry jungle style in order for them to be successful.
Bard went through. This is the first banning phase where Bard went through. If you're the Bard player here, do you just insta-pick him at risk of getting counterpicked by the other team?
I definitely don't agree with that. Just because what you want to do is you want to try and prioritize something strong like a carry jungler on Big Back side. And they went with the Yanara. In all honesty, you want to prioritize your team around your jungler because that is your focal point on Big Back side.
I
Now,
see it.
Now for Yumi's Dom, they have an overall great bot lane that rotates everywhere on the map. And what you want to do is you want to pick something that can hyper carry on Big Back side to try and offset those roams. Something like Jin was not the play on Big Back side, and I think Yanara is a way better pick this time around.
I absolutely agree. Ari, we have seen a lot of mid lane pressure this game out of Yumi's Doms. Out of I believe it was the Drizzler. Drizzler was like roaming around. We saw him early in that Orianna invade. So I love Ari because Ari is really good as a roamer and puts a lot of pressure with her charm. If you're like walking into a bush or into a jungle fight, you don't know what's happening, you might be eating a charm and getting killed. The Ashe 2, lots of pick from Yumi's Doms. How are you feeling about the draft so far, Rylian?
Ahri and Ashe is my favorite ADC of all time. So if I see an Ashe being played, I'm already having a great like casting time because I know we're gonna see enchanted arrows hit. Unlike your boy first person shooter here, I'm all over I'm like Helen Keller when it comes to it. Everyone else, they're just hitting these things across the map, getting 3.5 second stuns. It's going to be a fun time. What's not going to be a fun time, though, is that they unfortunately have to try to hit a Vladimir and a Yunara. Yunara has, that extra movement speed when she's in the ultimate, though, she gets that dash. And we're having another dash with Renekton. So all of these players are going to be able to either pool out of it, dash out of it. It's just moving targets are more and more difficult to hit here. And as we can see, yes, on stream, thank you. I miss all my Ashe arrows, you raggedy bitch. Anyways, for Doms, I mean, they do have a nice pick potential, though. I like the charm, and Volibear looks like they're trying to stack those Fresh Lords on top of each other, which is always a good time. I love a good Fresh Lord team here. And Ashe, Volibear, and Ahri, that's a lot of damage as well. Both teams picking 3 heavy damage dealers. I'm already seeing like a bunch of team fight predictions happening in the future as of right now.
Well, and they also go for it.
Okay. On the bright side, you have Renekton, so your jungler's not homeless because Renekton is a pusher. Renekton likes to push in. He likes to do stuff.
Oof.
Bard does get banned, so Bard is taken away. That was, I was going to say, on the other side. On the sad side, no Bard, because he's certainly not making it past R4, R5. The interesting thing I would say, do you think it's bully top or bully jungle? Because we've been bamboozled before by Yumi's Doms. And I was about to ask Pino, is this bully top or bully jungle in your humble opinion?
In my humble opinion, I really do think this is a Volibear top. It makes sense versus the matchup. The only thing that you have to worry about when you're facing Renekton is that shield break that Renekton does as Volibear. Now, granted, you could also take it into the jungle and start impacting the map a lot sooner with Volibear, and you do got those great tower dives with Volibear if you do take him in the jungle, and he can disable that turret. You can tower dive, and you can kill anyone that you want.
Lethal tempo Volibear, press the attack Volibear. What do you think? What do you think that they're gonna go? I think lethal tempo obviously works the best for the most part on Volibear, right? But we saw press the attack on Urgot versus that Conqueror, last game here, and I know it wasn't on Yummis Doms who had done it, but what are we feeling in the top lane matchup there for Renekton and Volibear?
Quick
I
thing,
mean,
they banned Zinchao. So
They
BigBack
did.
agrees with you, Pino.
Yep.
They think it's Volibear top 2. They 100%. You
They
do not
do.
ban for Zinchao top. They 100% think it's Volibear, which means, oh my god, they're saving jungle
Raka.
for last on Yumi's
That's-
Doms. They're trying to get an advantageous jungle pick.
For the first time. We saw what the Graves was able to do in the first game, so, they need to go with something that's as hyper carry. Who do you think, it can't be Viego, that's gone. Kane is a potential here. Who else has, a semi-global ultimate that's, super impactful or high... Vi. I think Vi might be a pretty good lockdown pick here as well for Doms.
Maokai.
Maokai. Support for...
that is a Maokai support.
Yep, absolutely. Big backs. Okay, I do kind of like that because obviously the Nether Grasp is an entire lane wide, so you're going to be hitting somebody with that. And then you have the rest of the follow-up squad there between Renekton and, well, we don't know who the last pick is, Kindred.
Kindred.
What
Yeah.
is happening?
That is
can't be
the
true.
hyper carry. That
It
is the
is.
hyper
It's
carry.
true. They locked it in. They locked it
The
in.
hyper
Yeah.
carry.
Okay, so we're going for late game scaling. They need a lot of stacks. That means we're going to be seeing a lot of invade from whomever Dom's picks. Who would you like to see into the Kindred?
The crazy part is Kindred is a dangerous level 1 invader because she can kite you very hard. Her Q's on a very low cooldown. Actually want to pick something that won't take her crap, and it's Pantheon. And that's one of the
Pantheon
camps.
is
Like,
good.
if you invade me, I jump on your head and kill you. I actually really like the counter Pantheon.
Now, here's the other thing, though, that we're not taking into account. That might be a Pantheon top lane.
Yeah.
If Pantheon into Renekton actually makes a lot more sense with this Volibear being prioritized in the jungle and being able to be on the map wherever we need him.
Mm-hmm.
So
Very.
it is very up in the air what it could possibly be. But Pantheon is a very good, strong final pick for Yummi's Dom because you can interchange him with a Volibear and have Volibear go in that jungle. And Volibear jungle versus Kindred is actually winning on Volibear's side if he's able to stop him from stacking.
Mm-hmm.
Oof, this is going to be very interesting. I'm so curious to see who goes where. They didn't make it be known either, so they were like, I guess we'll have to see. So I'm curious to see who they lock it in. Damn, this is crazy. Predictions-wise so far, Big Backs and Doms, game number 3. Who's going to be leading the series after this game? We'll start with you, Pike.
Not gonna lie. Most of you picked Yumi's Doms on the prediction. So I'm definitely throwing points to Big Backs to get the free payout if it works out for me. But here's my prediction. It's a Pantheon jungle, and they're going to abuse global ults to run the same thing they did last time, which is we get a bunch of ganks on all the lanes, we ruin all the lanes, we take control of objectives with our hyper roaming playstyle, and then we choke them out of the game and win. And I think they've got the team to do it. If you can parry early game Kindred shenanigans. And man, I think it's Yumi's Doms. I think it's Yumi's.
How about you, Pino?
Yeah, no, I would have to disagree because I've also seen Conniver's Kindred and how he plays it. So I'm not gonna spoil anything for the viewers, but I will say this: Kindred can get stacks from invading or from ganking. And because he has that potential to gank and get those stacks from ganking, he actually doesn't have to be invading 24/7. And I think what he's going to do is he's going to prioritize lanes a lot more in my opinion. Whereas Dom's is going to be looking for these invades that aren't going to really happen.
Okay.
That's
So I'm going for big backs.
Okay. It really depends. It very much depends if they are able to keep a track of where Kindred is, right? If they're able to lock down, I mean, and they're going to know exactly where she's going because her stacks are going to be showing up on the map. So they know the pathing that pretty much she's going to be taking, unlike, and I believe looking at the lock-ins, I want to say that's going to be a Pantheon, I believe, jungle. I'm not 100% confident, though, because I couldn't see who was in what order before. I don't remember who. But I'm assuming it's a Pantheon jungle here. And when his ultimate is available and then the stack is going to show up on the minimap, I think he's going to be able to just keep Kindred down to minimal amount of stacks. So I am going to be going with Yummis Doms as well for game number 3 here personally.
I gotta say, Pino, I really hope you're right.
Yeah, for real, though. It would be so cool. It'd be
Even
cool.
though you're wrong, my pick'ems rely on you being right now.
He's like,
I mean, so I know Converse so well. Like, I'm over here thinking,
funny.
okay, I'm drafting for this team. How am I going to be drafting? And he's got every single lane to be able to be self-sufficient. They also got a lot of CC from the top lane and bot lane, and those are going to be the main focal points for Kindred to try and do whatever shenanigans you want. Now, with the Vlad, he can hold his own against Ahri indefinitely because he can just heal in lane. If you're Yumi's Dom, you have to look for the pigs before any fight starts.
Absolutely.
Whereas BigBack, you can set up baits and you can get them overconfident, and then you can, just get onto them before they can really react.
Well, we are going to cut it to a short little intermission, though, while we get ready for the in-game delay. And I mean a very short intermission because this action will be starting really soon. And we will be right back with that TriCast. It's your boy Pino, Pike, and Rylion. And we'll be back in just a little bit. Alrighty, welcome back, all of you wonderful, wonderful people. Like I said, it was only going to be a short little intermission while we get ready for game number 3 between Yummis Doms and BigBacks. It is a tied series 1-1 across the board right now, and we do have Yummis Doms on red side. BigBacks will be on blue side. Oh, I'm sorry, Yummis Doms will be on blue side, and BigBacks will be on red. Starting in the top lane, though, for Yummis Doms, we do have Greater with Pantheon, Transprime with Volibear in the jungle, the Dizzler on Ahri in the mid lane, Dominant Yumi on Ashe on ADC, and Kazakura with the Raka in the support. And Pike, who do we got for the red side here for game number 3?
On Team BigBacks, we have Urian Bots on the Crocodile top lane. We have Conniver on what I've been told by Pino is a classic in the Kindred. We have Pokemon Go PvPer on Vladimir. We have Panaban on Yanara. And we have Janna, also known as Hexalith, on Maokai support. And I was talking about it while we were on our break. And it's Pantheon top. Friendship ended with Yummis Doms. BigBacks is my new best friend.
All for the pickups.
I mean, Yeah, no, I'm over here just looking at this though because I was like, if it's Volibear top, you're gonna get countered by the Croc because of his shield break, right? So you don't want to have that shield that comes down in the top lane versus Greater or versus the Croc, or else you're gonna lose a lot of your sustained top lane. Now we got Kindred, who very likely is gonna be not invading like last game, and I called it. He's not looking at that blue side. He's not looking at anything in the jungle. He's gonna be trying to farm his jungle and impact these lanes. And I think the first gank is gonna be going into that Raka Ash. Now the Raka Ash, they do have the range versus this Maokai Yanara, but that Maokai is very, very good at being able to lock down any prior target that you guys want to prioritize. So I'm very interested in seeing how this bot lane plays out.
This is
Back,
in the first 3 games, the first normal jungle clear we've seen. I'd like everyone a round of applause. This is the first time we've seen both junglers just full clear their jungle and get a crab ever in the series, which is crazy to think about. Thinking we're on game 3, usually shenanigans would be afoot. As yep, there's the agency ward out of Kindred there.
Yeah, that's just PTSD
yes.
at this point.
Yep, I'm just my mind just flinches when I see people go to the opposite side of the jungle, as we might actually see the beginnings of a Kindred gank bot lane.
I was like, maybe she thought about it. And there goes the flash hold from the Maokai, and great job from Dominant Yumi to get the flash off, of course. Still took a lot of damage, though, so the trade overall in favor, I would still say, of BigBacks. And Dominant Yumi had to pop the flash, and Kazakura had to pop his heal just in case. But now that he is level 3, he's able to go ahead and give him that infinite sustain, essentially. So, still an effective gank. Can't complain about it.
yeah, no, I agree.
The big thing here is you actually forced a ward into that bush. That's one of the worst places you can be forced to put a ward in as a bot laner, because it doesn't defend against any good ganks. And it's not like Maokai's Nautilus, who's hiding there and waiting for you to get too close so he can throw a hook. Nautilus is going to flash and W onto you, or he's just going to W onto you. He's not going to be, surprising you in any way about it. You know it's coming. So that ward, which could be put in, in a Phaelite, in Pixel, or wherever, is now instead sitting uselessly in your first lane bush, and it's not very useful. So that's actually a pretty good take. And you took 2 summoners for the price of 1. So I'm pretty happy as Big Bots down here. If you are a Kindred, where are you going next? And if you're Volibear, where are you going next?
Well, I think Volibear is doing perfect in his timing for farming this time around, and because there's no shenanigans, you're having a much easier time clearing your jungle and pathing the way you want to path. You want to try and look for a gank on this top lane first, because this will impact the rest of the game if you're able to get any sort of lead there. Your next objective is going to be also that mid lane. You want to try and impact those 2 lanes if I'm Volibear, so that way you have agency in those 2 lanes, so you can focus all your attention in that bot lane.
How are you trying to gank the Vlad? Are you waiting till 6 so you can guaranteed shut off the tower? Oh, we might see a fight.
I was like, here comes Trans Prime trying to protect Kazakura there. And it looks like they are going to have to be forced off of this dragon, but not before maybe getting Hexalith, though. There goes the dash. Spirit Rush forward from Ari. Does get the first blood picked up by Volibear there. Spirit Rush has been reset, though. Conover forced to flash into the tower. Not level 6 yet. Nice charm's going to land from the Dizzler. And one more. Yes, the double kill. The lightning from above being picked up there from Trans Prime. Resets again for the Spirit Rush. Ari has to dash on out. Urine bot now making his way to the bot side. Flashes forward. Another great charm's going to land here from Dizzler, and they are out of there. 2 for 0. Great kiting, and couldn't ask for anything better coming out of Yumi's Doms.
Massive props to Ari. Landed multiple high impact charms, and I talked about it. The Dizzler has been playing so proactive in this game. Put this man on someone who can make stuff happen early game. Well, you did. He just charmed 2 people, basically guaranteed those 2 kills, and wasted a Renekton flash for you. So I am a massive fan of the Dizzler getting onto Ari, and I want to see for this series the Dizzler playing these proactive champs. But oh my goodness, do they just get everything they want then give up a drag? It's looking like it. Pino, what are your thoughts on the fight?
I think that Yumi's Dom definitely played that fight out well, but they couldn't transition that into a dragon play because of the low health.
Mhm.
The death cooldowns are very low, and Renekton not being there, yes, it's going to be a hindrance to uh, big backs. But Yumi's Dom is trying to scale into this game. So what they're trying to do is use that time to scale, get the dragons, get any objectives that they can get. But you don't want Yumi's Dom to get any sort of lead anywhere. So them getting that drag is very, very, very big for for big backs.
And
Yep, and it
I also real
denies
quick
the
just want to
20-minute
point out.
soul.
Oh, it does definitely do that because that's what they got last game. And I just want to point out and give a little shout out real quick to Grader. His trades over Bot in the top lane have been very, very good. Every single time that the slice and dice happens, he just instantly just stuns him, gets out, and then when he has the other dice action up, his shield's up, blocks like 85% of all the damage. It's crazy. Every single time that we've seen him.
Yeah, he's been playing it really well. Might see a fight around this Grubbins here, as I don't know if they're going to let it go free.
Oh, but the nice enchanted arrow from afar does connect with Maokai, and Grader's going to go ahead and take advantage of that instantly here. Renekton pops the ultimate as well and gets a lot of damage done onto Trans Prime. Here comes Conover, does get to shut down onto Volibear. Pokemon PvPer has to flash out of the bit. Dizzler tries to follow, but knows that he's not going to be able to follow over the pursuit much longer. You're in bot, though. Yep. Does manage to get saved from Kazakura. Very nice healing. They do not have any kind of grievous wounds to stop that. There goes the point and click stun, followed up from the execute, and Greater now 2-0 after that team fight. And they only got one of the grubbies. So overall victory, I think, for Yumi's Doms.
Oh,
Now, I do like the fact that Ash didn't rotate this time around, and they were still able to get a small lead off of that. And it was a perfect rotation from Soraka. She was able to silence. She was able to heal the priority targets, which were getting focused down. It was wonderful to watch. It was great to see. And that Ari rotate on that Vlad before he was able to actually do anything was wonderful. What are your thoughts, Pike?
I think the real issue there was a lack of trust in big backs. And you might be asking, what do you mean lack of trust? If you go back to watch that fight again, and I highly recommend you do as a team, you will see the Kindred ult go down, and you will see someone flash over the wall out of your own team's Kindred ult.
Goodbye, Domino Yumi. Sorry about that. Phantom Man just absolutely took advantage with Hexalith there. Flash, Ignite, Root. There was nothing you could do against the tree.
Yep, I just... That was a moment of silence. I have to pay respects to Dominate Yumi as they just get dumpstered there in the bot lane. But there was a lack of trust there in that I need to get out and save myself over staying in and fighting with the Kindred. And Pino talked a lot about how Kniver is a big Kindred player and they do a lot of work on Kindred. The problem is Kindred is not a very common champ to play with, and her play patterns, when you're playing with her in a team, you have to trust the Kindred's going to ult you. Just like you need to trust a Zillion's going to ult you, right? But when you do that, you do not have freedom of movement. So I believe it was Vladimir flashed over the wall and got out of dodge as the Kindred ults down. And as Vlad, you need to be there because you can get health back. And because you do that, Pantheon's allowed to walk in, and he just gets a beautiful steal because the Kindred ult prevented the grub. We see him maybe get punished.
He has the Kraken, he has the procs, but no, the Rocka heal from the other side of the map is going to keep him in that one. And someone's got to pick up the Grievous Wounds. It's only 800 gold, guys.
Get it out of here. Do we see...
I mean...
Oh,
What?
no.
Okay, yeah. No, you're good. So here is what I'm thinking too. If I am on the side of big backs, I want to try and get that Raka out of every single fight first, because that if we're not getting grievous wounds, we want her dead so that we can take any advantageous fights. I do like the fact that Kindred is able to get her third mark, I believe, here.
Mhm.
Can you double check that for me, right on?
I definitely can. She does have her
Yep,
third
third
mark, yes,
stack.
sir.
So it's progressing the way I first saw, which is Kindred's gonna start getting her stacks. Once she hits that fourth stack, that's when Kindred really starts getting online. Eight stacks is when she can start taking over the game heavily, and if she's able to get there, that's just gonna be a devastating um, thing for the side of Yumi Stomp, because that max health damage that Kindred can do is just so devastating.
Absolutely. And they do take this
Absolutely true.
Drake as well early on, so evening it up Drake-wise. Can't complain about that. So we're not going to see a 20-minute Elder from the other side, at least, thankfully. But hold on. We do have a fight happening on the other side of the map as well. Another great roam forcing the ultimate from Kindred. And another great arrow is going to land from Ash. And Greater's going to go ahead and pick up the kill on that one. All the attention now into Urimbot, who's stuck between a rock and a hard place. And a double kill now picked up there from Greater. And here we come from the Fog of War. Nice move from Hexalith. Does nudge them right underneath tower. Dominant Yumi has the heals from Raka, but still way too much from the Yunara and the Maokai. And are they going to be able to run her down effectively? No, they're not. And he is going to go ahead and give up his body a little bit, though. Kazakura has the flash, and the ramped up damage from the tower does give the kill to Raka. So I don't know if that dive was 100% worth it.
I mean, it gets Ash out of the game, so I do believe it was a little bit worth. But now we have Pantheon teleporting.
Oh, yep, and he is on the hunt for Panaman. And Panaman, unfortunately, is way too far pushed up, and they do have wards, but he's not going to be able to react in time to that.
And that's where the dying to potentially dive there actually really hurts. Because if Hexalith was alive for that Pantheon wraparound, you actually have chances to save Ash because your Q is massive. You can actually interrupt Panth Stun with Maokai Q. If you time everything properly, you'll knock him right out of the air. He'll be a very sad man. That's like knocking Zac out of a slingshot. It is the saddest thing that can happen to you. It literally emasculates you as a Pantheon. You feel useless. You need to, go smoke or something after to feel better. But unfortunately, dead. So there's no counterplay. And unfortunately, Yunara just gets ADC 2026. Very tough.
Yeah, no, I agree. And here's the thing that's scary, right? Pantheon has this huge lead. He is pushing his lead wherever he can. But he does fall off mid to late game. And if he is not careful, giving that shot down to the wrong person can be very devastating for a team.
Absolutely, and Kazakura, though, stepping up, and, the CC machine that is this Maokai and this Yunara, they just cannot step up underneath tower. They don't have the tank. They don't have help from the Volley Bear or anybody else on the map currently. So I think these 2v2s are going to keep on going in favor of BigBacks, just on bot lane side, though.
It feels like Hexalith says every time you catch me in River, I'm just going to kill your ass.
Yep.
or Soraka. I'm going to kill a bot laner. As they've died 3 times and gotten 3 assists, almost all of them off of very aggressive twisted advances on Maokai. Just Hexalith, kind of tilt-proof there, getting really nice sharp returns and feeding this Yunara, despite kind of the pressure they've been under.
I agree, definitely. Yanara is getting that lead that she needs, and this is what you don't want to see if you're Yumi's Dom. You don't want this Yanara anywhere getting any of these kills or getting the CS lead. And now she's got that bot turret. She can start rotating mid and start impacting the map. And on the side of Big Backs, you have Renekton topside who can just stay split push. You got Vladimir who can go bot lane and split push themselves. And you got Yanara and Maokai that can rotate anywhere on the map at any given point, getting any sort of advantage for their team.
And we have another fight happening in the top side Tribush here. Hexalith kind of a little bit solo, though, and he is taking on 3 members of Yumi's Doms. Has to get the Nether Grasp to stop the engagements. Kazakura and Dominant Yumi are both on scene, so potential 5v4 as Kindred is pushing out the bot lane. They're also getting her stacks. What is she up to these days? Let's see how many stacks she has now. She is on number 5, I believe I saw there. Rift Herald's going to go ahead and collide inside the top lane, tier 1. Doesn't fall just yet, but Volibear's going to go onto the backside, try to get Hexalith, and the Rock is able to keep them alive just a little bit longer, but no, 2 members down as they did get the tier 1, but gave up, Hexalith, and they did give up 2 kills there, so kind of in favor, I would say, of BigBacks. They're clawing their way back into the game slowly but surely, and that shutdown that you had mentioned, who did that just get picked up by? Renekton. So that's the last person that didn't. Or no, it didn't. I'm sorry, it did not.
Yunara.
It went to Yunara. 5-1. That's
even worse. That's a million
actually, you're
times
right. That is
worse.
even worse. I was gonna say the last person is Renekton. You don't want a fed alligator, but getting a fed ADC is arguably a lot worse.
And
easier to shut down.
tragically enough, there was no turret take there because the Volibear undershot his ult.
Oh, we did.
Instead of ulting onto the turret to crack it and end the ability for the turret to be a useful participant in the fight, he instead ulted for the damage onto, I believe, Maokai. And I just think that was a minor blunder, and Maokai might be walking into his death.
Oh my god, these charms are just the MVP. Great job. And then another enchanted arrow. I haven't seen this many arrows hit my entire life. And oh my god, he is like 4 for 4 right now. That is going to be 2 members down here. The CC chain is not being stopped by any means. And they do take a free Hex Tech with that as well. So great job from the side of Yumi's Doms. I mean, just when they give up something on one side of the map, they're taking something else just a minute later.
I would have to say, and I will correct you, Chemtech, not Hextech.
Oh, what did I said that last game too, didn't I? I meant Chemtech. Thank you.
But getting this... Oh,
Gizler
No,
alert.
the charm, and it did land, but that was a lot of range and a lot of damage. Great job from Panaman and Renekton there.
I agree, but I was about to say that Chemtech, if they're able to secure it, is going to help with damage reduction on the side of Yumi's Dom. So if I am BigBacks, I'm either looking to try and make sure they do not get this soul and try and prioritize that Yunara, because Yunara right now is so big. She is literally doing so much damage to this front line, and you have to think, okay, I'm Volibear, I have Pantheon, I have Ari. We gotta figure out how to focus this Yunara. We gotta figure out how to get around this peel and this front line that can, just keep this Yunara alive. And how do we do that? Well, we gotta try and figure out a way to get onto them.
Yep. And the Pantheon, I think, is
Yeah.
going to be the initiator on that one, personally.
I
Look
agree.
at the gold lead on Yunara.
Exactly.
It's a 3K-er. It's so gross, man. Not only that, your Pantheon's only up half that, by the way. Pantheon is half the gold lead that your 6-kill Pantheon has on the 0-kill Renekton is what Yunara has, the 6-kill Yunara has on Ashe, which just shows you BigBacks is lining their ducks on the proper row, because who's going to carry you late game? It's Yunara. Pantheon, we said, he's just going to fall off eventually. He'll be cool, be stun bot. He'll do a lot of work, but he will not be nearly as threatening as he is right now. While Yunara is just getting angrier and angrier. And Vladimir loves nice long games where nothing happens. We haven't talked about Vladimir too much. He's kind of just been side laning and chilling. But that's the dangerous part. Vladimir hasn't been involved in much. He's side laning and chilling. If he gets to 30 minutes, he will be devastating to Yumi's team, because who's stopping him from just walking in and popping half your team?
Yeah,
I agree.
100%.
And this is the thing that I was also talking about BigBack's team. They have the 1-3-1 split. They can pressure both sides of the map because they have teleport. Even though Pantheon does have his ultimate to be able to respond anywhere he wants, the teleport is a lot more effective in being able to set up a lot of these fights and being there first.
Look at that tower,
I
man.
was right about to say. I was like, that thing is like barely. That thing's holding on to a hope and a dream. You whisper on that thing and it's gonna fall over. But hey,
I know, it
denying
looks
them
so
any
bad.
gold is still good.
It just feels bad because you really want to take it. You need to be taking, if you're Yumi's Doms, you need to be taking this global map like
Yes.
off because you need to be pushing yourself forward. And it's just, it looks like they've stalled a little. The car has stalled a little, and
Trans Prime's going to go ahead and try to run down PvPer there, but yeah, of course, going to go ahead and pull right on out of that. And I don't know, this final boss Vlad, we've seen him quite a bit. 209 farm, he has not been active in any team fights. He just sits in lane and farms. And like you said, 30 minutes in, he's going to be a problem globally.
it finally died. Woo! We got one on the top tower.
Oh, man.
As you know, oh.
I mean, on the side of big backs, you just have so much different win conditions that it's so hard for you to respond and try.
Ulton, Grand Starfall.
Like I was saying, you have so many different win conditions. You're not just stuck with, oh, okay, we got to fight front to back and just peel for this Yanara. No, you have a jungler that's very active on the map right now.
You're in
you have.
Yeah, he's just going to get ran down. I mean, I don't even know why he just stepped up that far.
Well,
I don't think I felt more betrayed by the directed camera when it shows Pantheon ulting and then he flips to the Pantheon ulting into a group of nothingness. And BigBack's just walking away.
I agree. And so it does look like Yumi's Dom have the priority for this dragon, but if I'm big backs, I'm looking for this Baron while they're going for this dragon, because Baron is going to be a lot more effective on us than this dragon right now.
It is a little worrying, though, to let them on Soul Point. I know, I understand, like, yeah, it's a pretty decent trade. It looks like that's what they'll be doing. But you're facing a pick team with, like, Ari and everything. One pick means you give up Soul, and you're in a ton of trouble, and they don't even get the Baron they're looking for. There's no trade, and now it's very, very dangerous situation for big backs. Because, again, one pick, it's a Soul, and the last thing you want is a triple Chemtech Soul Yummis just running at you, because they get lots of tenacity. Heal shield power's pretty good because you have Soraka, Mrs. Heal Shield herself.
7 stacks, and Conover almost getting caught out a little bit there. The Enchanted Arrow does come through. A nice Pantheon ulti onto the backside here. Hexlith, though, is going to go ahead and meet him along with 2 other members. But Panaman, along with Conover, holding it down inside the mid lane. Volibear with the desperate last attempt flash ulti, but does not get anything through, unfortunately. Ari does pick up Yunara, though, in the trades overall, getting at least 1, but it is not going to be enough as they are watching their team members fall one by one as the triple kill comes from the vacant Vladimir there, who just is now online all of a sudden, and Greater finds himself alone, running away through the woods like Michael Myers, a victim there, and that's a lot of CC. He does have the ability to block a good amount of it, but still, I think he's just delaying the inevitable here as the ace does get picked up from Renekton, and looks like that's going to be a clean Baron as well for BigBacks.
Conniver there, like, bro, I don't want him. I don't want him. Don't put that Pantheon on me. I'm 1 quarter HP.
How many stacks are we on Conniver right now?
Let me see. Conniver is on 8.
So that means this is going to give him his 9th stack. I think that's what they were waiting on for the Baron pick, is getting that stack marked on there so that he can get his 9th stack. And 9 stacks at 25 minutes is very, very huge for the side of big backs. Now they are all scaled into the game. Now they have all the advantages playing for them. And yes, Yanara did end up getting the shutdown onto that Ari, but that Ari is not the deciding factors in these fights. It is definitely that Ashe, and Ashe not having on any of those kills is making a huge impact on their capability right now.
And this game looks like it hangs on a knife edge. You have a Baron-empowered team. You have a very hungry and angry Vladimir. And the most important part, you have Yunara and Kindred. If you mess up as Yumi's Doms and get wiped, your towers will fall down almost instantly. They do so much damage. And if you're Kindred, 1 more Kindred stack and you're gaming hardcore. You love being a 10 stack Kindred. It's gross. So there is a lot that Yumi's Doms is trying to balance right now. And look at that. Are we seeing the Fnatic push?
Looks like we are. Conover getting slowed out, but the charm's going to go a little bit wide. Nice turnaround immediately onto the Dizzler with enough damage to go ahead and pop him. Conover has to pop his ultimate as well, and Trans Prime trying to get some kind of setup onto the backline there, but gets caught out immediately. And oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4, all 5. The ace. I mean, they tried to get a pick off, and they just cannot catch a break here. The dashing, the damage, the everything from Conover. And I think this might be the beginning of the end, the last nail in the coffin here. Tier 3 tower does fall in the mid lane. That inhib's going to fall shortly after. And with 15 seconds on 3 members coming up here, I don't think that they're going to be able to do much of anything. The Baron-empowered minions and the Nexus towers are falling. And game number 3, I think, has been written in the books. BigBacks are the victors here, leading the series now 2-1, potentially pushing it to an ending game 4 if they win in the next one. Damn. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile, guys. Jesus.
As I said, one mess up, your tower's grass, bro. It's gone. Because when you have Kindred plus another ADC, the damage you do to those towers is extremely immense. She does a ton of damage. Also, cash out on the big backs. Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
the
you
money.
very much.
Chat.
I also got cash out.
Hey, yeah, that's me, Mr. Zero Moral Integrity, and my pickums are looking less and less cooked as we speak.
And
now,
It's it really felt like Yumi's Doms had the game where they won it, and they just couldn't find out what they wanted to do with that Pantheon to turn that game into a win. You know what I mean? You had this really ahead Pantheon, and you're going up the mountain. You've almost reached the summit. That game win, that 2-1, and you stall out, man. It just hurts really bad. What do you think, Pino?
I mean, it was played perfectly from Big's backs. Like I said, this game, Big Backs is looking to just scale into the game with that Kindred. He's not going to be doing anything crazy early on, which we saw this game around. There was nothing really crazy going on early game. He wanted to scale. He has the front line. Same thing with Yanara. And what you want to do is you want to get that bot lane ahead over Vladimir and Renekton, because Vladimir and Renekton can hold their own. They can stay in lane. And yes, Renekton did get outclassed a little bit, but his only job was to neutralize Pantheon as much as possible.
yes, indeed. And you point fiends, I'm giving them. You got your points. If you voted for BigBacks, you got them. Don't worry. And I knew I wasn't crazy when they did draft. I knew BigBacks drafted blue and Dom's drafted red, and so I'd set everything up based off that. But in game, they were actually flipped around, so I knew I wasn't 100% crazy. But that was a very, very good game there. And that Vladimir, he didn't need to listen to any of the critics. If you go back and look through chat the entire time, they're just like, Vlad's not rotating, Ari's rotate, Ari's always there, and Vlad's like, let me just, I'm setting up the nuke, guys. I'm absorbing, I'm getting to where I need to be. And the first team fight that he was actually a part of, what did he do? 3-0-2. And then what did he do next immediately? Like, what did he just end with? I think it was like 5, 6 kills, I think, something like that. Like, he did exactly what he needed to do. BigBack did a phenomenal job, I think, from start to finish there. The Kindred with the stacks and focusing on getting to 10 within 25 minutes. I don't think I've ever seen a 10-stack Kindred in my entire life, let alone pre-30. So, congratulations to them on that. And, Dom's mental reset, game number 4 could be in the bag and maybe could push it to a game number 5. Or do BigBacks end it here in a 3-1 series? We are going to find out in just a little bit. We're going to take a small little break while we set up for game number 4, but do not go anywhere. Your boy Pike, Pino, and Rye Lion will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, all of you wonderful, wonderful people. It's your boy Ride Lion here, and we got Pino and Pike. Pino will be back in just one quick moment, so just Pike and me at the moment here. But 2-1 currently, BigBack leads the series best of 5 over Yummis Doms. And the draft is already starting off interestingly with these bans here. We have the Alistar, we have the Milio, so kind of more support focus, it seems like, this game.
I really like the Milio ban because we saw last game, and I did pull up the stats. Yanara did 17k damage and was 15k gold. Second place in the game was about 12k on Kindred.
Disgusting.
So you ban Milio, put Hexalith on and engage support, and let them cook because they were gross. However, the one Smoldy game where Smoldy wasn't banned, and yikers, that's a Smolder in the game. However, this is post Deathfire Torch Black Cleaver nerf. So my man's his wings has gotten clipped just a little. The broken interaction's gone. I saw Senna in a rank game earlier who has not read patch notes, had a bit of an illiteracy issue, did not read them, and my support was screaming at her all game. So presumably they know that. But Xayah picked in response.
Ooh.
2 kind of scaling late game carry picks. Both sides kind of just saying we want to win through bot lane. Very interesting. And it's Xayah Rakan. Wow.
Love it. I love that duo bot lane. They're literally made for each other, genuinely. Like, that's exactly what they are designed for. And into the Smolder, I'm not going to lie. I hate Smolder. I hate everything about him. He is my 100% ban rate every single game. This person right here can attest to that. I absolutely cannot stand him. I don't care how many times you nerf him. He's still going to get 225 stacks, and he's still going to be a walking Elder Drake. So after 18, 20 minutes, it's just like we have to focus him, and we have to kill him every single time. Because he can go 0-10, and his proc is still going to be just as big. And when you add an S++ tier support like Nami to him as well, this is just going to be a very, very, very fun bot lane to watch between these two. That's where I think most of the attention is going to be, or should be, for these junglers.
I really think that Yummis Dom shot themselves in the foot, though, because Imperial Mandate, which was very, very strong with Nami, got nerfed so hard. So the only way to actually proc that is with Bubble.
Well, I mean, but the shielding, though, the healing, the slow, like, she's still able to go ahead and poke out, and I don't know. I think she's just still so effective and still so good. Even with the nerfs coming in from both of these champions and, like, their main core, what we've seen over the last, like, couple of weeks, I still think it's just going to be a very, very, very difficult hill for Xayah and Rakan to overcome. But, damn, these first 3 picks looking really good for BigBacks, too. I can't lie. Galio, Rakan, and Xayah, I mean, Rakan and Xayah have a great engage combo between them, too, right? Rakan's able to get the knock-up. Xayah has the rake. Galio's able to come in with the triumph. Was it Triumphant Downfall or something like that? Or Heroic Charge or something? You know, a lot of good setup here after level 6 between all 3 of these. Like, I'm already really liking the Wombo. But that late game carry between now that Smolder and that Rise lock in here for Yummis Doms, I don't know, man. Like, right now, I got 50-50, and no one's really gotten 100%. That extra 1% needed to get my 100% approval here. How are you feeling, Pike?
Here's the thing. This patch was the let's nerf range supports patch, right? Especially Nami. Nami has been like S+ tier for the longest while.
Right.
Hidden tech. Moonstone Renewer is better in this patch than it was 1 patch ago.
Okay.
On God.
On God. He's like, I swear.
I swear. I am not going to pull up the Twitter thread with all the math because I am a math teacher, but you don't need it. The TLDR. it used to double dip in the extra healed shield power. It also used to double dip in the grievous wounds and the Serpent Fang. They don't have a fun name for Serpent's Fang ruining shielding.
No.
But if you play Nami and you build Moonstone, it's actually better than it used to be. So Nami's actually huge.
Okay.
Reaving. Why not with the Reaving, please? I'm not gonna say it. They need a fun name. Riot, put on the to-do list, make it more fun. Don't just give it, and put on more items too. Why don't only assassins rant later? It's actually better than it used to be. Problem. I see multiple dive champs in the building versus Nami, and I don't know how she's actually peeling it. We do see the Kane! I think it was Riley and said, holy crap, potentially a Kane game? We
did.
see him, he's locked in. That's the man, that's the prophet right there. And look at all this dive to make Smolder go bye-bye.
Oof. Pino, how are you feeling so far about everything that's going on? I mean, we've been a little bit quiet back there, but I need to pick the brain a little bit. How are you liking right now, BigBack's, is it the potential 3-1 comp so far?
Well, right now, the way they have it set up, it's very, very huge on the sides of BigBack because they have the early game, they have the mid game, and they have the late game with their picks, right? That Zaya is very, very good for that late game. We got Rakan, who is very, very good at setting up a lot of these early game plays, and we got that Galio who can impact that mid game really, really hard with the Kane overall. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, I really want to go just red Kane and just survive as long as possible. You can. It is very doable. Diana is a good try counter to try and pick off that Rakan. But yeah, now we're looking at Gragas here
Oh my God.
into the Nasus, and that Gragas is just a lane bowler. He is very lane dominant. He takes over a game very easily, and that's where you're gonna have to think. Okay, what are we playing for if we're Yumi's Dom? We're playing for that Smolder. We're playing for that Rice spacing. We're playing for that Diana jungle to interrupt whatever the leads BigBacks can get. But at the end of the day, you have one way and one way only to really play this game, and that is to scale. Scale is the name of the game for Yumi's Dom. Whereas BigBacks, you have so many different avenues to play. You can go scaling, you can go team fight orient, you can go pick. You know that there's just so much potential with this team comp that they have over here. It is very heavily favored on BigBack's team because there is less potential to make mistakes.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Who is the main damage for BigBacks here? It's Zion.
I was
We
going to
can
say
all agree,
Kane,
yeah?
Zaya. Technically,
Kane,
Gragas
Zaya.
could.
Zaya Gragas.
If it's AP Gragas, if it's tank Gragas, he's not doing that much. Nasus shits on Zaya damage,
True.
and he does not have to do much. He has to get in range. He presses one button, and ult ain't saving you. He is deleting your attack speed. It's a massive nerf to your attack speed. And Nasus is so dangerous when he's played against these kind of single damage route champs. There's actually a lot of pressure being put on Kane here to go blue. I do understand the want to go red, but if you go red, are you doing enough damage? Because it's a very multifaceted damage profile over on Yumi's Doms. You have Smolder, we talked about it, does true damage, got Diana. Nasus will chunk you for 600 if he's able to play. And you have a very limited damage profile because Galio will hurt early, not really late. Pain will hurt, but it's not as much as you want. It is enough to kill Smolder. Is it enough to take care of Rise, Nasus, Diana?
No.
And Gragas, most Gragas tops build kind of tanky. The assassin Gragases are usually in the jungle, from what I remember. I could be wrong there, Pino. You could correct me on that. But
I was
I
gonna
see
say I can
a
correct you
potential.
here.
I see potential if it's not AP Gragas. I see a potential damage issue on the side of Big Backs.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
And you have 100% correctness in saying what you're saying, because Big Backs looks like, okay, if I go Red King here, am I gonna win or lose? Because
Mhm.
if I go Red King, yes, I'll be able to tank early to mid game, but I'm gonna fall off really hard when that smolder damage comes in. Or if I go Blue Cane, will I be able to assassinate that smolder fast enough? Will that wither hinder me
Mhm.
less if I go Blue Cane, right? There's a
Mhm.
lot of factors to take into consideration here. And that Gragas has to play a lot more damage oriented top lane right now because he has to punish this Nasus early. If he does
Okay.
not go damage oriented, he is gonna lose this game lane hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I
So
agree
if
with that.
it is tough. You are forcing a bit of uncomfortability. I do like Big Backs to be 100% honest. I do like Big Backs is what do you call it? Big Backs is
Comp.
draft more. I like their comp more,
Mhm.
to be completely fair. The real problem I see, you don't have like a traditional tank. Nasus will build tank eventually, but you don't want Nasus in team fights till like 40 minutes. Because
Exactly.
every time Nasus walks to a play, he's leaving damage on the table. It's very hard. And you have a lot of people who don't really want to be doing a lot of early game fun times. Rise needs a lot of time to get doing what he's doing, and I think Yumi's Doms, we were talking about it in Joe Mama's drafter class. You don't want 3 lanes who don't want to move. You don't.
Yeah,
That is
no, I
And
true.
agree.
right now, I see on Yumi's Doms 3 lanes that do not want to move early at all. Rise needs lots of time to farm up and get gaming. Smolder needs lots of time to farm up and get gaming. Where's Diana going?
We will have to
That's my
find out in
question.
about 10 seconds here, but we are going to cut to a short little break while we get ready for the in-game everything. I apologize. Give us just one quick moment, though. We will finish our analysis in just a few short moments. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Alrighty, welcome back, all of you wonderful, wonderful people. It's your boy Ryline here with Pike and P&L bringing you all the action. Game number 4 as Big Backs leads the series 2-1 over Yumi's Doms here. We do have Big Backs will be on blue side. Yumi's Doms will be on red. And Pino, go ahead and break down the blue side for us, would you please, starting in the top lane.
We got Urinbot on Gragas in the top lane. We got Conover on Kane in the jungle. We got Pokemon Go PvPer in on Galio in the mid lane. We got Panaman on Zaya in the AD carry role with Hexalith on Rakan in the support role. Let's head over to Yumi's Dom. Pike, would you introduce the players to us?
We've got Greater on Susan. And I love me some Susan. Got Trans Prime on Diana, finishing up her clear. We've got the Dizzler on Rise. We have Dominant Yumi. Hey, that's not Yumi, that's Smoldy. And we've got Kazakura on another healing support, not Rocky this time. Instead, it's Nami. It It is promising to be a very interesting game. Got a few things I want to see. First, Storm Raiders Surge on Gallia. Now, for those of you who are Phase Rush enjoyers, remember Storm Raiders Surge has an HP requirement. Very easy to meet as Galio in the early game. HP requirement in like doing damage. So not as easy to activate late game, but Galio's basically saying we're winning early game anyways. We're gonna make this happen. And look at that poor Nasus trying to play. Susan, I'm so sorry for what's about to happen to you. And we got a little shocked by it, but look what rune Hexalith went a second time. It is the Unsealed Spellbook. So we are going to see more Summoner spell shenanigans out of Hexalith, as for the second time in a row, it looks like we're getting a normal clear. Pino, who do you think that kind of works better?
In all honesty, I think it works better for the side of Yummi's Dom. And I know we didn't discuss this because we were shorted on time, but I think Yummi's Dom, if they're able to slow down the game, are going to be definitely in favor of winning here. What are your thoughts, Pike and Rylon?
I will go first because I'm greedy. If Nasus lives to like 40 minutes without being in complete shambles, this game's ogre. Like, it's really tough. I'm not high on the chances, but you know, sometimes it's easier to live than to execute the plan and, you know, do your thing, right? So I could see it. But yeah, if this game goes to 40 minutes, I don't see how Yumi's Doms loses.
Yeah, no, I agree. If this gets to 40 minutes, I mean, you have three of the hardest scalers known to man on this team, right? You have the Nasus, you have the Smolder, and you have the Rise. You know, and as every 10 minutes, if these guys aren't hitting some kind of milestone, again, they're going to be in a lot of trouble here. And right now, there's a lot of aggression, and another great knockup's going to be coming through. Forces the flash and the heal and the barrier. So 3 out of the 4 masteries just used in half a second there from just one engage. And they're doing a great job of keeping them suppressed. And if they can just continue at this rate, I'm definitely going to be in favor of BigBack's 3-1 in this series.
Yeah, and Hexalith didn't even pop flash or anything. That was just really nice movement. When you're playing Zyra Rakan can come in from so far away because his dash range, his dash to ally range, I believe it is Battle Dance. His Battle Dance E range increases a ton when he's Battle Dancing to Xayah.
Correct.
So you can be in a bush behind Xayah, dash to Xayah, use Grand Entrance immediately onto Smolder, and it gives Smolder very little time to react and play around it.
Absolutely.
Now, in my opinion, let's do a quick stack check. I want to see where Smolder's at, because once he hits that 25 stacks, he is at that farming stage.
31.
And it looks like he's at 31. Nasus, he needs to be hitting at least 150 by 10 minutes. So let's see where he's at.
57.
So both are stacking pretty well. They're the sustain from Nasus is very huge. And yes, Urimbot is going to be punishing as much as possible, but that sustain from Nasus early on is disgusting.
It is, but that belly bounce is just absolutely more disgusting. He's getting some great trades, plus those Grasp the Undying procs. It looks like he is going more towards that tankier Gragas. I still think he's going to be getting AP. I mean, he has the Amplifying Tome. He has the Dorn's Ring. So, I mean, he's just doing a phenomenal job, Urimbot, and just dealing with Greater currently. But Greater's keeping up a little bit. I would say he's arguably keeping up. You know, still 15 CS behind, though. Oh, and here comes the ultimate, yep, and the Exploding Casket immediately from Urimbot has no mana. The Ghost is being popped here from Greater, has tons of mana. That's the E, that's the W. No, he doesn't have W. I think he might have used it a little bit earlier. And yeah, with the last little bit of mana that he has, he is able to dash to safety. And meanwhile, in the mid lane here, Pokemon Go PvPer versus the Dizzler. A tale as old as time, but now we have the statue versus the mage himself. But seems like a standstill everywhere. No one's drawing first blood just yet. And was that a double scuttle pickup from Kane? Did he get the first scuttle?
No, that wouldn't be a double scuttle. They're both even
Oh
on
my
CS.
god, but a nice engage though from Hexalith. The Ignite and the first blood on the last tick being picked up there from Hexalith. I mean, what a roam. What a great, perfect everything. And almost getting Pokemon Go PvP here though, but Dizzler just a little bit lacking in damage.
Really what you want to see. Hexalith has been excellent when they're roaming to other parts of the map. They're leaving Panaman kind of to do their own thing. And how are you getting pressured by Smoldy Nami? Like, unless Panaman messes up, there's not much to do. Like, look at that damage. Nami's trying to roam. She's found in the jungle doing nothing as her Smolder gets chunked for 3/4 and probably screaming at you. Like, it's just tough. It's tough. As we might see some action in the top.
Yes, we do. Another slow, and I don't know if Diana's going to be able to follow up 100%, but we do have a dive on the bot lane here, and as the heroic entrance comes through with the Galio, they do manage to trade 1-for-1, so Smolder are able to get Rakan there, and Xayah was able to get Nami, and PvP is going to fall as well, potentially. Dizzler, is he able to get it? No, he's not. The bounce doesn't connect. And a great roam for Galio, and an unfortunate just last-second escape leaves Rise hanging a little bit.
The worst thing
I
in
mean,
the
that-
world for Yumi's Dumps, because Smolder didn't die, so that means he doesn't get refused the wave. And because of the counter push, he actually picks up the rest of the wave, and Smolder's up CS after everything's said and done there. What were you going to say, Pino?
Oh no, I was about to say. Oh, well, it looks like
In the top lane, it just doesn't stop. Right as soon as Pino wants to go top, or start talking, top lane's like, we'll start fighting right now. And Trans Prime, waiting in the wings of the fog of war, a great gank and nice kill. And they're going to try to capitalize, though, with the Grubbies. So at least taking that, I think that's a fair trade. You get the Grubs, we get top lane.
I mean, they're doing phenomenal, both teams. Like, I was gonna say, so the fact that Pokemon Go PvP has these options to roam bot lane and do these tower dives is very phenomenal. And he saw an opportunity and he took it. That Rakan is doing phenomenal in engaging a lot of these fights. We have Xayah who's following up with the damage. And it's just wonderful play all around on BigBack's side. But on the side of Yumi's Dom, they're respecting what they can do, and they are not getting caught easy like they want. So I think overall, both teams are playing this phenomenal. Both teams have an objective. Both teams are playing for their objectives. The objective of BigBacks is trying to punish any little mistakes they can on the side of Yumi's Dom, and Yumi's Dom is trying to scale and trying to just get as strong as they can this game.
Don't think you're too sad if you're big backs. But what I would say to big backs is, like, you need to start accelerating from here, if you know what I mean. If you're ahead some money, it's not the worst thing in the world. You're not. It's certainly not behind. That'd be terrible. But, like, this is not good enough, if, in my humble opinion. Like, they need to be doing more. And Gragas is starting to feel more and more like a liability as Nasus is just gaming hardcore down here. Stolen!
I agree. Let's do a quick stack count It is at the 10-minute mark. I want to see where Grinder is and where Smolder is.
And okay, I can do that. No one on stream heard me at all for the last 30 seconds because I was muted. Let's take a look at the Smolder stacks. It's 102. Okay, so he's doing pretty good so far. 11 minutes, 100 stacks. That's about on pace on what you need to be at Smolder. 10 stacks a minute.
Gnosis?
That is correct.
And the Gnosis. Oh, okay. I didn't know if you guys were commenting on anything. And then 165 there for Gnosis afterwards. So 12 minutes
both
in.
on par.
It's both not doing too terrible, I would say.
But what a good play by Conniver, and that can be the spark that you use to start pushing around, because you got Infernal, you got 3 stacks. Now you need to see, how can we force them into uncomfortable fights that they don't want? Losing that dragon there is actually pretty tragic for them, because you want to give Yummis Dons, you need to force them to come follow you and do things. Because they're not gonna, if they don't have to, they don't want to fight. Oh, we see a gang top.
Yep, I mean, you can just keep on going. They're always fighting up there. And Greater actually, hold on, getting the upper hand on Conover. Oh my god, those stacks are popping through, and the 2v2 turns into a 2v1 now. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we do have a nice engage from Hexlith there. Dominant Yumi now on the ropes, and he is taken out. Great focus from them as they turn their attention, and the double kill picked up by Panaman. I mean, as one thing's happening on one side of the map, like you had mentioned, Pike, something else needs to happen on the other, and they are doing phenomenal answering that from side to side.
And this is what I was scared about top lane. If Raggets doesn't stop, not Susan top, Susan is gonna crap on your Zaya's damage. Now Conniver's behind. He spent a lot of time kind of fruitlessly ganking top. Thank God he's lethality, so he can play. But this is just tough. Like, if this Zaya, at this moment in time, if Zaya eats a Wither from Nasus, who's doing damage?
Oh, good point.
Like, it's gonna be a big question, because this is the most vulnerable time for Nasus. He's building Triforce. He's not building tank stats right now. That is not the case forever.
Oh
Ooh, we get a
my
kill.
goodness!
Oh my god! No! Oh.
Both of them holding on with the sliver. And then he gets the poke from the Ludens Echo. Oh, someone's got to clip that. Someone's got to clip that. You're in bot. You're insane. What a big 5-head play. Oh my god.
That was beautifully played on the side of Urinbot. Like, and we got Rakan holding the mid wave for this Galio, who was topside. So if Urinbot wasn't able to get that kill, Pokemon Go PvPer was about to go and pick that off.
Oof.
Yeah.
And Diana gets caught in a ward, so Diana is spotted bot side. Side of BigBacks knows exactly where this Diana's at right now.
Oh, the Dizzler forcing.
Oh, no.
He flashed. Oh, and the exploding cask with the, again, little bit of mana that he has left. He's able to actually escape. Does he just go over the Baron Pit? No, he's just going to walk right on out of there. Oh my god.
That was close.
Good try, though, from the Dizzler.
But this is the
Agreed.
problem for Gragas lane. You're good news. You're up like 20 CS.
There's the gold.
And you're up 400 gold. Bad news. Your window for killing Nasus, that stuff is slamming shut, because this man is about to build a Spirit Visage and a bunch of armor, and the game's about to be unplayable. This is the time you needed to kill him, so really well done.
Oh,
Get it?
hold on
Oh my
one
gosh.
second. I don't know why they're trying to walk into the tower range. It's a little bit wild. Conover pops the ultimate, but dashes right into the tower range, and Dominant Yumi with another dominant win there. And that's 2-1-0 now for the Smolder. And meanwhile, topside, Urinbot and Greater, just again, 2 behemoths just whacking each other away up there. And Diana's going to go ahead and secure that top lane objective as well. So at least getting something.
Taking the Fury of the Sands off Nasus isn't the worst thing in the world, but man, this is rough. You had this really like proactive jungle mid combo, and it's just going wrong. It's going horribly wrong. And remember, for BigBacks, usually when Conniver is doing poorly, the game doesn't go well. We are seeing much better play out of Hexlith and Panaman. Hexlith, massive props. You're doing great right now. I love you. But this is got potential to get quite ugly for BigBacks.
I agree.
Let's see.
Like you called a lot of the big points.
Oh,
That is very
great
scary.
flash charm is going to land here from
No,
Hexel,
you
but he
can't
actually
miss!
flashes out of the bubble. It couldn't have been any more perfectly timed. How did the charm not land? I don't even understand how he physically got out of there. What an insane move there from Dominant Yumi. I mean, pixel perfect getting out of there. They do take advantage of the Chaos Zone. They are going to go ahead and take the first Mountain Dragon that will be the soul for this game here, but damn, BigBacks, they had a great engage, but they were able to do. Ooh, that was a great move from Dominant Yumi. I can't lie. That was like, did you guys see how long that charm lasted? It was like half a millisecond.
Now here
Can't
is the
blade
scary part.
reach.
Oh, he didn't
Here
reach
is
him.
the-
Enough late.
Oh, he didn't even hit him with it. That's wild. A nice exploding casket. Doesn't get the bounce back into the tower, though. And he's not going to be able to win that trade overall. But damn, so the charm ran out right before, huh? Oof.
Yeah, and
Crazy. I thought he hit
that-
it. I thought he hit it with that flash.
Yeah, and you know, as guys, some people just have length issues. Unfortunately, Kane did not have the right tool for the job there, and that is just how Yumi cleanly walks away from that. If the Blade's Reach touches Smolder, he's dead, dead, because that knockup, there's nothing to do anymore. But because Conniver got a little overzealous on making that Blade's Reach make it, it lands right in front of Smolder. Smolder walks away. It's a tragic miss.
Ooh.
Transcribe?
Has to flash and get out, but able to get at least his own red buff, so that's good.
I mean,
not giving up the break.
If I'm the side of BigBacks, I'm gonna start trying to punish wherever I can on this jungler because Diana needs to start doing something on the map. If she just permanently farms, she's not gonna get anywhere. We have Conniver, who's also getting punished. He wasn't able to get the reset like he wanted. His tempo is down because of that rise right now. And again, that happens. Like if you're Conniver, you're like, I don't have a chance to recall anymore. I gotta either push the wave and do something. I gotta be on this map doing something.
Yeah. He's under so much pressure right now. It's very rough for him. Super, super rough. And this game, it just feels like it's slipping through his hands. As look, Nass is already buying more tank items, and it's just gonna get gross. Smolder, I don't know if we've done a Smolder stack check in a second.
We have not.
I was about to say
Let's find
it's
out.
the 20-minute mark. Let's check it out after this play.
Yeah, no, they're just going to be... We'll just check it now. Oh, never mind. Hold on one second. Meanwhile, top side, Dizzler, Pokemon Go PvP. I mean, they just moved from mid to top, I guess. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, though, Transprime getting caught out. And he's not able to escape. Has no flash. Had to use it a little bit earlier. And the Dizzler getting caught out by Galio here. Has to burn the Ghost. Has to burn the flash a little bit sooner. Nice nice flash. And the PvPer takes down the Dizzler. So 2 kills picked up from the side of Yumi's. Oh, I'm sorry, of BigBacks. And like they were starting to just pull away a little bit. I thought Yumi's Zones was making the way very nicely back, but they're trying to show up and shut down the advancement, and yeah, they're doing a great job.
Well,
Way
that's
too
why I
comfy
said
there. Way too
That's
comfy
why
with
I
how
was
the game's
saying-
going.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, oh, no,
Oh my
Smolder!
God! I don't know why they're going for these tower dives when they don't need to. The tower's going to be taken out now, but Conniver has the ultimate. He's able to get out, thankfully. So, I mean, one little misstep and you are losing the momentum that you're gaining right now on the side of BigBacks. If they want to shut it down 3-1, I mean, they got it out, but damn, they're playing close.
Now it's the 20-minute mark. Let's do a stack check.
Yeah, let's go ahead. So Yumi, or Dominant Yumi now has 200 stacks, so almost at that 225. I give it another 2 minutes at most, about 22 minutes. And for Gnosis, we're at 417, and here we go. We see Urinbot taking a couple of those, I believe. Oh, never mind. That was a Rise and Diana on the top side, so down goes Urinbot, and the Rift Herald is also popped in the top side. I'll be able to take that.
Nasus stack check.
Nasus was
400.
at 417, or 441 now.
So he is at that 400 stacks with yeah, no, he's on par where he needs to be.
Oh, yeah. like 20 minutes in, he is an absolute menace. Hexalith also popping the ultimate over the tower or over the wall there. Transprime and Conover duking it out on the top side, but Kane is just a little bit too strong with his now first kill up on the board here. Lethality is still in the cards or no?
It's so cooked for Gragas now. He has been forced to go to the other lane. He's finally walking back. But, like, who's dealing with Nasus? As Pino predicted, it's a damaged Gragas. But your damaged Gragas didn't punish Susan enough. Susan's just Jay chilling. We haven't even seen the Susan items come in. But presumably, yeah, look at that. Look at that. He just got magic resist.
Yes, he did.
It's rough. It's rough because
And
Gragas was doing like unmitigated Crypt Bloom 10 to the Nasus and doing a massive amount of damage. It all starts going downhill from him.
well, you got to think right now. The majority of your damage is coming from that Gragas and Galio, really punishing that Nasus. But who's going to be able to respond to him if he gets MR?
Yeah.
Not only that, he's doing Force of Nature, so he's gonna have extra mobility, and once he gets that 8 stacks on him, it increases his MR, which just makes it so hard to deal with if you're Urine Bot or if you're Pokemon Go PvPer.
I have the answer. His name is Panaman. The 5-0 Zaya with his 3rd item now completed. Now that the Fairy Quick Blade is online, all he needs is really grievous wounds, and then get him a Mortal Reminder. I think he has the potential. Now, granted, I get it that Nasus has the W, right? So that Wither is going to be a huge pain in the butt. But you have a lot of CC between Galio, Kane, and Rakan, and Gragas to work with. I think that they do have the answers needed. They just got to play front to back and protect the Zaya at all costs.
Here's the real key.
Agreed.
You need to push that mid lane. You need to threaten this Dragon Soul, and you need to force them to walk into you for a God's Honest 5v5, and you need to kill them. Because we've been a little doom and gloom on BigBacks here. They're still ahead.
They're
still 3k gold up. There's plenty of counterplay available. However, it's just the door is closing. But this Dragon Soul is beautiful. Yummis Dons does not want to give a Mountain Drake to the enemy team. It's unacceptable for them. So they're almost certainly going to fight for it, or they're going to try to trade off Baron for it or something. This is the window of opportunity you have to make use of this Fed Zaya, because Nasus has to come down. Nasus is building MR right now. He can't get killed by the solo laners. Who can kill him? We said it. Panaman can. But Nasus shouldn't be in team fights, right? Well, he might have to be forced into a team fight if you push your mid waves and threaten objectives, and we see BigBack's doing that now.
Absolutely, that Baron is the primary focus, and they've had a lot of good jungle focus this game
TP
as
incoming,
well.
massive TP incoming.
And
Gragas is not there in time.
No, he is not. He has no response to the TP at all. Still holding on to it here. The Dizzler showing up as well, pushing them off the Baron. So immediately, knowing that they're at the numbers disadvantage, allowing Gragas to continue to push the bot side of the map. With all 5 members now present on the top here, they have to either make a play for it or push down the mid if they so choose, but they cannot answer Gragas again. So he's going to be able to do whatever he wants down there. Never mind, 2 members are going to be basing. No, they're going to be stopping, because if they give up this positioning, it's a free Baron. They already teleported here. And Rise is going to be the one to answer. I think that's a little bit questionable. Nice damage coming in from Dominant Yumi and Nami there. Okay, so no one's going to make a move for Baron. It was a little potential for a moment there, but no one's really... They're playing so methodically now. This is the slowest game we've had this series.
Yeah, but you see Nasus's top lane, by the time that...
Never mind. I say they're slow, and they get right back into it here. Dominant Yumi does manage to get out, but never mind. Both bot laners are going to be taken out immediately here, and oh my god, the rest is history. Nice double kill picked up from Panaman, and like I said, this is the answer. That's the only thing that they needed, and triple kill with the ace on top. I think that might be enough for them to end it. 3-1 here. The closest death timers that we have are going to be Nami and Smolder, so never mind, 20 seconds, they're not able to do it, so they can get the tier 3 and possibly the inhib right now, but damn, that gave them a much needed jolt to try to secure the ending of this game even sooner here.
And you push that door open. Look at it. 1 minute, Mountain Drake. They have to answer. You cannot give up Mountain Soul. It's throwing. So you have to contest, but now the mid minions are always going to be pushed in. This is beautiful play by BigBacks to keep that door open for another few minutes, because now you're pulling them around the map. That's what you need to do. Nasus is the one who wants to force you to answer him, and then you over-rotate to kill Nasus, and then your team's able to make plays. What happens when BigBacks is the first one making plays? Now you got Nasus on the back foot, and he's walking into a 1v4 crying and dying. Might see a dead Rakan here.
He's able to dash, and Panaman's there as well.
Battle
So.
damage. Nice.
Gotta
Very
be
selfless,
careful.
but Diana coming.
Yep, and the rest of the squad that is Yummis Doms, they have a good engaged look. Like, if Diana's able to pick someone off on the side, but now with Nasus and his presence, he is just a mountain for them to overcome.
Oh, Galio's confirmed people here. They might try a fight, or they're going to force Baron. They're walking straight to Baron. Galio's wasting a ton of time.
Yeah, they are. He has 3 members' attention here, and yeah, they might get the kill, but what is it going to cost him? It's going to cost him a whole Baron. So that's going to give the siege potential now to BigBacks, who already has the lead currently. They're not even trying to answer anything. They're just going to go ahead and try to push out mid, and then, of course, get that dragon. So they're going to prevent the Dragon Soul, at least, while picking up some kind of bounty gold coming in from the towers, trying to claw their way back from this 5k deficit here. You know, they do give up the Baron, but overall, how do you feel about that trade with just the last 30 seconds here?
So, in some
So,
ways, I like it.
so
Because
in my
Baron's
opinion, I was gonna say that. Let me say something quickly, because I think it's very, very important that we're missing here. Any armor and MR that gets on that Nasus is just gonna be devastating for the side of BigBack. And
That's-
them getting one Earth Drake and canceling out their soul point right now is gonna be on the benefit of BigBacks. Now, granted, they did get Baron, and if they use Baron effectively, they can end the game here and cancel out all their scaling from here. But they have to pick out the priority targets, which is that Smolder, which is that Nasus, and all of the side of Yummi's Dom is scaled into the game. So you have to think, okay, I am BigBacks. How am I gonna end the game here? Because if I don't end the game, it is
Diana
Nice
charm!
engage. They did not even know that they were sitting on a ward. Unfortunately, Trans Prime had zero clue. And they tried to get a little pick back off onto Conover, but just definitely not. What a good ward placement there from the side of BigBacks.
But what is your opinion on this, Pike?
If you don't win with this Baron, you're in a massive amount of trouble. Let me put it that way. You need to end with this Baron like yesterday, or you need to crack multiple inhibs and leave them so crippled it's hard for them to play around the map. Because if you don't, you're in so much trouble. Because that was your opportunity there. You've lost it. And here's the key. The inhib will spawn before the next dragon is up. Your best friend, the mid wave constantly pushing in, will be gone. Which means you're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. We might see a dead Rakan. He's able to get out. Woof. But you need to crack inhibs. You need to put this game in an unrepairable state. And right now, I'm just not exactly seeing it yet.
Yeah.
I agree.
The scaling is looking really nice, though, still with the Nasus and the Smolder. We have 627 stacks now on Nasus and 312 on the Smolder. And Smolder only has 3 items, so still has 2 more items looking for movement here. And if they give him the next 5 to 8 minutes to build it, I think Yummi's Doms might have enough in the tank to go ahead and win the next team fight here, potentially.
Absolutely true. And look what Nasus is building next. He's building Randuin's Omen.
Yep.
He's already got the Wardens, which means Xayah's going to do a lot less damage than she was like 2 minutes ago. Especially if he's able to finish it. No, Frozen Heart. Apologies. Same difference. But he's already nerfing her. And the Barons run out. I believe.
It has.
Or maybe the Galio was dead. Yes, the Baron's run out. And you haven't, like, you need to get this Nasus kill and force the shove in, like right now.
Yep.
It's non-negotiable.
Non-negotiable, pops the ghost, but still the knockup comes through, and with the CC chain, even with that frozen heart, don't mean a thing. As Nasus is taken out for the next 50 seconds here, PvP are now taking the attention of 2 members, as the rest of the squad is going to go ahead and push out the top lane with ease here. All the members now starting to back, but Galio doing a great job of just wasting time and preventing backs, and they do take out the mid inhib. Nice double dash, gets the flash out of Dominant Yumi there. So that's going to be one less thing for Smolder to rely on. As the tier 3 falls inside the top lane, teleport comes through for Galio. It is a 5v4 with still 20-second death timer on the Nasus here. The exploding cast forces the flash from Trans Prime, so he does get pushed forward. And I think that's all that they have in the tank for this siege, as Nasus is up in 10 seconds here. Getting these little picks is exactly what you need, and then take advantage of the split push just like they did. If they do that one more time, this game is over.
This is very dangerous. They've wasted way too much time in the base. The dragon is up in 30 seconds. They don't have proper back timings. Now you have 2 people who are hanging around and attempting to waste their time, but you are not going to get the actual fight you wanted. Look, Xayah and Kane are still walking out of base. Look who's taking all the pressure into this dragon. You need to be forcing them to walk into you. Fortunately, you do have the inhibs that are pushing in for you, but this is not exactly where you want to be. Rakan is back now. These are very staggered backs. We're seeing backs out of Yumi's downs now. The dragon is up at 8 seconds. Fellas, I think this might be the fight to decide the game.
They already have a walking elder. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I agree with...
oh, no, it's Gragas caught?
Oh, my God.
Gragas is caught!
Yep, Gragas is caught. Out here, oh, my God, the exploding cask. And, yeah, I think that's the straw that broke the camel's back. They are going to be able to take this mountain, so they are going to prevent that soul point. That's one less thing that they have, but with those waves also pushing in, they need to get back as quickly as possible here.
That's so tragic. That is so tragic. And again, this is the second time you've almost been able to force, but it's these minor mistakes that don't let you get. And now, if you mess up Dragon one more time, they get Mountain. And if Yumi's Doms gets Mountain, I don't know how you play your way out of it. And if we do a stack check, you don't even need to give me a number. It's just gross. The numbers don't matter anymore. They're massive. It's a 300, almost 350 stack Smolder. You need to win on this Baron. You need to either win on this Baron or get Soul. If you can't do either of those, the game's over. There's almost no way to claw back without massive blunders on the side of Yumi's Doms. This game, the 5k gold lead is nothing. When you are 34 minutes into the game, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yumi's Doms is stacked. They've made up the gold lead and more. So they're under... It looks like BigBack is controlling the game right now. 2 inhibs down, you're like, great, we're winning. No, you are under a ton of pressure to properly close this game.
And how do you close it out? That is the question of the day, guys.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, for
in my
real.
opinion, they keep putting this Galio off on his own. This time, what I would do is I would set a Galio off to the side on his own, pretending that he's alone, and try and get a 4v5 scenario while you're split pushing with another champion.
Yeah, I could see Galio hanging out in the jungle and trying to make use of his R, trying to play for picks, but this is just getting tougher and tougher because now you can't even out-poke. Smolder does so much damage with his poke, and now BigBack is getting the Kaisa E treatment all over again, as it's getting a little gross, and you can see, look at the timer on that inhib, it does not have a lot of time till it respawns.
No, it doesn't, but hey, every single wave
Gragas
of these
collapsed
supers... Oh my God, the Rise ulti, yep, from below. He's going to go ahead and get pinched in the middle, and Gragas might be okay. Never mind, he is not okay as Urinbot is taken down. So now the 4v5, but that does leave a slight advantage in this fight in lane. And Hexalith, very nice stops the engage there from the Rakan, and now the fight has turned around, and Panaman has to flash out of the base. They are on pursuit mode now, but still with those supers coming down lane, they have a lot to fight against, but 30-second death timers here for 2 members that still puts them in a relatively good position here. Unfortunately, no jungle objectives. 2 minutes on the drag, 4 minutes on the Baron. But still, like, BigBacks, their backs are against the wall currently in this position. And time is not on their side.
Unmitigated disaster of a fight. It absolutely cannot happen. And that's the problem. You put Gragas on these waves, they're not fast enough, and they don't have good enough wards. See when the ganks are coming to Gragas to make the play in time. Look at the ward coverage. And look how far Gragas is pushed up when he's dying. You don't have enough wards. So this Gragas just getting caught and dying for nothing. And if it's Tank Gragas or Galio, where he wastes like 5 minutes dying because he's just running around pressing buttons, it's okay. But it's AP Gragas. He just dies and nothing happens. You can't force the fights. And now, as Rylian said, what happens every minute you're waiting for an objective to spawn? Smolder gets stacks, Nasus gets stacks, Yummis, Doms, Scales. And now it feels like this is the final dragon you get. This is your last chance to make something happen as BigBacks. If you cannot force on this dragon properly, I think the game is over for you.
And if that is the case, we're going to be seeing a game 5.
I know.
Yes, we would.
Pick'ems be damned, I want a 5th game.
It's crazy.
Like, as much as I want this game to end and be like, okay, we're done, I'm over here like, I want more from these teams. This is the semi-final, essentially, and it's the finals of the losers queue. If you're not outputting your best, then what's the point of watching these, right? Like, it's not one-sided.
I mean, they didn't know, but they should have followed up. Like, they hit him, but then they didn't do anything to follow. They could have cut the two of them out instantly there. But they just chose not to pull the trigger.
Top. He doesn't have proper wards. But it looks like Yummis Dons is committing to the drag here.
Yeah.
Gragas has got room.
Both sides are on soul points, so this is for almost everything. But
this is tense.
Who do we have responding back? That's Nasus is going to be answering back here. He can go ahead and very easily 1v1 that. And, oh, there goes the teleport. He is going to have to teleport right back into him, though. All members are waiting for their top laners to show back up. And with the supers, okay, they're going to go ahead and start it immediately. They know Smolder has the advantage 100%. They have an Elder Drake. They're just getting the Mountain to go ahead and add to it. And, yeah, no contest. They're not even going to fight it. I don't know why they bothered waiting. They should have just been pushing.
It's a YOLO!
And, yep, the TP from Galio. Let's see if he's able to go ahead and expect it from the back line. We do have one Nexus Tower fallen. He's going to go ahead and turn right back around, get the inhib. Good objective control on that. With the supers not coming down, they have all the pressure in the world. Soul was secured, though, from red side, so they do have that shield advantage along with the armor and magic resist bonuses. But 45 seconds now on the Baron. It's really going to be what happens at this last jungle objective. Who wins this either determines we get to a Game 5 series, or does BigBacks take it home 3-1? With Baron at 30 seconds now. Let's take a look at the items, see if we have full build almost completely built out on the ADCs. I don't think anyone has anything fully built out. Maybe mid lane. Ryze? Yeah, I think Ryze does because his CS is disgusting. And now everyone's trickling into the Baron pit. Right down mid lane they go. Xayah has Guardian's Angel, and I believe so does Smolder. So both of these ADCs, if either one of them get picked, they will be instantly blown up, and then it's just going to be a waiting game for that. Hexalith is going to get caught out right now by the Wither, but that means that's one less thing that they have to use on Xayah here. Both teams trying to just poke him out. Smolder is doing a great job hitting with those Qs, and oh my god, Hexalith gets bursted down immediately, and there goes the Smolder stack. You don't need an Elder Drake. I am the Elder Drake. And with that, they have the numbers advantage. Right to the Baron they go. I don't know how they plan on trying to engage this. We do have supers pushing inside the top. We have supers pushing in the mid, and bot lane is open. One tower is all that they have between that and the Nexus. They could potentially go for some kind of backdoor. Kane's trying to get something cheeky. He does not get it. Baron completely uncontested with the advanced recall. They do make it back to the lane. 3 inhibs down means all lanes are going to have supers marching right into it. Rise with the perfect ultimate here. Conover has to wait on the outside. He is now just wasting time, seeing what he can do for his team to get there, and gets blown up immediately. That tower, though, is getting beaten up pretty badly by the supers. Anybody can just walk in, it feels like, from BigBack, knock that thing down and take down the Nexus, but they have to be careful with this Smolder here. Dancing back and forth. They have the Baron. They're going to go ahead and try to re-siege down the mid lane. With supers coming through 2 by 2 in every single lane, they are sending one person top, so it's a 4-1 push. Bot lane is completely alone, completely empty. No teleports available from anybody on the side of BigBacks here, so they have to duke it up straight. 5v4 right now. 25-second death timer still on Conover here, and the Baron empowered minions, even though they're little, they still pack a big punch. That tier 2 falling little by little. Nice exploding casket to go ahead and just disrupt it a little bit, and from the backside we have a nice recon flank, and here comes the heroic charge from Galio. Nice smaller ulti, and he is able to stay in the back, dodges the knockup, doesn't matter. One execute. Does he have another one? Yes, he does. Greater, though, takes out Galio. That's going to be 2 members down here for BigBacks, and I think the scaling is all we needed. We said we get to 42 minutes. This is going to be a Yummis Doms games, and they are dominating at 42 minutes with the Smolder here, and I hit my keyboard and accidentally caused it all to move. I think that is all she needed to go ahead and end it here. We have 2 members remaining. It's Conover, it's Panama against the rest of the world here. It's what it feels like, and he is able to go ahead and burst down Nasus. Down he goes with the Smolder, though. I think that's 1, I think that's 2, and I think we're going to be seeing a game number 5. Dear God, if game number 5 is anything like this, this is the best series we have ever been able to witness. This is just absolutely crazy. Jesus.
Are you not entertained?
For real, guys.
Are you
For real.
not entertained?
What else could you possibly ask for out of a game 4? Holy crap.
Oh my god. And I'm gonna say this right now. I voted for Yumi's Dom just because of the scaling. If BigBacks didn't have that end early, I knew it was gonna turn out like this because they have so much scaling on their side. Now, as a final thought for me, they played it perfectly. They played it to scale, and they did win. That was phenomenal. What are your thoughts, Pike?
Oh, okay. Breathe. In retrospect, BigBacks could have won that game very easily, but they lost it. And I think they should not have traded that Baron for Drake. I really think it hurt them. And I think in the moment, it felt like a good idea, but Gragas getting caught and you having to trade off that Drake for that Baron, it was too much time lost. Because what did we see? We saw a slow avalanche of that game just getting more and more and more unplayable for BigBacks. You could see the desperation plays where, you know, you catch someone, but it's not working out anymore. It's too late. They're too big. And it's just sad. It's sad to watch a game that you feel you can win just fall through your hands like that. But there's something to pick up there. Do not let Yummis Doms pick scalers. Do not.
I agree.
Force them to make plays against you. Ban that shit. Do not let them pick scalers. What hyper carries do we even have left in Drafter? I'd have to check. Because now, here's the real kicker. Yeah, we are G5's Fearless. God bless Fearless Draft. We are G5 Fearless. The number of champs you can play that are actually like late game powerhouses that aren't complete dookie is rapidly decreasing because there's 10 ADCs gone. Like, there's a lot, and they're going to get more banned.
I hope to see some APCs, possibly.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. If you're on the side of Yumi's Dom, and if you're on the side of BigBacks, what are you thinking for this bot lane? What are you thinking for this jungler? Because the high impact junglers are out of the game.
Well, let's leave that right real quick for the after intermission discussion when we get ready for the game 5s and everything. So we're going to cut it to a short little break, though, while we get ready for the game number 5. Do not go anywhere, guys. This is the pinnacle, the ending of the series. Who makes it to the finals against C22? We're going to find out in just a couple short minutes. But do not go anywhere. The TriCast boys between Pike, Pino, and your boy Rye Lion here will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, all of you wonderful, wonderful people. All games leading down to this, the fifth and final game of the losers brackets finals here between BigBacks and Yummis Doms. And my apologies, I did not change the icons here, but I'll get that fixed in just a moment. But dear God, what an amazing game number 4. There's a whole lot to discuss and break it down, so we'll go ahead and start the topics off. Pike, I know you have a few things you want to mention here. Go ahead and shoot us off, my friend.
Guys, if you don't know, we've been streaming for about 4.5 hours. And for you, hopefully you're a little tired, but you're entertained. I know I'm a little tired.
Absolutely.
Multiply that like tenfold for the players in this. Imagine for the last 4.5 hours, you've been putting 100% of your brain power and your just thoughts, your feelings, your emotions into this game. At this point, how many of them have been in game 5 scenarios? And your last game, by the way, was a 40-minute heartbreaker if you're BigBacks.
Yeah. I mean,
it takes a certain type of mental fortitude to power through that. And at this game, you might see some people start to show cracks. You might see some really dumb mistakes, not because the people are bad or they're stupid, but things just start to slip your mind. Your mind starts to betray you a little when it's stressed and when it's in these de-stressed positions. Maybe you thought you warded something. Your brain's like, yep, you warded, but you didn't and you get killed. Stuff like that. So expect to see more of that. And they drafted so quick, so we're just gonna see rapid fire. They have not had a lot of breaks. This is a very tough game, and we finally see my boys in Xiao. They do not let them ban it. Then Xiao is a man who can do a ton of work early game. How are you feeling, Pino?
In honesty, the Viego ban is beautiful for Yumi's Dom. You don't want them on a huge hyper carry in the jungle like Viego. So banning that out is big for Yumi's Doms. And responding Tristana with Xin Zhao, you want to be able to get anybody off of you if you're Tristana. So that in itself is very nice. We might see a response from BigBacks with Sivir, who's really, really good at being able to match the wave clear that Tristana has. So there's a lot of different options. They're not banning a whole bunch of 80 carries, but they did ban the Caitlyn, which it's interesting. Now, the Zillion Tristana combo, what are your thoughts on that?
Now, Tristana Zillion, bot lane in general, anybody's Zillion is going to be a problem, but mixing up Tristana with that definitely is really good. Now, they do have two really good picks back-to-back, the Sivir and the Bard, and the Bard's been banned every single time, so the Xin Zhao and the Bard both being picked up by BigBacks. I think I've been perma-banned each and every single game here, so both of those we actually get to see here on the double Bs themselves. But that bot lane matchup now, the Sivir Bard into the Zillion Tristana, both are going to be poking. Both Bard has the sustain though, of course. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is when Bard goes to roam. That's a lot of engage and really easy engage there for the Zillion and the Tristana. Double bomb stun, Tristana jumps in, you get the slow. Like, you're not escaping if you're Sivir. So Bard really has to time these roams a little bit almost perfectly in order to be not leaving Sivir, drastically behind in lane.
I will say, Bard is Hexa's home champion, basically. Hexa is a very masterful Bard player.
Okay.
I'm very shocked they let it go through, especially after Hexa kind of crapped on their bot lane. No offense, but Hexa was moving last game, and Sivir can break the continuity of the engage. How so? Tristana will almost always EW onto your head, correct?
Correct.
And Zillion's gonna go for a double bomb. If you time Sivir's spell shield correctly, you cut Zillion's stun off cold. But you have no dashes, which means if Zillion sneaks an E in on you and you eat basically a Nasus Withers worth of a slow, you are in a ton of trouble. So I absolutely agree. It's not the double bomb that's scary from Zillion. The scariest thing Zillion can do is E himself, run up, and EU. It's about as bad as a stun because you will not be moving and you have no dashes to defend yourself. So this is a very hard lane. It's a kill lane, basically, for Yumi's Doms. And it's a safe lane for BigBacks, but you've got a Bard who wants to walk around the map. Master Yi?
What is happening?
What is happening? I'm shocked.
I mean,
Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead, Pino. Go ahead.
I was just about to say, putting a hyper carry in the jungler rather in the AD carry role, I think is going to be a big impact for Yumi's Dom. And BigBack doesn't have the CC to really stop that Master Yi, if you really look at it.
Ion.
So,
what is...
any tanks that they thought they could play here is really going to be irrelevant just because of that Master Yi.
You know, I really would have loved to see a flex Xin Sao to top and pick Rammus. It sounds kind of insane, but man, does Rammus hurt Master Yi so bad. And Xin Sao is actually very playable top lane. It's not like good, but it's very playable top lane. Just tough because you have to blind.
With
oh my
the
god,
Anivia.
there is no point and click CC for this Master Yi. There's none.
Well, I mean, point and click is debatable with the Anivia stun. I mean, it's a skill shot, so she does have to hit it, but he can easily alpha strike or dodge it, but that's literally the only thing that... Also, possibly the knockup from Scion.
Scion ults like if he's on top of you, or
Bard.
Xin Shao can press the R button and throw you away.
Bard can ulti, Bard also has the Q.
Not... Oh,
You're not considering... Oh, sorry. Go for it.
No, Hui was the last one picked for Doms. Hui, Yi, Nar, Zillion, I don't know. Predictions are live, by the way, guys. Predictions have been live this entire time. Spend your channel points. Uh-oh. Hello, hello? Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Now we can. You were cutting in and out for a second there. So,
Okay, I got worried. I was like, hold on one
second.
second.
What I was about to say, one of the biggest things that you have to worry about, though, is that Anivia wall gives that Bard stun availability to be able to stun wherever.
Oh, that's very correct.
You also got to take into account if that Scion is running at you and you put an Anivia wall right behind the enemy champions and that Scion hits them and that wall, it is devastating for whoever's in front of that wall. So there's a lot of combos that they can pull off, BigBacks, but you have to rely on Xin Zhao getting you to that point.
Ooh. This is tough, man.
I'm not gonna... I don't like either comp 100% either way. I will be honest. You know what I mean? There's a couple of things that but it's game number 5 in a fearless draft. We have 50 champions, I feel like, that were either picked or banned, throughout the entirety of the series. And I don't know, like, Big backs, I am slightly leaning in favor of just because I feel like they have just enough CC potential to deal with Master Yi. But if he is able to maneuver and wiggle his way out of just either like one chain and they're not able to lock him down and blow him up immediately, I can definitely see Master Yi just absolutely sweeping the table. Just completely pentakilling and boop, that's all she wrote. But
Now,
It's it's tough.
If you're C22, who are you rooting for? Who do you want to face if you're C22? Do you want to have a face-to-face rematch with Big Bags having 5 games instead of 3, or do you want to go for the underdog and try and get the underdog out of here?
I'm gonna be honest. I want to face the team that I beat previously.
yeah, big backs.
But if I'm a enjoyer of content, I want to. Let me put it this way: if I want to get better, I want to face a team I haven't faced yet.
So
But if
the
I'm
answer,
only caring about the dub, big backs.
so the answer from C22 is they want to face Yumi Doms. As you know, I'm also part of C22, so I have a little bit of insider. But C22 has said they want to face Yumi Doms because number one, they haven't really faced Yumi Doms,
Fair.
and number two, uh, they don't really want to face Big Backs again because it could have been a close game with them.
It was a 3-game series, though, the first time you all versed each other, correct?
Yes, from what I remember.
Gotcha. I mean, this was a very exciting matchup. I feel like they're going to have, their work cut out for them no matter who they end up versing in the series. Both teams fighting tooth and nail to make it back into the finals or in the upper bracket just division overall. And I think we had a fantastic 5-game series between these two teams here. This last game, again, a lot of champions exhausted here, so now we're pulling out some like bottom of the barrel, like what can I play effectively in a competitive game mode type situation, and this is what we are left with. So I expect a lot of scrapping. I expect a lot of fighting, sand in the eyes, punch to the groin, a lot of dirty plays here possibly, but we are going to find out in about 1 minute here. We are going to cut it to a short little intermission while we get ready for that, but do not go anywhere. The TriCast Pike, Pino, and Rye Lion will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, all of you wonderful, wonderful people. It's your boy Rylion here, and I got Pino, and I got Pike, and we are bringing you all the action. Game number 5 in the lower bracket finals, once again between Yummis Doms and BigBacks here, and it's going to be Yummis Doms on blue, BigBacks on red, and already we have fighting, and we've said right before this game started, it's either going to be the most deflating thing in the world or hella action, and it looks like we got our answer as the stun lands across. Just for good measure here, extra damage on the Dizzler. But let's break down real quick the champions and their players here. In the top lane, starting for blue side again, this is Yummis Doms on blue. We have Greater in the top lane with Gnar, Trans Prime with Master Yi in the jungle, the Dizzler 98 with the Hui in the mid lane, Dominant Yumi on the Tristana ADC, and Kazakura on the Zillion support. And my friend Pike, go ahead and break down red side for us, would you?
On the top side, we have Sion, played by Urianbot. We have Conniver on the Zinjui. We have Pokemon Go PvPer on the Frostbird or Anivia. We have Panaman on Severe. And we have Janna or Hexalith on Bard. As this is going to be an interesting game, as we see they have not decided to go out peacefully in the night. Both teams are like, F it, we ball, we're playing.
Absolutely. I mean, there's just so much action happening literally nonstop in every single lane. The level 2 engage from Tristan on the bot side got blown up immediately. We have Greater E-ing into the lane instead of away, I guess. And then, of course, that early little trade in the jungle side there for the Dizzler. So these teams are definitely fighting. They might as well have only just done a 1-game series if they were just going to get to a game 5. You know what I mean? All the other games didn't even matter.
Yeah, I could have gone to bed in time.
We could have just finished this at 7:30, got back at 8:50. We could have been doing some flex queue.
Yeah. You see, and,
You're not wrong.
You know, if they needed help getting the right mental state for this, we could have waterboarded them for 45 minutes and then had them play their game.
There might be some Geneva conventions to get that, but essentially the exact same thing.
Yeah, we new idea, guys. Gitmo League next round, summer split Gitmo League. But yeah, just I do like seeing the fight out of both teams. It can be really deflating sometimes, especially if you're BigBacks. You have a 40-minute game where it falls through your hands. It can be very discouraging. And many a Clash run I've seen ruined by such a thing. So it's really good to see that they're playing aggressive, they're playing their kind of league, and I really hope they keep it as the game keeps progressing here.
Well, I mean, if you look at both teams, they both really don't have an edge. They're both pretty even when it comes overall, team-wise. Because you got proper scaling on both sides, you got proper early games on both sides, you got range on both sides, like, What are you thinking here if you're on the side of BigBacks? How are we going to win this? And what are you thinking if you're on Yummis Doms, right? So, in your opinion, Rylan, what do you think you're doing if you're Yummis Dom here?
For Yummis Doms, if you're anything, you need to funnel all the kills to this Master Yi. Like, he cannot not be ahead at all. You picked him for a reason, and that's because he needs to do a lot of damage, and you just know that he's going to be irrelevant for the first 6 levels. He's probably not going to show up in lane, so don't be too hyper-aggressive. Let him power farm. Let him get to level 6, and here we go in the bot lane. Dominant Yumi doing exactly what Tristana's supposed to do, and engaging right outside that Tristana there. But yeah, that's pretty much all you need to do. Just don't die, poke. I wouldn't be too hyper-aggressive until I'm fully able to be online. And then we can go ahead and balls to the walls from there if you're Yummis Doms. How about you, Pike?
You know, I'll go for the BigBack side. You have a little bit of trouble because Gnar is going to be a better split pusher than Sion is. It's just how Gnar plays. You pick him into stuff like Sion as tanks. They picked Sion into Gnar this time because they needed some backbone on your team. But speaking of backbone, guess who has none? Yummis Doms. Their backbone is hopefully a zillion res. That's what you got. So find an opportunity for this Sion to join the team fight and cause a huge amount of chaos and disorder that allows your team to do what they need to do. Keep Xin Xiao on top of your squishies, so when Master Yi sprints in and cues in, you can ult him away and ruin his engage. that gives your team so much time to punish him and make stuff work. As
The
we see another fight
magical
happening.
journey from Hexalith to set him up around the side of Yumi's Doms. And a double kill now being picked up here for PvPer, but not before Tristana at least gets one, gets the jump reset, and gets the safety here. So 2 for 1 overall. Both kills being picked up by Anivia, so I think very much very good. And 1 kill also being picked up there from Conover. So it cannot complain with that trade if you are on the side of BigBacks.
No, absolutely not. Because here's the thing, Anivia actually struggles against Hui early. Hui outranges her hardcore. So she's the one who's like trading health and trying to make this tough decision between having enough health and mana and being able to slap your minions correctly. So getting those 2 kills smooths out that early lane progression, so it can get to the point where Anivia walks up, press R's on wave, and then is not interactive with Hui, and kind of takes a lot of the bite out of his game. So very useful for Anivia to pick up these 2 kills, and we are seeing the Hexalith Bard already paying off dividends.
Yeah, no, I agree. So that was wonderful on the side of BigBacks, where what they did is they waited till the dragon started ramping up some of that damage on that Yi before going in on that Yi and essentially making him useless in that fight. If that Yi ended up ganking bot lane before going for that dragon play, I think it would have had a much bigger impact.
Very interesting. We see more roaming out of Zillion and Bard. Something important to consider here. Look at the CS between the 2 ADCs. We have seen a lot of director camera showing dominant Yumi kind of jump onto Sivir and cause her problems.
Ooh.
Here's the problem for dominant Yumi. The kills haven't materialized, and Sivir's still CSing. So, despite the troubles Sivir has had, for sure, in this lane, it hasn't actually borne too much fruit yet. Sivir is hanging in there. That's really nice for BigBacks.
Now, one thing I just want to point out as well, that lethal tempo in the top side for Gnar, normally I see like Grasp the End dying or Conquer or something like that. He's just pretty much playing around the not the Mega Gnar form, the regular Gnar form. You're saying that they don't really have a backbone. It's like Mega Gnar, technically, he's the only tank, when he does transform. But yeah, they're not even trying to play around that, I don't think, just based off of the room page here.
And I think it's because they really want Gnar to be a split push threat. They want Gnar to constantly be a thorn in the side of BigBacks, have him push out these side lanes and make it so BigBacks cannot get the 5v5 fights that they want. Because if you thought Yumi's Doms was squishy, a Scionless BigBacks is also very squishy. They basically only have Xin Zhao, and at least Zillion can turn it into a 5v4 with Reds. So lots of pressure on this Scion to like not let Gnar get way too ahead and not let him be the split push menace. As you see, the CS looks equal, but Gnar's picking up a wave here. Oh, Boomerang! That's such a scumbag move. I love it.
Perfect ward placements as well. They've done that a handful of times here. And Trans Prime, nice Alpha Strike to dodge the stun, but still, he is not tanky at all. If he gets stuck just even once or even for a moment here, he just gets blown up immediately.
I think this might be one for the history books, but I believe this is the first time Trans Prime has been like significantly out CSing Conniver here. He's up a wave. Not a wave, up a camp, out of camp in a little bit. But yeah, well played to him. He getting all the farm he wants, even though he is seeing a lot of action in this game.
Well, he did end up giving grubs for that invade, and it's paying off for him right now. Now, granted, Conniver could also go for this blue side and try and contest this Yi and punish him if Bard was able to do a roam here, but as you can see, Bard's just stuck under turret. What can he do?
Also, your Scion's getting pushed in, which means if you're starting a fight here, Gnar's the first one there. So, just a little risky. I think if you want to invade a side here, you need to be invading the Yumi's Dom's red side. Ooh.
If I'm Xin Zhao, I want to... Yeah,
Coming
he's
out of
correct.
A little bit
Zion.
Correct.
spam emoting, loving the BM.
I mean, those two have
That's
had a heck of a fight up there. Really back and forth. We've had games where, especially like the Croc game, where Urian Bot was dominating.
Oh yeah.
And we've had games where Greater was like the difference maker of the game. That Nasus game comes to mind where Greater kind of put himself into a losing lane and made it work hardcore. So these guys have been trading blows all game.
That is true.
no, I agree. And so what you're seeing here is you're seeing the mutual respect from both teams. Is
Oh,
FYI.
Kaza, you cannot walk into your own jungle. Don't you know that by now? The repercussions of the last 4 games are catching up with you.
Oh no, and Hui actually under a ton of trouble here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, force the flash. That's Hui flash. And Hui just TP'd. So he's summonerless against this Anivia.
And that's a instant Drake being taken here from Yummi's Dom, or I'm sorry, from BigBack's, and that's the second dragon of the game, getting on over to them in at 12 minutes. That's a pretty good pace. That's a 20-minute soul, and they were on that path 2 games ago?
Yes.
Yes.
And no, was it Yummis? Yeah, no, it was BigBack's.
Yeah, it was BigBack's.
And this is how you turn an early advantage into a game. Because you can't afford to give up souls when you're behind like that. So force, if you want this Gnar not to be as bad of a split push problem, how do you do that? Force the Gnar to come down to you to contest soul. Because Gnar's not going to give up soul. It's griefing to give up a soul like that. So, especially, I believe it's a Hextech Drake. Do you really want to give all that attack speed and extra damage to Sivir? Like, come on. No, she's AoE enough. You don't need to help her. So, Bard interrupted. Sag.
Yeah.
Again, scumbag move, but I respect it.
Yeah.
So you need to be threatening this. This is how you force them out of their farm and hang out till 40 minutes strategy. You force objectives around the map and you force them to things you know they have to attend. You know they cannot sit and let you take dragons forever. You know that they're not going to let you take multiple barons. So you need to take objective control and force them to walk up to you as we see a potential game through.
Yep, Trans Prime. I don't think he was caught out, but I think the Spidey sense is tingling here for Urine Bot. And with that being said, Jin Zhao also was just kind of waiting. He also sensed that Yi was around, but both make it on out. And this game, very, very slow and methodical. I mean, again, this is for all the marbles, essentially. One mistake, one misstep, and I think the snowball effect comes into play, especially with the setup that they have currently here for Yummi's Doms and BigBacks.
Oh, Greater Aiden ult! He's actually in a little bit of trouble. I believe he was forced to flash there.
He was.
He was.
Yeah, Urine Bot, I mean, that was a good ultimate. Has the Thorn Mail as the first built item as well in Trans Prime. Gonna show up instantly, forces the flash from Urine Bot.
That's actually beautiful. I think even with Flash, if Yi connects the Q, Sion's actually under a ton of trouble and is potentially diveable. However, we see the counter gank coming from Xin Xiao, and look at that vision in the bot side. Look at all this vision Hexa's put down. The red side of Yummi's Doms is lit up like a Christmas tree right now.
Yeah, no, I was about to mention that too, and I was like, I got beat to it.
No.
Yeah, and I really want to see that because look, Bard can do whatever he wants. He knows he's not there to help. And you also, now you get this kill. What do you do with Xin next? Xin, Bard, invade that Yi's jungle. You can't get shit on the Rift.
You've mentioned Zen like 5 times this entire series, and the game he gets picked is like, look how effective he is.
Homeless. Did Zen smite that?
Yes.
Oh my God! What a Conover on this Xin Zhao is a. I'm glad that they didn't pick it till game number 5 because this is like their trump card. This is like you cannot get over this.
Hex is coming down. Hex is coming down. This is a red buff, and if they fight it, they're actually dead.
Oh. Kaza gets flashed on, though. Probably wasn't needed, but just for security measures, might as well take it. Trans Prime getting forced out of his own jungle and has to force the flash as well. Dragons up in about a minute and a half, and they're setting up they're suppressing farm, they're suppressing drakes, they're suppressing grubs and rifts. All jungle control right now favors BigBacks.
And if you're big backs, you're like, thank you, Hexa, because those wards set up everything. You knew exactly where Yi was. He was in his topside jungle, presumably clearing or setting up for a gank on Sion, which means you get to gank mid and get that free kill. And then you knew exactly where he was walking after that gank happened. You knew that Master Yi was not behind the Zillion when he's contesting. You're able to force the ult out of Zillion, and you're able to force even more right now.
Oh my god, and a Hoi ulti to go ahead. Does he pop the egg? He does. And Master Yi's going to follow up with a quick little Alpha Strike, but can he do the rest to scramble that egg? Yes, he can, and the shutdown being picked up from me. Bard ultimate just for one last measure, and nice Alpha Strike to dodge a little bit, but unfortunately not enough to get out, but still 1 for 1 in the Sion ulti point blank range. That is a CC chain of 1,000 years if I have ever seen one, and the kill picked up by Urinbot. Bot lane's going to be pushing, top lane's going to be pushing while everything was happening in the mid lane there, and very, very nice kill lead in favor of BigBack's 2-8, but still only about a 1.3k gold lead.
This Tristana lane is getting a little unplayable for Sivir. Tristana has hit items, and the Hex Optics is really gross on Tristana. Look, Sivir's just taking straight hits. And now you need to focus your attention on letting the Sivir play the game, because she's your insurance for when these later fights come. You're working out really well now. You have lots of base damage, very fed Xin Shao, but he's going to fall off. This is not a forever thing, Xin Shao doing all this damage. You need to buy your Sivir space.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Go
And
ahead.
it looks like
Especially because the dragon. Like, you cannot let this Sivir like suffer like this if you're trying to get dragons. Look, they lose a dragon here. Why? Because you have a half HP Sivir who's in no way ready to fight, so you just can't play it. They do get something on the opposite side of the map. Yes, I see this. But you can't force this dragon plan of yours or this objective plan of yours if this Sivir's that far behind. It's just not doable. As Bard gets out. Okay. Ooh.
2-1-4 here on the Anivia, 5-0-3 on the Xin. I mean, he's been banned the entirety of the series for good measure, and nice engage here from Master Yi, and that's the double strike, and he takes another one now, 2-2. He's starting to come up a little bit. The kills are coming through, and if they are able to keep on funneling those kills on over to the Yi, like I said, that's the only thing that they should be doing, and he has 2 out of the 3 of them so far here, so looking pretty good for Trans Prime. I think both carries are going to be in the jungle, jungles here.
And it's just a little disappointing that you're pushing that far as a bot lane when you see all the action happening mid lane. You can't have your cake and eat it too. And it felt like that's what they're doing. When they're pushing that hard in the mid lane, you need to be willing to give up a wave or 2 bot lane. I said yes, this Sivir needs help, but you're not helping her doing that. If you're gonna focus on taking down mid towers and opening up the map like this, she needs to walk back. Fortunately, she doesn't, and it leads to Hexa's death. Fortunately, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's just a little dangerous. They're kind of playing with fire here and giving Yi kills.
And look at those wards from Bard again. They're setting it up so that they can invade that bot side of the jungle again.
Yep, as soon as that bot lane spawns, oh my gosh, Dominant Yumi might be in trouble. Able to jump over, but Bard's behind you. There's nothing scarier than a portal opening behind you as an ADC. It's terrifying.
I mean, look how much vision they have on that bot side of Yi, and there's just nothing that they can do about all that vision.
Not at all.
I mean, you can put pinks in, you can get the sweepers, but I mean, Hex has been just doing a phenomenal job of just keeping the information. Again, if you know where the information is power in this game, if you know where the jungles are pathing or if you know where they're clearing, like you guys have said time and time again, just get things done on the opposite side of where they're going or where they're going to be. And
Sivir gives Tristana a taste of her own medicine with the backstop.
or just overall for the side of for Yummis. They've been doing that quite a bit to BigBacks, no matter who it is, in every lane, especially that Zillion. Stopped them a couple times, but...
Yeah, that's a bit of comeuppance there for Dominant Yumi. How does it feel now? You see a potential fight starting?
There is a little bit here happening in the mid side, or in the mid lane. But I kind of want to look at the jungle matchup head-to-head. The 5-0-3 Zen and the 2-2-1 Yi. Who do you think has the better potential from here on out? I'll start with you, Pino.
In all honesty, I think the Yi has the better potential
Absolutely.
because Zen is starting to, plateau a little bit due to the fact that, yes, he is getting an advantage in the jungle, but his whole entire team has to be following him everywhere in the jungle.
Oop, and Urinbot trying to
what
force
an
a
Enigma
dive
wall.
here. Yep, and Conover getting caught out a little bit, but not before Trans Prime, though. Almost getting Conover and Pokemon PvP here. Whiffing the knockup, unfortunately. But, oh, nice three-man ulti coming in from the Mega Gnar. Gets the shutdown and the egg pop. Dominant Yumi's going to go ahead and engage onto the Anivia. Does get her taken out. Urinbot not able to get the knockup in time to save his friend and now has to fight himself in a 3v1 potential. Bard is not leaving him all to his own vices. And here's Sivir in the mid lane pushing out for Yumi's Doms for BigBack. So definitely making progress anywhere and everywhere that they can. And yeah, this is just looking very, very nice macro play right now for BigBacks. Like they are just doing a phenomenal job across the map here.
Yeah, Panaman is doing the same thing he was doing on Jinx. You guys fight and have fun and play over there. I'm going to take plates. I'm going to take buildings. I'm going to slap minions around. And it's kind of working out. I mean, obviously, Tristana picked up kills there. So, kills and assists there. Picked up KP. So, it's not the greatest thing. But Sivir is surviving. They're both only on 2 items right now, if you look.
Now, coming up with this dragon, what do you think you want to do if you're on the side of Yumi's Dom?
Oh.
Not get wave smacking you around.
I was like, I mean, he's tried like a couple of times to get a flank off, and it's unfortunately just not going his way in the most effective way. So we kind of have to play front to back, right? Sion's going to be the first one to engage, always is. So when he gets up there, we just all need to be focusing and getting on him. It sucks. I don't want to, but he's the one that's right in front. If we can burst him down quick enough, great. We do have the Zillion ulti, so he's going to have zombie form. We'll deal with him if need be. But outside of that, once you get rid of the Scion, they have no other front line, and from that point forward, you should be good to go. That's what I would be doing. How about you, Pike?
Yeah, absolutely. You really don't want Gnar to be here. You want Gnar to be split pushing somewhere, specifically top. Look at that massive wave that's about to crash top. But he's got to be here, right?
Right.
So you need to, at this point, you're kind of just stalling to try and let this top wave crash and do its work. But at the same time, you need to split the team. And they're actually doing a great job. Panaman is forced to take care of this mid wave, and the enemy ADC isn't present. Xin Shao is crashing a wave bot. They're backing, and it might look like you're actually going to get the dragon you want with no work. Look, Xin Shao is way too far away. He can't contest this.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the second Hex in a row now being donated essentially to Yumi's Doms, and you're not even going to get a tier 2 out of it in the bot side. I wish we could have the comms this round to hear what exactly is going on. Again, you were mentioning, it's Game 5 fatigue here. I've been in a couple Game 5 scenarios as a caster, specifically, and I can tell you, from the casting standpoint, I get mentally tired. I can only imagine playing, all 5 games live. And, you guys have been players. You've been in this scenario before as well. And, we mentioned in the beginning of the stream, but seriously, I think it's just an underrepresented thing when you're viewing it at home versus actually being in the middle of it and playing in the middle of it live. So, that could have just been a mistake of the comms there, but that's what I'm going to draw it up to.
Yeah, and we see it affect pro players in games, right? We see it like at World when Game 5, you start seeing weird mistakes. These aren't pro players. These are just dudes here who've come together as a team and try to make something happen, right? They haven't spent a lot of time, money with what are they called? Sports psychologists to make this work. So the pressure gets you 100%. And it's a small mistake of Xin Shao being the one to push instead of Sion. And it costs you a drag there. And unfortunately, the attack speed increasing Drakes are being stacked by a team with a Master Yi, and we might see a dead Sion.
Oh, yeah. They're collapsing on him.
I think that's...
But, yeah, it doesn't matter. Go ahead, Pino. He's running away. Even if he got collapsed by all 3, I was like, he's probably going to die.
I was going to say, if I'm Sion, I'm trying to waste as much time as possible because this is a Baron play for my team.
He's just gonna splash.
Yeah.
Go out the hex
He's
gate.
just
Yeah.
wasting as much time as
I love
possible,
it.
knowing that his team's getting buried. This is what they need to do. They need to keep Sion on the side lane, drawing pressure while the rest of his team is getting all these objectives.
Oh, a
And
Oh, beautiful Bartle!
Yes, amazing Bard ulti. The Dizzler did get some good damage off in return, but still an impeccable setup there. Gets Kazakura out of the fight as well. And with Baron in hand, it looks like BigBack is trying to make a final push if they can. Death timers aren't too bad, so Zillion will be back in about 20 seconds here. And now with everybody showing up for Yummis Doms, that does stop the siege in its tracks, but we'll turn their attention to the top side tier 2, and I don't know. The rate that they're going, it's looking really good for BigBacks right now, guys.
I will
gotta also
say,
take
BigBack
into
has
account-
had trouble converting Baron advantages previously. We've talked about it. They made a trade for a Baron. They didn't get everything they wanted and struggled. So this is a time where you need to take advantage of this Baron. As I said last time.
Well, and that's what I was about to say too. It's like time and time again, BigBack gets these Barons. They have this tempo advantage, and they should be able to close out the games, but they're not finding any reliable way to close it out because they're responding appropriately. And right now, they're on a timer till Yi can just literally run in and do so much damage to anyone and everyone on the enemy team. He's also going Bruiser Yi, so he's not just going to be, oh, hey, we can one-shot him and burst him down before he can do anything. He's going to stay in there and actually deal damage. So now, if you're on the side of BigBacks, you have to try and find a way to close out this game soon. You have to find any opportunity and anything that you can do to try and end this game as quickly as possible. Because the longer this game goes on, yes, you have that Sion that can split push. Yes, you have this Anivia that has this insane wave clear. And yes, you have this Xin Zhao Bard combo that can start fights wherever they want, whenever they want. But that Yi just needs to get on that one single person and then keep killing them and get a pentakill very quickly to where he can just dominate the lane or the whole entire game. And I've seen this happen in multiple games in solo queue, in multiple games in flex, and even sometimes in the pro scenes. You let Yi just get items under his belt, he is almost unstoppable and unkillable.
Is the main target Xin Zhao in your opinion? Like, is that who Yi should be focusing, or what should be the main focus here for Yi? Oh, hold on 1 second. Greater has to ulti out, actually. And there we go. I'm sorry, he jumped out, had to ulti them away. So that is going to be an ulti down for this dragon. It's a potential soul point, not soul yet for either team, but it will be the third Drake for either one, whoever ends up getting it. It looks like BigBacks will be setting up and probably going to burst it down here in just a quick moment. Yep, direct the camera back to them, and that is going to be the third Drake here for BigBacks. But back to the original question. So Yi, you said he has to jump on one person. I mean, do we hop on the high priority target, which is the Xin Zhao, or are we just looking to get the squishies and try to make it a numbers advantage, like just get Anivia out, get Sivir out?
Yeah, so if I'm Yi,
opinion,
go for it.
Anivia. I don't think Sivir is strong enough to be important. Did get 3 items, so now with the 3 items, it might be Sivir. I think you need to kill that Sivir Anivia, and I think you need to be coming in with Gnar. The goal is you have Gnar jump in, you have Yi jump in, and Gnar slams people to the wall, and then you're gaming. But it's that tower take by Xin there to crack open an inhib tower is so important off that Baron and basically made it a successful Baron. But what do you think, Pino?
In all honesty, I think that Anivia needs to be taken out first, regardless of how strong Sivir gets, because Sivir is still an 80 carry. You get Hui or Tristana on her, and easily she's dead. Right? That Anivia has so much CC zoning potential and wave clear that going for her first is the most optimal way to deal with that.
Conover instantly getting ulted there by a way. He's like, get out of my
Oh,
jungle! And we have a potential.
re-spiraling despair.
Oh, yep, and teleports coming in from both top laners here. It's the 5v5. Is
Oh
this
my
the
God,
last 5v5? And Dominant
go
Yumi
in.
stuck on the other side of the wall, but ends up getting the kill on the Hexalith. Not really getting a kill of their own because they were able to jump right back on out. Greater gets the kill though on the Conover, and the 3v5 in favor of Yumi's Doms as they're able to go ahead and take out Anivia as well. 3 members down, and a nice old knockup gets stopped by Urinbot, and he has to get out. Panamon trying to escape a shutdown being focused and picked up by Dominant Yumi. 4 for 1 overall as Transprime was taken out a little bit earlier there, and Greater with the lethal tempo is able to go ahead and hunt him down. That is just disgusting. Look at him go. A lot of health though, a lot of resistances, able to bait him underneath tower. Here comes the Mega Gnar form, has to hop on out of there, but still phenomenal trade overall. Cannot complain for Yumi's Doms as that hops them right back into it. They were down about 6 kills and about 3,000 gold. Now tied in gold and only 3 kills away from being even. What a transition at 31 minutes, by the way.
That
Well, and
would crush my soul if I was busy. You know why? Because you just watched this happen to you.
Yeah, literally.
Literally 40 minutes ago, this same shit happened to you, and I would be devastated. It takes a lot. Right now, reset yourself. Say, what can we do to win this game? You need to get in the mind of what can we do to win. My opinion, it's Baron or Soul. So you need to set up for these objectives. You cannot let them run free. Do not let this happen to you again.
Well, and if I'm on BigBack's side, you got to watch out for that Tristana damage because, oh my God, that Tristana damage just came in and was devastating to watch.
Seriously,
Yeah,
I thought it was a potential maybe even Tristana mid like flex pick, but no, they saved that for the last. And Hui was locked in, and hold on 1 second. Some people have mentioned like Hui being a little bit hesitant, but I think he's playing very effectively. And this Baron gets taken down. Blue team does secure it here. Nice route, nice everything onto the Anivia. Forces the Zonies, but I think just delaying the inevitable here. Sion gonna ulti in from the side. Does get a knock up on the way, and Transprime is looking really low. Panaman does get the kill. Dominant Yumi has to go ahead and try to jump on out of there. Conover with his eyes red on the hunt does take out Tristana, and a double kill now. I think BigBacks might have heard what you said, and you riled them up a little bit because they are focused, they are locked in, and they are getting a triple kill given on over to Conover. Urinbot looking to go ahead and get a potential push out of his own. What just happened to him, he must do to others, but the Dizzler has a couple of other plans of his own as he's able to burst him down. Does the burn get him? No, it does not. And the mid lane gets pushed all the way in as the inhib gets taken with ease, but 2 for 4 overall. BigBacks right back into it, 16-11 with a 500 gold lead.
And you need to reset right now. Drag is in 15. You either need to reset or commit to drag right now. You cannot afford to be late on this drag. Taking the soul would be so massively helpful. And we saw what happens when Tristana doesn't get the reset she wants. It is great that Tristana can do all that damage, but if you deny her reset long enough, she jumps in and dies. It's like Nocturne with less HP. So you need to be really careful when you're playing Tristana, and when you're jumping in for this kill, you need to make sure you get it, because if you don't, it just turns into a Shakespearean tragedy for you.
Yes, it does, and they secure the soul on the side of BigBack. So I know Yi was trying to look for it, but that ward placement again by Hexalith. What is he even up to right now? 143 is his vision score. 123 on Zillion. Not that he's doing horrible by any means, shape, or form, but damn, these two are dropping wards like no one's business and clearing it just as fast. This is phenomenal work from both supports. I got to give the kudos to both of them.
Yeah, seriously.
I agree. Yeesh, I'm just looking at this and I'm like at the edge of my seat because both teams are still playing incredible. And this is what I was thinking when I was seeing a game 5. It's all on the line. All your effort has to be given to this last game or else you're out of the tournament. And
Nivea,
you gotta.
On a crash course? No, he backs off.
Oh
Oh
my
no, he might
God,
be
they
caught.
collapsed on him. They did catch him out, and yeah, that's not the look that
No!
you need. As now it's a 4v5, and one of your biggest damage dealers, even though he's only 2-5 right now, he was still a very prominent member. And now you're down numbers. Now this is a huge 50-second advantage given on over to BigBacks here. This is massive. Do they have enough to go ahead and end it, though, in the next 35 seconds? Mid lane is open. They do have supers coming down. Hexalith gets bursted down very quickly, but Dizzler, is he able to hold on with the Zillion ulti? He is, so not dying just yet, but now they don't have the Zillion ulti. All have to be careful with the Scion ulti from behind. Gets knocked up more than Juno does, and Greater, along with everybody else, are able to keep him in place and shut down. Being picked up from the Dizzler here. Got to be careful of that zombie form because he might be able to go ahead and clear you out. Now it's a 4v5, and Trans Prime is up in 6 seconds. Yes, he is. The tier 3 gets taken down, and they're staying greedily for that inhib as well. They do get it, and everyone makes it out. I wouldn't say unscathed, but definitely to fight in another minute here. So I thought that was the ending for just a moment there, but they managed to come out, and Urinbot, I think, did a really good job buffering and allowing his team to take some extra objectives.
I agree. That was an insane Scion ult from behind. He was also able to get that bottom turret, even though he wasn't able to get that inhib. And that's just an open base, essentially, on the side of Yummi's Dom. It is hard to try and play this out. And if you're not able to get any pressure throughout the whole entire map, you're going to lose this game. So on the side of Yummi's Dom, you got to start thinking, okay, what can I do to start pushing out these lanes? What can I do to start finding these picks that we need? And that starts with vision, that starts with pushing the waves, and that starts with taking control of the game again. And if you're not doing what you need to do all those three, you're going to start losing everything.
Do we see an Elder and a Baron potential this game? We're 37 minutes in, almost as long as the last one here. And Greater, going to go ahead and engage there onto Urinbot. We haven't seen a top 1v1 in quite some time, and we're not going to see one here today as all the Avengers assemble. And Scion gets stopped. What a stop there from Trans Prime. Nice alpha strike, and he is slow, but he is tanky. Gets a 3-man knockup, delays a little bit of the damage. The rest of his team cannot follow up, though, and it looks like they will have the numbers advantage in favor of Yummi's Doms as they take down the Scion. So that's going to be a 50-second death timer, but the rest of Yummi's Doms, of BigBacks are in the base of Yummi's Doms. They're going to take down that tier 3 inhib here, or the bot lane inhib. So now all inhibs are down. Mid lane's going to be respawning though, so only 2 lanes of supers again. But still, that's all they need. 20 seconds till Baron, a minute 50 till Elder Drake. I mean, dear God, what else do they need to go ahead and lock in the dub here? They are just taking everything and anything. And there's only an 800 gold difference between these two teams.
The bot lane was actually a critically important inhibitor here, because here's what happens. Look, double inhib minions. There's a double wave pushing in. You cannot contest Baron properly and take advantage of the dead Scion while that double wave's pushing. Oh my God, it's a catch, and Greater just takes so much health damage. But as I was saying, look at the wave, it's about to crash, and now Yummi's Doms is between a rock and a double inhib minion, and they do not, I don't know if they have the proper TPs to go there and do it. They're backing. Nar's coming, but it might be too late.
Oh my God, and Yee's going to go ahead and stick around the Baron just to see if he can get a pick, but no, they have too much CC for him. He can't be slowed, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't have enough health. Conover has Guardian's Angel, and he's just going to go on the hunt. Greater as well. Almost gets caught out by the Bard ultimate, but no, gets popped immediately here. All the focus on the Panaman, and now Master Yi waiting in the wings, does get taken out by Conover, but doesn't matter. 3 members down here for the side of BigBacks, and I think Yummi's Doms is doing a phenomenal job doing what they can, saving enough time here. Scion is able to go ahead and push as well. Conover gets taken out, so the only remaining member here, never mind, he's actually holding his own for a lot longer than I thought. But now Urinbot is the only member left to go ahead and keep the dreams alive currently here for BigBacks. Slowly but surely, whack by whack, 50 health by 50 health, he will take the second mid lane inhib here, as all of the other members coming in from Yummi's Doms went to the Baron. They definitely need to deny that. And with Elder Drake up in just 5 seconds, 0 seconds now, they should try to transition to that as quickly as possible. 30 seconds left on the death timer here for the jungler of BigBacks. They got their resets and they are heading there now. Sion is literally the only thing between them and getting this Elder and possibly ending the game. They have the Baron, but they have no base. One tower between them and the Nexus, and the ending of this finals matchup. And Transprime walks directly into a knockup from Sion. That is definitely not the look that you need. Can you survive and leave enough time for your team to show up? No, you cannot, as another knockup is going to go through. Guardian's Angel is there, but with 4 members being surrounded, he is not going to be able to. He does get another Alpha Strike, but gets taken out instantly. And the Bard ultimate is going to leave 2 members now holding in place with a minute death timer and no jungler. The Baron, I'm sorry, the Elder Drake is going to be very easily secured here by BigBacks. And we've seen what they can do without an Elder Drake, and they are 4K deficit right now. If they're able to get this is a Cinderella story, I believe, for BigBacks in this game. They've been down for a good majority. They've had the dragons. They've had a good advantage, but Yummis Doms crawled all the way back from nothing, held a really dominant lead, and it's just they've been macroed to death here by BigBacks. Like, they've been playing out of their mind macro-wise, but still, I don't know how they lost the lead, and they did not want a repeat of game number 4. They said this is for making us get to game number 5. Elder in hand against the Baron. 4v5, 10 seconds on the Master Yi. Inhibs are going to be up in the top in the bot lane. In just a moment here comes the Bard ultimate. No one gets stuck in place. Nice ultimate from Nard. They're just trying to wait and see if the Yi is able to come back. There goes the Nexus. Conover's getting really low, and down goes he. Greater already had the Guardian's Angel popped. He's going to go ahead and try to focus the Anivia, and there goes the Elder buff, and pop is all they needed. 3 members down now for BigBacks. The 4th member down, actually. Oh my god, they turned it around. The Baron was way better than the Elder. Never mind, they are not able to go ahead and finish it out. And Anivia's gone. Like, I don't know how they're surviving, but they're holding on. They stopped the engage, they stopped the onslaught, and they are living to fight another day. I don't know how much longer they can keep this game going, but they are doing everything they can. And with no Elder left on the side of BigBacks, do they even have a potential to win this anymore?
Sion has Elder.
Oh, does he? Oh, I thought he wasn't even alive when they got it.
No, he got Elder, and the other thing is, do you see that ward right beneath at the bottom turret?
I do.
So there is a potential for a backdoor here.
God. Bot. Is he actually able to sneak and get that one? Oh my god, what an animal. Guys, we're 43 minutes in, and we're still not done with this damn game. I don't know what's going on.
I need to go to a cardiac doctor after that. I'm starting to get heart palpitations. I don't know how much more of this I can take, dude. This is too much. This is too much for my heart.
This is turning into a 50-minute game, and it's insane that they're both still fighting. This is what you call a finals, a semi-finals sort of a game too, and I'm wanting more because they're both playing phenomenal. They're both properly taking care of these team fights. It's just right now the only difference is the macro on the side of Big Doms.
Oh, BigBacks, yeah.
BigBacks.
Big Doms, they merge teams. There is no winner. They're all one team now.
I think the issue is you cannot go into that base with low health because you're facing a reset base team. So if you have one person fall, Yummis Doms wins the fight. If one person falls early on BigBacks, Yummis Dom wins the fight because they reset and keep going. If you're able to stifle that Tristana and Master Yi from getting the resets they're looking for, you actually win. But they had bought the Elder. I believe it was either Panaman or Hexalith had low health, and the resets immediately started coming in, and we might see Sion get jumped on here, but I think he's made it.
Yeah, he's...
Yeah, no, I think they're finally understanding, okay, wait, we got to figure out a way to take one of these champions out, because if not, we're going to be losing this. And I think the major big fight that's going to be happening is going to be at that Baron. And if these inhibs are all up, it is really going to be a Baron fight for the win.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Or a bait for the Baron or something. Like, either feint it, let everyone come to us, and we just jump, like, get another great Scion knockup if we can. I'm surprised that they're just walking into bushes without warding. Like, they're just free, no care in the world, as if they can't get knocked up or stunned instantly from either an Anivia or a Scion.
I mean, I agree, and they're not punishing it accordingly.
Oh, they're getting punished. Look at them. They've got no towers, except for the Nexus ones. Like, luckily the inhibs all spawned again, but I don't know. 30 seconds for this Baron, a minute and a half left for this Elder Drake here. All eyes are on this last team fight. I'm glued to the screen here, and one misstep is, I think, what's going to determine here. Trans Prime, he's trying to find a pick if he can on somebody, but the Anivia always has her passive up, and everyone has Guardian's Angel again, so I think we should be fine there. The Dizzler also has to be kind of careful with Conover and Urine Bot. They have a disgusting engage. The Hui ulti does go a little bit short there. Urine Bot almost gets the knockup, but almost only counts as horseshoes and hand grenades. Now he has to pop the ultimate, and a nice ultimate from Bard to stop the engage. And it's just back and forth, back and forth. Two members
And
now pushing out the
Sivir.
mid lane. Yep, the Sivir and the Anivia here pushing out. They do get one inhib, and with the minions that they do have, they might look for a potential end, and they stop the back successfully, so there's no one that's going to be able to respond to this effectively. Hui is solo. All right, Narwa's able to make it back as well, and with the lethal tempo here, does end up getting the kill onto Panaman, or at least getting the Guardian's Angel popped. Hui's trying to do what he can to get in, and he's not able to make it. Yes, he does. Waits for the Gnar, but the Gnar's getting taken down quite low, and 1-for-1 trade overall. 65 seconds for both of those members here. The ADC and the top lane, respectively. Baron is available. Scion is in the bot lane pushing solo. He can ulti in if he so chooses. Nope, it's going to go ahead and back. Probably teleport right into the Baron fight. 4v4. Anivia and Xin looking for a pick if they can get it. Trans Prime, though, getting poked down a little bit before this dragon is now what you need. Forcing the flash from Triss, forcing the flash from Anivia. Gets a two-man stun. Does get to safety here. Elder is up and available. Same thing with Baron. Elder's going to get started here from Yummis Doms, and with nobody, Conover's on the backside of Dragon. He's the only one here. If they can get this, they might be able to actually win it. Nice Bard ultimate to go ahead and start the engage, but no follow-up here. Conover's going to go ahead and jump in. They turn to attention onto him. The GA does get popped, and the Dragon gets picked up by blue team. They went ahead and stole it. I don't know how it was stolen when they're the ones that started it, but now Conover's stuck between a rock and a hard place with Elder buff right behind him. Oh my god, that Anivia and the wall and the stuns are the only thing you should be kissing the feet this man walks on. And oh my goodness, like, he just saved that entire game. We're 48 minutes in, and this still is anyone's game right now as the Elder gets secured by Yummis Doms. Baron is up and available. I don't even know if BigBack is going to go ahead and try to make a look for it. Oh my god. 50 minutes
I will
in
say
game 5.
That Tristana waiting on Dragon to be very, very low before popping that.
Oh my god, Greater's going to go ahead and start the fight though, and with Hexalith, he is gone with that Elder. I'm sorry. Yeah, Hexalith got taken out, but he didn't have the Elder. And Scion with a nice ultimate onto dominate Yumi here. The Zillion ulti, but no, even if it does come through, you're only setting yourself up for absolutely nothing there. The Dragon proc, though, does get the Xin Zhao. Oh my god, a nice buffer, but doesn't matter. Pokemon Go PvP pops the Zonias. Greater's waiting on the other side, has the Mega Gnar form, is almost able to get PvP here, but does not, unfortunately, here. It's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts with 3 members down now for the side of BigBacks. It's just they're not even pushing yet. There's still so much going on. Master Yi finally engages to the backside, and he is now 49-minute Master Yi, not the same one that we saw earlier here. With 3 members down, you would think, okay, they should be able to push out the mid, but they have no towers. They have nothing. And I don't even know, guys. I don't even know what the hell to do anymore. Are we going to see an hour-long game?
It's got to end. It has to. It can't. It can go no longer. It has to be, you see a trade. They get the Baron, and then whoever wins the next fight, which is very Yumi Don's favorite, whoever wins that fight is the one after the Baron, of course. Whoever wins the fight after the Baron is the one who wins the game Oh no! Anivia way too close!
Oh, I don't know why you're even trying to set up. You can't steal it. You can't do anything. Conover was dead. And now you just set up a 70-second death timer for nothing. Grader's now going to be on the hunt for Hexalith here. Panaman going to go ahead and help his friend. No, he's not, as he does die. So trades 1 for 1. There's still 3 members dead separately on the side of BigBacks here. But a minute death timer on your mid and your support. That's a rough spot to be in at almost 50 minutes in now into this game. With Baron, with the Elder, actually Elder probably ran out by now, but with Baron now in hand, I don't see how Yummis Doms could possibly lose this.
I mean, all you
Oh my
gotta
god,
do
Master
is
Yi,
try and
Master
group.
Yi's behind him. Master Yi's behind him. They're defending a tower they need to let go of. This tower needs to go. It's gonna end here.
They cannot hear you, and they do not care. Master Yi said, give me that booty, as he takes down Sivir with ease. That tier 2 falls, and just like that, the focus right on the Conover, and down he goes. Those death timers looking longer and longer every single time here. In Sion, we've seen you do the defense in the 1v4, but I think with the Baron, and I think with a minute on these death timers, it is not going to be enough, my friend. Yummis Doms knocking on the door. Game 5, they are wanting to secure it. BigBacks had everything in the bag that they could have possibly asked for, but unfortunately 2 games back-to-back, it just slipped through their fingers. Yumi Dom now have the cannons, and they're starting the barrage on the Nexus towers here. Teleports are coming in from Gnar and from Hui. All 5 members are there. The Nexus is now on their main focus. Transprime pops the ultimate. There goes the Alpha Strike, and that is it. The series is done. Yumi's Doms advances to the finals against C22B. Or, I'm sorry, not B, just C22 in general. Dear God.
You're so used
Oh.
to C22B.
I am. I really am.
Now, I'm gonna do one quick little thing. This is amazing. This is phenomenal. Yumi's Doms. It made a comeback with their main this time on the top lane instead of the fill that they had last time. So they just put BigBacks back into next split.
Yes, sir.
And you know what killed BigBacks there? We talked about when you're in these long games, these long series, league fundamentals start hitting the back of your mind. It is a very fundamental part of league. In the late game, you don't defend second towers like that. It kills you every time.
Yep.
Because it gives the enemy team flank angles. They'll walk right behind you and kill you. Because the towers don't mean anything at this point in the game. They're nothing. They're literally paperweights. When everyone has 7 items, they're paperweights. You don't defend second towers. It's a fundamental league thing. And I bet if this was the first game, that second tower defense doesn't happen at all. I bet they know better. But
I agree.
it's game 5 fatigue. Second part, if your jungler's not alive, don't hang around the Baron. It'll kill you. It'll kill you every time. There's no reason to hang around that Baron. Game 5, 50 minutes into the game, your league fundamentals start to just fade away from you. Your brain starts just turning on you. It tells you, "Oh, I'm just trying to stall. I'm just trying to buy our team some extra time to respond." Your brain's not telling you you're putting yourself at an immense amount of risk for 0 reward. And that gets Anivia killed, which forces the next play of being too far under that second tower, trying to defend too far up. That gets Sivir killed, and the game unravels. And it's just so heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking for BigBacks. You had both of those games in your hands, and they just slipped through them.
They had that scaling with the Yi, and that's what I was worried about for BigBacks.
Yeah, a lot of eggs in that
Yi
basket.
hitting late game.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, Gnar also did a phenomenal job. I gotta say, like, the lethal tempo and then just constantly doing damage, 55,000 damage, 80,000 overall in the Tristana. Like, 12-2, I think was unkillable for a good majority of the game. Like, an amazing showing from everybody on the side of Yumi's Doms and BigBacks. I have to give it up to both teams. Getting all the way to a Game 5 series in the fashion that you guys did, going through all of these drafts and just picking out, like, the furthest champions from your mind that I'm sure you were used to playing inside of a competitive mode. And plus, how many hours have we been streaming? 5.5 hours of nonstop gameplay. I mean, seriously,
Let me lose.
you guys have been phenomenal tonight. Definitely pat yourselves on the back, getting all the way to the finals bracket, all the way through and through again. Yummis Doms, definitely try to rest up because C22 is not going to be kind to you at all. They've been waiting for the action. They want it. They're ready for it. I hope you guys are. I want to thank Pino and Pike for both of you coming on to tonight's cast. It was definitely not expected to do a tri-cast, but I think it went pretty phenomenal in my opinion. So I appreciate both of you sticking through, the last 5 hours here, and everybody who tuned in, of course, at home. We wouldn't even be doing this without you guys. So thank you guys for everybody who tuned in and showed up. The last 2 games were actually the craziest games I think we've had the pleasure of casting together so far. So, I'm very happy about that. But any last comments or anything you guys have to say before we go ahead and close up for the rest of the night?
Crazy. Best, hands down, best series I've casted. So, pleasure to be here with all of you. If you're BigBacks, man, this is probably terrible, but listen, go to sleep, wake up tomorrow. Tomorrow's a new day. The new split's announced next week. You got plenty of time. And there is no better series for you to go look at as a team. No better series. Now, here's what you do. Skip the first 3 games. They're not instructive. Game 4 and 5, get those with the coach and sit down and explain what happened to us. How did we lose this? Because the easy answer is they scaled and we lost. You had multiple opportunities to win. And that's not a hit on you, like, oh, you did this bad because you had multiple opportunities. No, that's good. You had multiple opportunities to win that game. How do we close it? And if you do that, you were in grand finals. Unfortunately, you didn't have it. Happens to the best of us, man. You find a coach and fix it, and you can do so much. You can do so much.
Absolutely. How about
That's
you,
it for
Pino?
I
me.
mean, for me, like you hit every nail on the head for what BigBack needs to do. It's review where you went wrong, right? Where your weaknesses for your team is, and then come back stronger next split.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
Yumi's Dom, good luck versus C22 because I promise you, they watched all of these games and now they're like, okay, how can we play against this? This was a lot of information that you guys just gave to them.
Yep.
Play into that knowing that they know your strats, they know how you're going to play, and they know your guys' weakness. And how are you going to overcome that weakness versus C22? Because they
Absolutely.
will punish you for it.
No, that's a good
Completely
point.
fair.
Completely fair analysis there. So I think that they have what it takes to go ahead and maybe figure out some kind of plan. Try to change it up than what you had, tonight here. Of course, you don't definitely want to do the same game plan back to back. But again, congratulations to Yummis Doms from that victory. I mean, it looked very scary for a good portion of that game, but they were able to secure it, lock it down, all the way to a game 5. But hey, all it matters is who crosses that finish line. Win by an inch, win by a mile, still call it a dub. So congratulations to you all. We are going to go ahead and call it, though, for the rest of the evening. Get some much-needed rest, you two. You guys absolutely deserve it. I'm your boy, Rylion here. I had Pino and I had Pike with me, of course, on this amazing tri-cast for this Losers Brackets finals between Yummis Doms and BigBacks here. And we will catch you later on this week. I believe it's either Friday or Saturday. I don't recall 1,000%. And Duck Butt Rubber, thank you so much for the sub. You're the last call out of the evening, so thank you for that. But we will catch you on Saturday for the absolute grand finals between Yummis Doms and C22. And with that, you all have a very much for this evening. We'll catch you later. Peace.
Freedom!